Hello, hello, are we live? Alright, let me just turn the music down. I think the audio balance needs adjusting, especially considering we're gonna be in voice chat with the Hydration Nation for today's stream. So, excuse me. Gonna be real, guys, I was ready to do this stream an hour ago. I've had a lot of sugary drinks, so like, I'm fired up, I'm ready to go. But yeah. How are we all doing? Livy, Mac, I see you guys in chat. They got an ad. Nice. The adverts are working. I need to place more ads on my streams. If I actually want to monetize this and increase revenue, I need to actually think about that, but I never do. But yeah, guys. I think a vlog is overdue, and I think the Q&A, which I just announced, here's today's, QOTD and charity chat. I'll talk about that later, but I think a vlog is overdue, and on August 31st I'm doing a Q&A. I think I'm going to talk about this more in the Q&A, basically talk, vlog, so keep an eye out for that. I did just announce that. It should have gone through the usual places, but guys, new background, the setup's finally done, and since my birthday was yesterday, we've got some exclusive little items here and there, just to celebrate. And yeah, today we are doing bonus FNaF tier lists. As you may or may not be aware, I have decided on my definitive FNaF tier lists, or most of them. I am actually going to be going back to a tier list from the previous stream in this one, not the previous. Let me explain, alright? For those of you who don't know, recently I did my definitive Five Nights at Freddy's tier lists. I was sick and tired of, having so many FNaF tier lists. It was endless. I just didn't want to keep doing all these higgledy-piggledy streams. So I did this 5-hour stream with some of the lads, Swim Gaming and Ambience. And we were just basically, talking about all things FNaF. We did tier lists of the games, the books, endings, characters, all kinds of things. Difficulty, horror, story, gameplay. It was really good. And that was, all of the main tier lists. But I'm back again to really talk about all the extra stuff. There are a ton of tier lists, some of which probably should have been in the main video, if I'm being honest, and some of which are totally obscure and random and definitely should be in this one. But there's a whole bunch of tier lists which I didn't have time to do, and I'm using this stream as an opportunity to basically go through a bunch of extra ones. There's stuff like FNaF teasers, which Dorka did a whole video on and should have probably been the main one. FNaF minigames. I've also got really super specific random stuff like FNaF World Chips, FNaF plushies, and get this, FNaF 3 cameras. We'll talk about that when we get there. And there are a bunch of people who have told me that they're going to be joining me today, so they will all be tagged in the description, at least by the end of the stream, because at the moment, okay, no, we do have a couple people in the audience, but yeah, there are a bunch of people who have, basically asked to join this one, because I decided that this one was going to be more of an open invite kind of situation. Last time was a planned scheduled thing. Voice chat was going to be too busy. This time, everybody's on. I'm going to moderate voice chat, make sure things don't get too busy. We're going to have a great old time. So, I think that's pretty much everything. Yeah, we have a bunch of tier lists to get through today. I've got the same music playing in the background. I'm going to turn it down even more because I want to make room for people's voices. Excuse me. Oh, man. I don't know what's up with me. I don't feel well. But yeah. I got my hydration. Better. And yeah, we're going to get into this. All my tier lists from last time are here. You may notice there's something new. We'll talk about that. And yeah, I mean, I got them all here. We got a lot to do. Let's get on with this. So, gonna unmute now. And we are gonna invite... Damn, bro, woke up just in time. Yes, you did. Let's invite the people up to speak. We've got George Arch, Masochistic Mac. How you doing, lads? George, you there?
Yep, right here.
Okay, good. So I'm just checking audio. Yeah. It's been a while since we've had you on a stream. I even remember. It was definitely a debate direct. It's been a long time. How you doing?
Pretty fine. Nothing crazy.
Again, these guys are all in the description. George. There he is. George Arch. George Arch, well, he's got some cool stuff. And yeah, you're something of a critic, aren't you? I mean, I've seen you all over, like, you know, movie, TV discussion in Shrine of Ambience. You really are a proper critic. So you're probably gonna have some pretty good takes on the stream today.
Yeah, more on like movies and stuff, and less games and like music. But I try my best with that type of media.
I think you have an understanding, and there's a lot of things that all mediums have in common, and the fundamentals is story and writing, really, which is what there's the most debate about, I think. But anyways, Cheese, yes, welcome to the stream, and Mac, how you doing?
I'm fine.
Hello?
I thought that was me. I thought that was
Bro
me.
sounds like a Cyberman. Matt, go to the stream right now and listen to yourself.
Mimic?
I can't make out anything you're saying. Something's wrong with your mic. Oh my god.
Is that the Mimic?
Yeah, you know, I have a few questions, but I think we'll get there when we get there. We've got a lot of lists to go through, and your tier names are very interesting, and I do not understand them. I'm gonna give Mac time to sort out his mic, and no one else is actually here yet, so I will just... Oh no, is my connection dying? Why? What's happening? Okay, that was... we lagged for a second. Okay, good. Right. Sorry, there's a lot of things happening. Okay, anyway, I'm not going to mess with the tags in the description. If they don't turn up, I'll remove them. Alright, let's get into this, though. What I'll do, I'll share my screen, so you got that real time. If I do this, should be good. I might actually reduce the frame rate and everything to save bandwidth, and also because you don't need high frame rate for tier lists. Here we go. Alright, so the first tier list, and I did pre-make some of these. I have pre-made some of these because they're pretty big. But the first one we got here is FNaF teasers. Teaser images as seen on Scott Games. I actually made this alongside watching Dorko's video on it because that's kind of what inspired this. I forgot he actually made a whole video on it. I thought, hey, that's a pretty good tier list idea. So I went and linked the description, and this is what I got. Do you guys have teaser tier lists? I've forgotten who's doing what, because it's also complicated.
Yeah, I was mostly focused on the song tier list, because it was, like, insanely long.
The song tier list we'll be getting to again. I'm going in order here. Songs is, like, somewhere down here. We'll talk about that. Yeah, I'll just start about this. So, teasers, right? This is definitely something I could do, like, a proper, strict review on with an actual, like, criteria, but, ooh, careful. Hold on a second. Oh, God, they're all in the wrong order. Wait, no, I think... no, wait. Okay, there we go. I think that's right. So, pretty much, first of all, there's a bunch of tier lists which were essentially progress bars. One of them was literally a progress bar, and there's, like, all extras, which I basically didn't need to include, because they would just go in the same place. I also have no opinion on a lot of the newer ones, to be honest, because... oh, I don't remember them. But the thing that stood out to me is that with a teaser, what you obviously want is some kind of a gripping image, right? The visual is the most important thing. Does it look interesting? Does it make you curious? Does it make you ask more questions? Does it provide some kind of idea or some kind of question? I don't know. But, you know, bonus points for stuff like creativity, you know, having like, oh, you gotta brighten it up to reveal something, or, you know, source code stuff, or, you know, just good artistic design, or just kind of general, like, kind of meaning and hype and resonance. The best teasers are just some of the most iconic ones. I think the one with the two Bonnies is just absolutely legendary. The one with the puppet is really interesting, because you have to brighten up the image, and it has, like, the whole thing with the camera. Like, these are the ones that stick in your mind. I think the Plush Trap and Nightmare On teasers are really underrated. I think they've actually been a bit forgotten. Stuff like the thank you image, absolutely immortal. And to be honest, again, I could probably move some of these up or down a tier. Like, I don't know. It was really hard, because I didn't want to just put them all up in S. But there are a lot of good teasers in Scott Games history. And I think the ones that stand out to me, I'll never forget the UCN stuff when the roster was being built, and like how there was such a gradual tease, like the last ones in the roster, they even had this like grey bar at the bottom at one point. That was really exciting. I think the Freddy in Space 2 teaser was actually very clever. FNaF 4 and Sister Location generally just have the best looking teasers. The Was It Me and the, you know, custom light renders are just delicious. And you've got stuff like, you know, the anniversary renders, the behind the scenes stuff, which was really cool, and the only time we've ever really had behind the scenes on FNaF. And the reason some of them are only iconic rather than memorable is because these are the ones which actually were teasing Pizza Sim secretly with like the models in the background. It was so clever. There have been a few mediocre teasers though. Like some of them are just okay. Like, you know, the original FNaF 2 and the, you know, Merry Christmas and the Twisted Ones teasers. Like they're great, but they're nothing to write home about. I don't know. But like there are a few which are just completely forgettable to me because they're just kind of lackluster. They don't really have much going on. They're not really relevant to the game. Like stuff like No Place to Run is excellent because it actually teases the game mechanics, whereas these just kind of like randomly showing. I mean, this is cool. The map's neat, but like, I just think it's really forgettable. And then we've got lame. Like I feel like Pizza Sim was obviously the weakest in terms of teasers. Which it was partly intentional, I guess, but it's like a lot of these just didn't go anywhere. Scrap Baby's eyes here, they're open, now they're closed. Okay. To be fair, at the time, I think that was like the last FNaF World image. But, I don't know, and the Freddy plush with the strings, I kind of just went nowhere. And obviously there were lots of issues with the Help Wanted one. I don't want to talk about this one, and I don't even remember these, or like when they appeared, but, you know, there's some cool stuff on here. Shout out to the black screens that appear between everything as well. Maybe I feel like I should bump the Scrap Baby eyes up, actually, because these were the ones with the source code stuff, and I didn't really think about that when I was making this. Noah, welcome to the stream. How you doing? Anyways, if there's nothing else we've got to say about that, we'll move on. But yeah, just for the record, and what I'm going to do, I'm going to download these as I go. So they are saved, they are in the, you know, the Mr. Matt archives. I'll worry about naming them and everything later, but, nah, I'll do it now, it's more efficient. Yeah, this is, teasers. Again, Scott always had a very, you know, brilliant art direction, I think. But again, guys, like, this is not like this is more of a casual thing. I think what we're gonna do with these tier lists, if you got questions about my hot takes or something, like, just ask. I'm not going to explain every individual one. Thinking about it, though, I feel like I should probably explain. So these ones, right? There's a lot in okay. I feel like some of these FNaF World teasers, the stuff where they had the lore clues for the live stream, amazing idea. Really interesting way to, like, update the site while the boys are streaming FNaF Theory, but the actual lore is kind of trash, so I don't know, man. Like, why is the Toy Chica's beak broken? Really? But yeah, I don't have much else to say.
Well, you see, because of Dream Theory.
Indeed. Anyway, okay, so the next one is mini games, and this is another one which probably, like the teasers, could have and should have made it to the main thing. Again, if you guys want, you know, everyone's takes on this, you can probably just find them on the Discord. Message him, I don't know. Some of them probably won't reply, let's be honest, but yeah, I'll put a word in. Mini games are an interesting one, because they are mini games. You can basically rank them by the same criteria as the overall games, which actually makes this very important. You've got gameplay, you know, what can you do? How much agency does the player have in this? What does it show? The whole presentation, all the graphics, you know, the sound design, you know, the way in which, you know, the kind of technical stuff of it. And then obviously the story, you know, where is this in the lore? What does it mean for the characters? There's a lot of interesting stuff here. At the bottom, I just put, like, all of the kind of mediocre, you know, Pizza Sim minigames. Again, there's also different kinds of minigames. I feel like 8-bit minigames are, like, a separate class of minigames from the rest. Like, the FNaF World and Pizza Sim stuff's kind of different. But again, this wasn't too strict. But yeah, you know, Balloon Car and Climbing Ladder, or whatever it's called, like, they're just rubbish. You never use them. They're useless. They're not even good for the Tycoon. Princess
The thing
Quest...
is with this is that...
Yeah, exactly.
With most of these minigames, I don't even remember most of them. I don't
Really?
even remember half of the healthy minigames. Like
Fair
half
enough.
of the healthy.
Fair enough, yeah. I there was a tier which I deleted, which was I don't know. And I can understand not remembering a lot of the minigames and images, like all the Helpy Tycoon stuff, but like, I distinctly remember every single one of these. Like, every single one of these. A, because I actually played Pizza Sim probably more than average, but B, FNAF's minigames are distinct. They're part of the formula, especially in those early games, like 2, 3, and 4. Yeah, Princess Quest was a random one. I wasn't sure where to put it because, like, I don't I don't give a damn about the lore, but it does have some decent gameplay and some interesting, like, presentation. I remember quite enjoying parts 2 and 3 in Security Breach as their own minigames. Like, they did actually function, which is... But yeah, I don't know. That one's with
Princess Quest.
Lemonade.
I just like that's like they actually put in the effort to make it an actual game and not just like a walk around mini game, which is fine. I think that's good, especially for the earlier games, because the main gameplay is the night section.
Yeah.
But I enjoyed the extra effort they put in, especially with the art style. I love the art style of Princess Quest.
It's okay. I don't know. I'm gonna put it in D. I feel like E is a bit too low, to be honest. But D tier. I'm basically going up the tiers. The thing about the FNAF 4 minigames is that most of the days until the party are actually very forgettable. There has actually been a mistake in this tier list. This image and this image... No. This image is from the same minigame as this image. And I don't know why they're separate. Those are both from 3 days until the party, which is by far like the best one. So it seems like they're so forgettable, even the author of the tier list template didn't even remember which was which. The thing is, they're fine when you put them together as a kind of the progression of the story. And, you know, like, they don't really do much on their own. Whereas, you know, 3 days until the party was a way step above, because it's got the purple guy Easter egg, the 1983 Easter egg, way more interactable NPCs, so much more world building. It's like the first time we see the outside world in FNAF, and just, like, it blows the other ones out of the water for me. Like, Night 6 as well was okay, but I have issues with the lore and kind of how vague that was. And, yeah, these are just mini-games that were a bit mediocre from FNAF World and Pizza Sim. They're not bad, but they're mediocre. So Max back in the audience.
Yeah, I don't really have an opinion on FNAF 4's minigames, really. They're fine. I like the build-up to the bite. It's just the bite itself. The problem I take with it is just like it kind of just happens, and then nothing really comes of it ever
this
again.
Is the problem,
kind of like the bite
right?
of 87.
Like FNAF 4 is fine as a standalone game, but it doesn't enhance the series. In fact, it actively detracts from the series, in my opinion. It's not like the worst thing ever, but it's as part of the anthology, it's kind of bad, which is a real shame because it had the potential to be the best FNAF game, I think. Anyway, but yeah. And again, this middling stuff, like I thought One Day to the Party was interesting, with the whole locked room, and there's like the hair tuft coming out the suit. Or is it just parts and wires? Who can tell? But, you know, interesting for lore reasons. Candy Cadet, it annoys me how rare the stories are. I have played Pizza Sim for at least 50 hours by now, and I've never gotten a single story. In fact, I think I got one on a stream recently. But it took me like over 5 years to get one of the stories, so... But I didn't... Oh, but I'm not including all the time I played the game modded, which didn't affect this. So actually, I've probably played like 100 hours or more of Pizza Sim. I don't know, dude. The stories are way too rare. And they're not even satisfying from a lore point of view. I don't think they're like properly solvable, but nah. And again, same with Midnight Motorist. The minigame and the like secret are actually separated here, which I really appreciate. I love everything about this except the actual lore. Like the actual lore about it is just so messed up. Everything else is pretty cool. Art style, sound.
Midnight Motorist itself, though.
Yeah, we'll talk about S tier in a minute, but yeah. Foxy Go 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 as well. I mean, this minigame was good, but it's like, in terms of lore, it's a bit confusing, and it's I don't know, it doesn't really tell you much. It's just not as good as what's above. Yeah. So B tier, you got like the FNAF 3 secret minigames. I think some of these were kind of ridiculous to find. Stage 1, sorry, the wall code, but like they're really interesting and unique, very cryptic. I don't know, not my favorites by any means, but they're cool. For some reason, the follow me minigames are all in one image, but they are basically the same. Again, I think they do very little to kind of build up to make the payoff much more thrilling, and I think they're fine as they are. The follow me minigames are great. I feel like I should probably change some of these tiers. Maybe they should go in A tier. Because again, Foxy Fighters was fun, but like, I don't know, not the craziest minigame. I thought it was okay. Same with these like Tycoon bits and bobs. Yeah, you know, I'm gonna move these up. I don't know. I quite like the. I think this one's just. The thing is, I really like Stage 1 on its own, but the finding it is just annoying. It's very confusing. I'm gonna give it A tier though. Yeah, I don't know. But yeah, then you got like, you know, the actual bite scene in FNaF 4, which is excellent.
Oh, yeah.
The fishing minigame from FNaF World, kind of unfair. I'm actually gonna move it down because it's a bit RNG with how the fish work, but like it's fun. It's good. I really like its place in the world and the actual. It's a very simple but very nice game, especially early game. Chica's Magic Rainbow is like one of the most frustrating, annoying things, but it's done so purposefully and so well. I'm giving it one below S tier. I'm giving it A tier. And then you got like sister locations minigames. I think these were mainly good for lore. The baby one was pretty difficult, but I don't think it's unfair. Yeah, I don't know. As messed up as SL's lore is, I really did like the custom night cutscenes. I think they clarified quite a bit. And then you've got Fruity Maze, you know, riding rockets and Gravity Vortex. I know how insane this one is, but these games are fun. Those minigames are fun.
Fruity Maze goes hard, dude.
It does. Again, I feel like Fruity Maze is... Oh, sorry, Mac. I thought the invite... I didn't see your message. Just wondering if it... But yeah. Anyway, but... oh, Beggy's here. Nice. But yeah, with the minigames, like... You know, Fruity Maze, again, is kind of... The difficulty curve is a little weird. I don't like... It's so much more difficult than, like, Midnight Motorist, which is way more profitable as well. But it's good for the, you know, whole Lawkeeper thing. And speaking of S tier, you know, you got Midnight Motorist, Fruit Punch Clown, you know, for the money. You know, Bull Pit for the memes. You got, you know, Happiest Day, The End of Follow Me, and the rest of the FNaF 2 minigames for lore. Freddy in Space, because it's hilarious and it's brilliant, and it's actually a really substantial game that could be its own game. Oh, wait, it is. Security Point for lore, and, you know, the Red Lake for lore. Ultimate Custom Night. Oh, I really, really like how OMC was inserted into Ultimate Custom Night. It's one of the highlights of the game for me. But yeah, that's the minigames tier list. You guys in voice chat now? Hello?
Yep.
Begu? I don't think I've ever talked to you before. And Mac, is your mic working?
Hi. Yeah, it's working.
Yo, dude. Welcome to the stream. How you doing? Let me tag you into the description. I want to make sure everyone's there.
How are you?
Great, thanks.
Just Damien.
What's your YouTube
Damien.
called, by the way?
Just Damien.
Just Damien.
The one with Freddy mask.
Freddy mask.
Oh, what?
Do you want to send a message in chat so I can see it? Because, like, it'll take forever for me to find it here.
Hold on. I will send you then my
Well, DM it to me, that's fine. Yeah, appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries.
Man, I was worried about chat being like too busy. Like, there's hardly anyone here. I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing.
He showed up.
Done. Check DMs.
There we go. I got it. But yeah, shouts out to Just Damien's the first time you've been on a stream, I think. But yeah, interesting. Got some cool stuff here. So check them out.
I don't post videos so much. I like to do videos to try FNaF 4, Blue Stars and Geometry Dash. Trying to do my first Insane Demon.
I put my minigame tier. It's the minigames I do remember in the chat.
There we go. Gotcha. Alright, yeah, so if you've got any minigame tier lists, guys, we also did teasers already, if you have anything for that. So, George, I respect this. Let's have a look. So, We talked about Princess Quest. I feel like if I was more invested in the lore of how I wanted, maybe I would have enjoyed it more. But yeah.
Oh, excuse me.
So one of the reasons I really liked Princess Quest is like, well, first of all, I have a bit of a bias because like that was the only thing I was looking forward to when replaying Security Breach because I was just miserable. But also, there were so many details that I just love about Princess Quest. I like how, I was gonna mention them, but you wouldn't understand them at all because you haven't been a part of the lore space at all in the last like what year, 2 years.
Who's counting?
Okay, so there's like just a ton of details like pointing towards the DLC and how basically it was all planned. Like Burn Trap was never intended. Like Afternoon was never intended to come back. It was very much a red herring.
Nuh-uh. No.
Yeah. But anyway, I just love the art style and how like they actually put in the effort to make it a genuine game, like an actual arcade game someone can play.
This is something I should have mentioned. A lot of the other minigames are basically just walking around. You got WASD and maybe another button. In a lot of cases, like with FNaF 2, the lore's so good I don't mind, and there wasn't obviously a precedent for that. But this is why stuff like the baby minigame from SL holds up, because there was a precedent set to improve, and that one has actual gameplay. Whereas the SLC and cutscenes, you could argue are worse, because you're just watching them. There's no actual gameplay. Hadn't thought of that. But yeah.
So...
anything else you want to talk about specifically? This is a pretty base ranking.
Yeah. I believe... Oh yeah, I believe... I put the SL minigame in A tier, actually, instead of S, because like, you'd think it'd be S tier, because it has gameplay, a decent art style, and okay lore, just like Princess Quest. But I just have, like, actual Vietnam flashbacks from trying to beat that minigame. I don't know what it was about it. I could not beat it for the longest time.
It's very difficult. It's not, like, unfair, but it's one of the parts of SL that feels a bit more difficult than it should have been. Because you have to be precise with the jumps. There's all the awkward, like, scene changes where you're like, you can't... If you're playing for the first time, you can't predict, where the platform's going to be. And it's the stuff like that. Yeah, I totally understand.
Yeah, the difficulty curve is one of the things, but also, I did like when Elizabeth got Scoop. I just wish, I don't know, it just feels so, like, I guess overly dramatic. I don't like the scream. It doesn't, like, bother me. It's just weird. It sounds awkward.
I think,
like
I've actually watched it back, like, frame by frame, because I was editing it for one of my videos on Continuity Hour. I think the one thing I would change is Elizabeth's facial expression when she gets scooped, because the sprite literally just moves, so there's inside baby and then disappears. And it's like a split-second thing, so it doesn't need to be detailed, but a facial expression change would have been really good, and it would have added, I think, another layer of horror. It's like, if you actually do go back and watch it in slow motion, there's something new there to frighten you a bit, if she has a bit of an unnatural scream or something. I don't know. But, yeah.
As you can see, I put Midnight Motors promptly in E tier, mostly because now it's actually explained, but that doesn't make it any better. If anything,
like
the actual explanation makes it worse.
There isn't an actual explanation for it, though, is there? It's like the only unsolved thing from basically the original game.
There's an explanation now. It came out like a week ago. I think it's like, so FNaF 4 is fully solved now. Like, they basically spoon-fed the actual answer to FNaF 4 in the books.
In the books?
Full-on spoon-fed in a story. It's not really that different. People theorize that William was like doing experiments on kids in the FNaF 4 house with like hallucinations and stuff. Yeah, that's basically what happened. But no illusion discs. So William kidnaps kids and gives them this hallucinatory gas and makes them do the nights over and over again, and it's why the story is based off a repetition fear. And the only reason the main character stays in the house is that there's this tape that just keeps gaslighting him into staying. And I'm not lying about that last part. He actually just keeps getting gaslighted into staying in the house somehow.
Isn't he William's son though?
No, this protagonist is not his son. It's like a complete random kid. He's just doing this on different kids.
What? But that doesn't align with the logbook. What about Mike's drawing? How does that make sense?
Well, I assume he probably did go through them. Just seeing this from a completely different perspective, like there have been multiple kids in here before. Just, this is not Mike. Like he was in there from a later day or earlier or whenever.
Okay.
Like I assume there's been kids like swapped in and out. And from what I remember from like Twitter, Twitter, Midnight Motorist is the protagonist like actually escaping their house and like getting kidnapped afterward. If I'm not mistaken, I might be wrong about that. I may be very wrong. He could be just another victim.
But then what about Juniors? What's Juniors all about?
A red herring, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah,
I'm not sure.
I
assume it's just a red herring.
I guess that's interesting. I don't know. I'm at the point where I don't really care anymore. But like a gas makes a lot more sense than illusion discs, and that's an interesting idea.
Yeah.
I have nothing to say about that, to be honest. But thank you.
People were like freaking out about it. Like, oh no, the hallucinatory gas. This is so sci-fi. I mean, did you like the alternative is illusion discs, bro?
Than what we got.
Like the alternative is illusion discs.
Yeah, like that's I don't know. That's what I would have assumed if it wasn't a nightmare. I think.
Yeah.
Anyway, but yeah, you got a lot of things in similarities.
But I have to go. See you soon.
Oh, okay.
Bye.
Well, see you soon.
C tier. These are just mini games where I just find not much substance in, and you probably noticed the Old Man Consequences one in there.
Yeah.
But I just didn't really care at that point. I don't know why. I'm so not invested in anything. The one you should not have killed, or Cassidy, or CC, or whatever you want to call them, whoever they are, Andrew. And,
Golden Freddy.
Yeah. It's just kind of boring and just kind of what I expected. Like, oh, yep, he's gonna rest now. He's gonna go in the lake. He's gonna rest. That's just the end, which is fine because it's a prologue. It's meant to conclude some other things like that. But I don't know. It just was kind of predictable to me, and I didn't really care. And the same thing goes for the Fredbear doll ending. It's just it feels really unnecessary to me. I don't hate it, but it's just there.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if I mentioned this in the stream. So with the Red Lake thing, the reason I like it so much is because to me that is the actual ending of FNaF. That is the last event to happen in the timeline. I think the fact that not only I could not have predicted the dialogue. I figured we'd be going the lake, but I don't know what that would mean. There's just a lot going on in this minigame. You actually have an inkling of maybe FNaF VOD lore, although I don't think that's canon, but more importantly, you've got an inkling of who OMC actually is. I think he's Henry. You've got an idea of it basically, it's nowhere near Happiest Day, but it's a similar concept. I like the symbolism of when you enter the lake, you turn from red, anger and rage, to white, peace, serenity, kind of, almost an angelic color. And then the game crashes. It doesn't close, it doesn't go out its menu, it crashes. The only way to win Ultimate Custom Night is not to play, because by closing the game, you finally set these spirits free, and you end kind of the torments that William Afton can actually go to hell or whatever. It's great. It's like... but with FNaF 4, I think instead of the box, Night 7 should have had a minigame which showed us what happened after that. Because kids in this franchise don't just die. They go on to possess something. This is the transition. This kid is clearly in a coma in some kind of void, and it's like... You hear the flatline. This is the last things he hears before he actually dies. I feel like Nightmare Mode's minigame, rather than the box, it should have been another minigame which maybe implied he was Golden Freddy or something like that. Give us a reference to maybe FNaF 2 or something.
One thing I wanted from Night 7 is seeing the actual aftermath of, like, you know, Michael and his father and, like, what happened. Kind of like
that
coming
too,
home
yeah.
a little bit, where it actually gives world building to what happens to these victims. Because you don't ever see it.
Dude, FNaF 4 could have been the best for story. Oh, yeah, absolutely. And the rest of C tier
C tier. Just, yeah, those games. I like the... I kind of like the vibe to... I'm forgetting the name of it, but it's the last one in the tier.
Save Them.
Save Them, yeah. I like the vibe to it. It feels very just like isolated. Like, nobody's there, and you're actually in a pizza place. Like, nobody's there, you're just exploring. And then you find the bodies. But other than that, it's like just
I like how different it is. It's like the other three are smaller, simpler, kind of almost cutscenes that show the lore of the overall series of FNaF 1. This is specifically the backstory to FNaF 2. And like FNaF 2's location and the game itself, it's bigger, more ambitious, it's more chaotic. You've got, you know, the entire building to explore all these different screens. You're following the puppet. Purple Guy can also play this. There's all these different entities. Mangle's moving about. The file names give you lore. And Golden Freddy Easter eggs appeared. Like, there's a lot going on in this minigame. I think it's really cool. I would give it probably like A or S tier, to be honest. But if it's not that memorable,
move it up B tier.
Yeah,
somewhere around there.
Anyway, that's really interesting.
B is just there's not much of an opinion about B since most of the birthday cake minigames are fairly the same. They have their own like distinct sections, but they're not terribly different at times mostly. So I just put them all in B tier really because they are fairly fun sometimes, and I like actually the fact you actually have to glitch out of the map to get to the place. That's a very cool detail.
Clever. Yeah. Mac, is your mic working? I just want to check.
I just remembered I put Help You Balloon minigame in E tier with Midnight Motorist.
Yeah, that one sucks.
Yeah, because you literally just press a button, so. And then I think A tier. Obviously, you have the bite. I like the world building in. I think was it day 4 minigame? That's right next to it.
Yes.
And then, I love the build up from Mike, just like becoming purple, like just dead. It's very cool. I love the natural build up of it. It keeps the art style as well, which is fun because I expected them to not do it, I guess, because it's technically in the real world, but I guess that was just a weird expectation I had going into it. It's just, I love the build-up for it.
I try and go into everything with no expectations, usually improve the experience substantially. I learned this the hard way with Star Wars TV shows. That fandom is not the best.
Actually, does the Mike walking down the street minigames count as the cutscene afterwards as well? Like with Mike actually talking?
Oh, yeah, with the final cutscene. It's not on here, but like we did do an endings tier list in the previous stream, which included that, and that was S tier, I think. It's top tier.
I'll just say it is because I mean that's the whole thing it's building up to, other than the fact he's just purple now. I find it a little weird he's specifically purple, but I bet that's obviously just like stylization and red herring and all that.
I like to think that we don't see his final form because he could continue changing. I mean, logically, by the time of like FNaF 1, FNaF 2, he's going to be basically a skeleton with some metal parts in him. Because all the flesh would eventually just rot away completely, so...
it's mostly up there for the ending cutscene, which I'll just assume is part of it, since it's the only thing building up to, other than, Yeah,
anyway, Mac doesn't want to interrupt you, but he needs to test his mic. I just saw him.
Alright, you can go ahead.
Go ahead and speak, dude. Is it working? I can't hear anything.
You're on mute. No more.
Having some tech issues. Also, Baka Jr. will be joining us shortly. We'll look at his tier list in a minute. Just to catch up with chat, Noah, Chica's Magic Rainbow is way too hard. I think that's part of its charm, but also, like, yeah, like, just because it's deliberately bad doesn't really mean it deserves S tier. Like, yeah. FNaF minigames do hit hard. I don't know why you're referencing War Games, jeez, but I've seen that movie. It's great. Yeah, I don't know. While we're waiting for Mac to fix his mic, I mean, I guess we'll talk about Boyon's list when he's here. But yeah, this is an interesting one. I mean, it's interesting to see what we generally agree on. FNaF 3 minigames get rated highly. FNaF 4 minigames tend to get rated highly. This guy had the same idea as me, putting specific ones high up.
Princess Quest S tier.
I'm curious why he's ranked some of these so low, like the mic scenes, you know, give life.
The Fredbear dollar ending is that high?
Fredbear. Wait, which one?
The Fredbear doll. The one where he like says he's gonna put it
Night
back
6.
together.
I will put you back together. Yeah, I don't know. I could probably understand that, but I am curious.
I mean,
Yeah, we'll
especially
have to
like
wait for
next to the good ending.
For real, I don't know. I don't think they're comparable.
Just Quest supremacy though.
Anyway, I'm gonna move on because we are running out of time. So, since no one else here yet, Gabe Dudas, welcome back. Mac, just let us know if your mic's working. All right, offices. So a tier list of the offices. I just thought this would be a fun one. This is pure vibes. Like, I don't know, there's some cool... I've never disliked FNAF's art style. I think it's always been pretty good. But the FNAF office...
It feels very unique to Scott. Like, for how much money he's made, his games do not feel that way at all, and I like that. It feels very indie game.
Yeah. Like, this was the environment tier list, basically, that I was going to do in the previous stream, but then I thought, well, they're basically all S tier. I don't dislike any of them, really. Again, I think FNAF 2's could have been a bit spookier, but it's like, FNAF 1, 3, and 4 are all very distinct. FNAF 4 especially is, like, the best atmosphere.
I think a better way
Just
of looking at what it looks like, I think it's just like judging off of how atmospheric it is, how does the lighting affect just the general vibe you meant to feel.
Yeah. Again, UCN's probably going to suffer here because of the way things are layered and stuff. It's not nearly as immersive, but it's like...
Oh, actually, I think they're still C tier just because they do their job. They're meant to just like be, oh yeah, look at that place. I remember
it's
that
like
place.
Reference. Yeah.
FNAF 1
I'm gonna give them all B tier, except I think the FNAF 4 office is nice. Also, from a gameplay point of view, there's a slight advantage because of Helpy's placement.
Oh yeah.
You can actually see the lighting change in the ducts on all of them, so it's not completely, you know, thrown together. But yeah, I mean, the originals, aside from 2, I think the originals are all top tier. I don't know, I like them. I like, because each one is doing a different thing, you know. FNAF 1's old and claustrophobic, you can see the cobwebs and how aged everything is. FNAF 2's got that, like, you know, rotten green aesthetic for the horror attraction. FNAF 4's a very, you know, immersive, you know, almost like suffocatingly dark room. Sister Location's got that, you know, chrome industrial thing going, and Pizza Sim's got that, you know, claustrophobic kind of, you know... It's weird because it's set in like the 2020s, but it looks like an old 90s computer and everything. The way it's set up.
There's my office tier list.
It's a bit weird how it's got the posters, I guess, but I suppose that's, you know, part of the charm. 'Cause that's something they did at Freddy's. Also, Boyond, he's here. Let's go. I'm gonna invite you up. For some reason, I can't accept requests. I have to invite you. I don't know. George, you want to talk about your office tier list? Oh wow. Oh goddamn. FNAF 2 is low.
Oh yeah.
I was very generous.
So mostly I'm basing these off of both the visuals and atmosphere of the actual office, like what happens in the game.
Oh.
So obviously, top FNAF 1 is like you'll never capture that first experience ever again, assuming you go in blind. Like it's so good, and even then the atmosphere is very just insane to actually go back to. FNaF 4 very much captures... FNaF 4 sound design in general is very atmospheric, and I love it for that, because sound design as horror feels very underrated in terms of just comparison to like gore, blood. And then in A tier, I guess I put SL and Fiesta just because there's nothing wrong with them, but I don't think they're that. I think FNaF 3 could have been S tier though. If it just, the thing is, it just feels just, I guess it is supposed to be artificial, but I don't know, the very green lighting should have been toned down at least a little bit to make it look a bit darker and a bit more like, yeah, they were meant to explore this, and it is meant to be a horror attraction, because most horror attractions aren't that lit up, like to the point where you can see practically everything. So what I do like is that the fact you can hear Springtrap move around the place, like all around the place. That's one of my favorite parts of FNaF 3, hearing him go in the vents or move around, hearing his footsteps.
FNaF 3, I think I said this in the stream, in terms of sound design, the ambience is not much better than FNaF 2, but the sound effects are up there with FNaF 1 and 4. Yeah. Really, really good sound design on pretty much everything except the ambience.
And just like, this is more gameplay, I guess, but I like how the entire thing, you were basically just forced to fend off an actual animatronic using basically just horror attraction props. Yeah. Like the reason you're given a reboot system is because that monitor isn't actually meant to be used as a monitor. It's just meant to be like just be there because you're pretending to be a security guard.
Exactly. I'd never thought of it that way, but yeah, that's the thing. You're officially part of the attraction. I mean, we're going to talk about this plenty when we get to the FNaF 3 cameras tier list. I'll explain that when we get there. It's going to be a fun one. But yeah.
C tier, it's pretty self-explanatory. All the UCN offices, I don't really have an opinion on them. I do like how they changed some stuff, but it's pretty minor, so...
They're just references. They're nice. They fit the game.
And then we have FNaF 2. Yeah, it's not very immersive. The atmosphere is basically gone because all you hear is just this bell in your ear all night. And by the immersion, I really have a hard time immersing myself when I just look to my left and right, and there's just a random vent there with no vent cover. Because you totally wouldn't put a vent cover there.
It's a weird design choice. Like, I think later games rationalize this better, right? Like, Sister Locations, Private Room has it on the ceiling. Pizza Sim, they've torn through the vent covers. So
yeah, that's what I was thinking. Like, on the first night, it's like technically pre-scripted, where one of them just goes through the vent, like they just break through, and that's how you get introduced to the mask, like properly introduced to the mask, because they don't really explain it that well, honestly, at least to me.
Yeah, again, it's like it's too big, it's too bright. It's better. You could argue it's done better in Help Wanted, because with the whole graphics of that game, it's a bit more claustrophobic. And I do love the blackouts, the lights flicker, and they're standing over the desk. That render of Withered Freddy, iconic. But yeah, it's probably the weakest out of the bunch.
And also, some of the animatronics just look kind of goofy. I don't know what it is. They just look goofy sometimes.
Again, you're talking about FNaF 2 in general rather than just the environment or the office. Like, this is a whole bunch of things.
I'll consider, like, how they look. Actually, one of the things that drags down FNaF 3 is that when you're in the office, you can see Springtrap. That's so bad. Because not only does he look stupid, but that's not how you should build up tension. You don't just have him there. You don't just have a staring contest with him until he kills you. No. I just really hate like FNaF 3's like atmosphere and like general scariness a lot more. I think like FNaF 3 has potential to be probably like S tier if it wanted to. But it just isn't, because like stuff like that.
It's just lacking quite as much atmosphere, and obviously, I mean, the Phantoms, nobody really likes the Phantoms and the way they jump scare you, break attention, but yeah. I think Springtrap's window render's excellent. That always got me the first time, but I definitely think his door render looks really dumb. Like, his head's just there and you can't see the rest of his body, and you're like, how is he posing behind there? Like, it looks strange.
Also, it's really funny to open your monitor and just see him in the back, like, fucking flash run over to you when you open the monitor. Like, you can see a little flash in the back. It's just so stupid looking.
Yeah.
And the thing is with FNaF 2 is just that, I don't know, I feel like, as you said, it should definitely feel a lot more claustrophobic, chaotic, but it completely fails to convey that feeling, even though that's basically the only reason there's so many animatronics. Like, that's the only defense I see when people bring up there's so many animatronics. It's meant to feel chaotic.
Just wanted to catch up with chat. Baka Jr. says he's going to stick till chat till my Wi-Fi clears up. I fully understand. We're just going to keep going because...
Hello?
Oh, Mac, is your mic working?
Oh,
No.
finally!
Hello!
Finally.
Rare
How you doing,
screen.
mate?
I'm doing terrible.
Oh my
a bit
gosh.
because I had to change so many options just to get this working. I'm
Yeah.
glad that I finally managed.
That's
I think
so
that's
annoying,
it.
but you
We're
got it
at tier
now.
list.
Mac,
Yeah.
do you want... We can go over your tier list real quick. I don't want to leave your stuff out. But yeah, guys, again, his channel's tagged.
I didn't do the tier list for these two, so I'm gonna be staying quiet for now.
You've done... So you didn't do teasers, mini-games, or offices?
I did do teasers, actually.
Oh, let's see teasers then.
Hold
You
on.
post it. Just post it in collaboration or something. You can DM
Yeah.
it to me. You can... Because you guys can post these wherever, whenever. But for the stream, having them all in one place would be convenient. So yeah, let's stick to the
Okay.
channel. Do you want to just briefly talk us through this? What have you got here? Ooh. Plain trash. See, I remembered the source code for the Scrap Baby Eyes and stuff, and the fact the Close Eyes was the last FNaF World teaser. I think it's actually quite meaningful, but yeah, they are really mediocre.
Yeah.
I'm surprised the FNaF AR one is so low. I thought the graphics for that were excellent. It was a really good teaser for the game. I mean, it was merely just a poster, I guess. Didn't have the charm of, like, most of the other stuff.
Yeah, exactly why I put it in the very last. So
Got some bass
these
picks up top.
teasers
There.
are judged on their looks, how they look, rather than what they were teasing. So the source material I didn't take into account.
I understand. I see you put the like behind the scenes stuff and the anniversaries in NA. That's fair enough.
Yeah, because these weren't really teasing games. These were just for fun.
I forgot
And
that Freddy in
the
Space 2 teaser. That's
FNaF
horrible.
World, the FNaF World, FNaF 4 questions also put in NA because they weren't teasing a game, but were used to communicate with map.
Right, yeah. The thank you image is iconic, but yeah, not strictly speaking a teaser.
Yeah.
These are some good picks, like the UCN Office reveal, and it's like the FNaF 2 teasers. I'm surprised you put the something borrowed, something new in the alright category. I thought that one was one of the best, and a lot more interesting than the two Foxies, because FNaF 1, that's not even the right model for the game, and it doesn't really say anything, other than revealing, I guess, Mangle's head.
I just don't really like the toy bunny, withered bunny, teaser that much, because it just after all the two teasers, it feels the most boring out of all of them, except the Mango Foxy one.
I agree with that. Are these in order, by the way, within the tiers?
These are in order of how much I like them.
Okay.
So the FNaF 4 Nightmare Foxy teaser is in the top perfect because I think it is one of the best teasers.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see some of the picks so low, like the Plush Trap and Nightmare Mangle, especially with like the brightening up gimmick. But those top ones, let's talk more about those. I mean, you got like Security Breach teasers up top. You got like the 3, that was like, I think, the first FNaF 3 teaser. Cancelled due to leaks is brilliant for so many reasons. Like, it's got...
Yes.
Like, that should be in the game. That's how much lore there is in that. Never mind the whole...
Yeah.
The prank, you know, with the Blora voice lines being leaked and the... Oh, it's so clever. That's, like, top tier for me. Sorry, I'm eating snacks. I got sweets here for my birthday. I respect that Nightmare and Puppet are both imperfect, but Nightmare Foxy and not the other Was It Me teasers?
I was judging on putting Nightmare Bonnie teaser, but I decided to just stick with one.
Like, how come Nightmare Cheekers is so low compared to the other 3? That's what I'm curious about.
I just don't really like how the colors look. I think it's a bit too dark. It just looks very ugly in my opinion.
Yeah, I don't really want to do this to us just because I feel like there's a lot of factors to take into. And every time I look around, I'm just like, is it there? Is it C tier? Is it S tier? Where? Because a lot of these are honestly kind of hard to rank.
I understand.
The Help Wanted black and white images were really hard. For me to judge because they were just the promotional material, really, but in black and white.
They're pretty good ways to tease the game, I think. Especially Baby, Springtrap, and Freddy. But yeah, it's like, just kind of does its job. I think that's an appropriate tier to have for this. Yeah. Also, Baka Jr. has a tier list in collaboration. Okay, George. Grab a bite. We need the Fred Burger. Is there a Fred Burger gift? Okay, I don't know what that is. So, we've got an officer's tier list from Boyon here. I understand why Pizza Sim is the lowest in C. I feel like that did a lot with a little, and the posters really spice it up while having that traditional FNaF vibe. Also, Lefty being there, like, the whole time watching over you, I thought was an interesting touch. I don't know. And the Helpy doll. I don't know. I think it does a lot with a little, but yeah. I mean, FNaF 1 being the only one in S. Kind of surprising. I think 3, 4, I think it was some good ones. But you put Sister Location below FNaF 2 in the UCM ones. What's that all about? Because I thought it looked pretty good. It's not like the best, but it's not bad. I don't have any problems with it. I just realized there's no background music playing. How long has that been paused? Why did this pause? How long has the music not been playing? That was supposed to be going the whole time. Dude, has there just been no music for like an hour? Well, it's playing now. Am I like logged into the right account? Okay, I don't know what's going on. That was weird. Anyway, yeah, thanks, Mac. Interesting list. There's a lot, like, I'm not going to dwell on every single one, but yeah. Let's, I don't know what George has and hasn't done, but I got to keep moving, because time, it's already been an hour, we've only done like a third of these. Alright, we're all caught up, I think. So, the next one is FNaF 3 cameras. I'm going to do a bit of explaining, because this is a weird one. What? I was recently playing FNaF 3, and I was thinking, man, which camera is the best to lure Springtrap to? Strategically. What is the best spot? And I think this game's super underrated for its gameplay. No one talks about how good its gameplay is compared to 1 and 2. It's actually got so much depth, and it's at least on par with the ones, you know, the games that, you know, not preceded, the games that followed it. So, let me do a little tier list here, thinking about trying to remember which is which. I should probably have a vent camera tier, because I can't remember which vent is which, to be honest. Actually, that's a lie. I've played so much of this game, I could tell you. That's the one that's near you. I remember the number. I think it's 13. This is the one next to Cam 7. That's like Cam 9, Cam 10, and this is the other one. Where's the other one? Oh yeah, Cam 2. Delightful. But I'm thinking, like, I don't know if this is something people even talk about. It's definitely been discussed on Trying to Ban Me at least once. I don't know if anyone else has even done this tier list. But let's see if I can remember here. So, I want funny tier names for this. Not good, not bad. Okay. Preferable. Optimal. The best. And then we have down here, you know, bad, you know, major disadvantage, and the worst. Maybe it could be like minor disadvantage and major disadvantage. Because I'm thinking, like, in the actual strategy of FNaF 3, right? What's best or not? Gamer Boy, welcome. This is a live stream. I don't know how you can't tell. Like, premieres say premiere. It has a different thing. So starting off, Cam 9 and 10, obviously not good. I don't know. I'm not going to put anything in the best or worst yet. But, like, these are terrible because there's a vent in reach of either, especially on the harder modes. Springtrap is going to be moving too quickly from these for them to be viable. Cam 8 is particularly risky because Phantom Puppet will absolutely destroy your run unless you're very lucky, which is why that's just so risky. It's also still close to multiple vents. Moving over to Cam 7, though, now we're getting somewhere. This is one of the best. I'm going to say it's optimal, and Cam 6 is also optimal because with the vents nearby, with the Phantoms, again, Phantom Chica can get you, but, you know, once she catches you, it's once per night, and if you're quick, she won't catch you. And, you know, they can only appear after, like, certain hours. There's a lot of stuff I had no idea about until recently that has just made me appreciate FNaF 3 more. Phantoms can only appear once per night. You know, they only disable specific systems. The, you know, Freddy Files is completely wrong. They generally just disable vents and vents only. You know, if you quickly react, you can avoid them. The danger ambience will play if you've triggered, you know, Phantom Chica, same as it would with Phantom Freddy walking by or Springtrap getting close. So much information which can really make this game a lot easier and a lot more impressive, I think. Cam 5 is not terrible. I feel like it's not good because it's right next to a vent and there's a lot of places Springtrap can go to, but you can tell from the audio where it is. So I'm going to say not good, not bad. Cam 2 is risky. Cam 2 is risky, but you know, you can shut the vent, but you can go straight to another vent with Cam 5. Same with Cam 10. I'm going to say these are both minor disadvantage, actually. What is good is Cam 3, because he is, you know, if you seal Cam 2 vent, he has to move like twice before he can get to another vent, and you don't have to deal with any Phantoms. Cam 4 is in the middle because it does a Phantom Angle, which disables audio, which is a big issue, but otherwise, you know, if your audio breaks and then you go to Cam 4 on purpose and trigger Phantom Angle and just repair, it's basically the best camera in the game now, so swings and roundabouts, you know. Then you got Cam 1, which you could argue is the worst. Again, if Springtrap gets past the window, the game becomes very simple. You keep him on Cam 1 or you die. It's a pretty major disadvantage. I can't spin this around a good way. I'm also putting these in reverse order, so it's got 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And as for the vents, surprisingly, I think there's a difference here. So obviously, the vents near Cam 9 and 10 are not good.
How do you know which vents are which?
I've played a lot of FNaF 3.
That's insane.
This is why we need Scott in here.
Yeah, but Scott's busy. If he was able to turn up, he would.
There's a lot of projects going
I've
on.
pinged him enough times. I don't want to annoy him. Same with everyone. But yeah. Oh, really? Oh, that's a shame. Boy, and you could redo it, I guess. But yeah, George, welcome back. Almost done, guys.
Yeah.
You know, because I know you can't wait to share your FNaF 3 camera tier list, which is going to be so,
I know.
you know, hot take and different from mine and controversial. A very controversial list here, guys. But, okay, so Mac, the trick is, I imagine Springtrap in the image. If I imagine and remember how Springtrap's rendering the images, I can immediately remember where they are. On their own, yeah, they're all the same, but I actually distinctly remember if I can imagine Springtrap in the image. So, vent number 2 is minor, I think, because the vents are generally an extension of the cameras. It's like, as long as it's sealed, like, you're good, because he has to take a couple steps to get around anywhere. The Cam 5 one I don't like. I don't know, it's like, it goes straight, because if he gets through that one, he goes straight over to Cam 1 in that kind of direction. He doesn't get straight to your office, which actually, Cam 2 and Cam 10 are worse. With Cam 9 and the others, you still get a chance. He won't immediately kill you. I could be wrong about that, but I'm pretty sure that's more of a, I mean, it's still a major disadvantage, but it's not as bad. I know, Cam 7's good. Cam 7's preferable. As long as it's sealed, obviously he's not getting through. But you gotta think about where else he can go from that. I'm gonna say Cam 5 one's really not good because of just how many other places he can go to. Yeah. The question is, which is the best and which is the worst? I think the absolute best has got to be... What do you think about this? It's probably 6, right? No vent, no phantom. There's a phantom with a vent adjacent, and then there's another vent adjacent. But he has to move twice to get to either of them. And then, as for the absolute worst... This is kind of a tough pick, but I might honestly go Cam 8. He's close to multiple vents, and it's like, Phantom Puppet is kind of... If you get caught by Phantom Puppet, it's game over. Unless you're very lucky. I mean, Cam 10 is pretty bad. I don't know why I'm deliberating this so much. I'm trying to think in actual gameplay. I'm gonna give it Cam 1, because once he's gone from there, he's literally in your office. Guys, I know you're all very excited for this tier list. Fun fact, TruePlayer actually made this tier list for the stream after discovering that there was no tier list, because for some reason, eCoach was much worse as a search engine than Google for finding FNaF tier lists, and he used Google and he found more of these tier lists immediately. I want to thank Ethan for actually finding a lot of these, because they literally just didn't appear for me. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he's going to be showing up today, which is a shame, because he was meant to show up for the previous one as well. But yeah, thank Ethan for this. We're going to move on. Boyond is also here now. Hello? Is the invite working? You had a mini games. What was it, teasers? It was offices. We already looked at these, but I just got an advert on my own stream. Okay, he's gone. Well, alright, let's move on. Guys, another gameplay niche specific one. FNaF World Chips. Insta actually found this one recently, and it was pretty interesting. So, did you guys have a go at this one?
I did not.
I've never played FNaF, FNaF World in, its entirety, so I have literally no opinion on anything.
Oh, damn. Alright, I'll get through this one nice and quick. Just keeping chat with chat.
I didn't
Yeah?
do this, but if I can just say one thing, Auto Mimic should go to best by default.
Maybe. Insta would disagree. Honestly, though,
oh, I know he would.
Yeah. We'll talk about it. So, I just want to mention, with the FNaF 3 cameras, I was purely factoring kind of strategy and gameplay. I think in terms of design, Kame is iconic with the Chica and Puppet like masks. I love the arcades. All the ones with like the characters like costumes on them are really cool, like Foxy and Bonnie are there. Even the vents have a pretty nice like pattern design which sticks in your mind. I don't know, maybe it's just me. Anyway, so FNaF World Chips, I already did this I think, but I'm doing it again. Thinking about what I actually use in gameplay. I'm going to try and actually do this in order, because for some reason they're just not in order. There's 3 tiers. There's green, red, and blue. I believe red is actually the highest tier. You can see the number of like marks on it. It's got the green ones, the blue ones, the red ones. Now, I don't think any of these are so horrendous they need their own tier, but Evercomet Week is the worst one. There's literally no reason to ever use Evercomet. It's just useless. Head Start, Strength, Speed, and Party are obviously, they're mediocre, they're weak. They're decent at the start of the game, but once you get going, they're better options. Quick Start Party, I'm going to give average. I think having that, it's kind of like you get first turn, basically, guaranteed. It's nice. Run Luck, this is where it actually gets interesting. Run Luck, in my experience, is not too effective, but I have used it quite a bit more, because there are times where you just want to run away. I'm going to give it good. And Block Jump Scare, I think, is good. It's useful for specific bosses. Now, with the blue chips, auto gift boxes is essential to win the game most times, so I'm going to give that best. Endless Defense, Strength, and Speed, I'm going to give good. Like, they're really useful, they're really handy. Considering the characters that can give you those stats for a few turns, though, and, like, how many slots that takes up, not really worth it. I don't really use it, so I'm going to give that average, actually. Evercomet Strong is bad. It's still crap. It doesn't do that much damage at all. Auto Regen, I'm going to give mediocre. Like, I just don't use it. It doesn't regenerate much health at all, and with all the insta-kills and one-shots that happen with later bosses, or even mid-game bosses, it's just... A lot of these are made useless by the time you get to the, like, 4th area. Find Characters is amazing. Essential. Block Unscrew is good. Curse Status is a fun one. Fredel Fury is a fun one. Auto Shield is basically essential. Counterbite is... Honestly... I don't use it that much. I think it's kind of mediocre. I don't know. Peter Fury's fun. And Auto Mimic... Honestly, I'm with Mac. Like... Auto Gift Boxes, Auto Shield, and Auto Mimic are the 3 chips I always have enabled. The 4th one depends on what I'm doing. Sometimes it's Find Characters, sometimes it's Run Luck, sometimes it's one of the Block, Curse, or Fury chips. But the 3 tiers below, these are the ones I basically never use. So that's my FNaF World Chip tier list. Fun little insight into the gameplay. I thought about doing like bites and stuff. I don't think there's as much to discuss there. We're going to move on. Here we go. Alright, this is what people have been looking forward to. Alright, boys, so there is a tier list of FNaF songs, which I will get into, because there is a lot.
It's so big.
It's humongous, that's what she said.
200 plus.
I'm sorry. Yeah. It still is missing a few, which are on my Spotify, but no disrespect. Before that, though, let's talk artists. Let's think generally about, you know, who is who. Because there are plenty here I actually don't recognise, which are going to go into their own tier of who. Let me just fix that up. So we got amazing, good, average, below average, trash here. I'm going to change this. I don't like these names.
Yeah, there's a big chunk where I just... Because they're old profile pictures, so I don't know who any of them are.
That's the thing. So... I'm going to be methodical and actually take my time on this one. We got some more chips. Boyond also said for FNaF World chips, auto gift boxes, shield and mimicker in the S tier. Respect it. Good choices, generally. I find these agreeable. I'm surprised to see Head Start and Evercomet in average. And Run Luck, Curse Status, and Fredel Fury in mediocre. I love those chips. I use them frequently. Some of them. None of them are bad? Really? Like, what's that all about? And also, yeah, thank you for the birthday wishes. Yeah, you guys came clutch amazing the other day. You know what, George? I've been talking plenty. Why don't you go first? This is your artist tier list.
Sure. Well, first of all, the reason Rezion is at the bottom is not because Can You Survive is bad. It's just because he's made one song, so I can't really rank it.
Yeah.
He's literally made a single song, so I don't know why it's here.
Yeah, I
But, I guess I'll just start bottom to top because
Yes.
yeah, okay. So Dako, his music is so. A lot of the production is very simple. It's just really not interesting a lot of the time. Like, and then the lyrics, like some of the lyrics are very bad. Like in I'm forgetting its name. It's the Glitch Trap song he made that was really popular.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, some of the lyrics just didn't make sense. It was just like putting words together just so they could rhyme, which that doesn't need to happen in music. It's like you can rhyme stuff, but you could also have lyrics that don't rhyme. Like it doesn't really matter that much. You can, it can work. And that's just my general problem with them. There's a lot of just. It feels very much like they just wanted to pump out an animation for the books, but they also needed like some kind of audio, so they just made the music. And don't get me started on the sequel to the Glitch Trap song.
I
my
haven't even
God.
listened to that. This tier list was how I was reminded that existed. The
Yeah.
thing about Dorko is that he hasn't actually made a single song on his own. They're produced by Husta or CG5 every time. So he only does the singing and I think some of the lyrics, which is a similar setup to Triad Ninja, fully enough, because Igor, he does the lyrics and the singing. The actual composition is by Peter Litvin. That's the genius behind some of the bangers that THN has produced. But we need to talk about them because they're not all bangers.
So that's basically just what my opinion is on Dako. I think, oh yeah, the vocals. I'll talk about the vocals like right now. The vocals are just kind of off. Like they feel very like artificial to me. It doesn't sound like he's very much singing. He's just like saying words he's reading off the screen. Like, yeah, I play this game. Yeah. It's very boring, honestly. It's why he's in D tier, and a lot of these should probably be D tier in terms of actual music, but I just like their songs. So, CK9, forgettable songs, but he makes a banger every now and again. Husta, yeah, CK9, the You Can't Hide. You Can't Hide is his only memorable song from my memory.
Yes,
like,
it is.
The only
we'll
song.
talk about that.
The Husta is a little bit in the same boat as Dako, so I didn't rank him too high, but I think he does make some good songs every now and again. Like, I think he made a Security Breach song that I liked. I can't remember its name.
Ultimate Fright. Or was it Ultimate Fright? Who can remember? Yeah, I don't know.
Kyle Allen, most people don't really know him, but he made like a ton of Fright songs. The first three were good, and then he fell off in the second half, so kind of like the actual books. Yeah, his music is very generic. It uses less lyrics and more like just explaining what's going on the screen in a like semi-song format.
Yeah, I remember discovering him through Bending the Ink Machine. His songs have never stood out to me that much.
There's a song every now and then that actually feels like a song. Most of them feel like they're just like reading out what's on the screen in a like semi-song format with some wordplay. Yeah, and most of his songs sound the same, which is what kind of drags Tryhard Ninja down. Because sometimes he can make stuff like Bringing Us Home, Dream Your Dream, and all that.
Ambience's favorite FNaF song ever is Dream Your Dream. Like, that's... I'm pretty sure that's something he'd stand by. I've heard him talk about praise that at length. But he's also made, like, 10 of the same song in the last, 5 years, hasn't he?
It feels like he's very much lost much inspiration of just pumping them out now because FNaF songs is what keeping his channel alive. Which is nothing wrong with that. However you want to get your money, it's all good. But I don't know, some of his new ones just feel very generic. There's one song I can think of that's like actually pretty good. It was like a rare screen when I listened to it. Like what? Huh?
Huh? We'll talk about it with the individual songs. I have a lot to say about Triad Ninja.
But yeah, his songs range from S tier to D tier, and that's what like really makes him go down here. The inconsistency is really bad. And also generic, so that's like on C tier as well. B tier. Of course, we have Jonachrome, but we're just gonna talk about his music in this.
Jonachrome?
Mando Pony.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Who's NC?
Night Cove the Fox. I don't know if you've heard her because they're very just not known in the song community, but they've made a few good songs. They actually made a lot of banger Security Breach songs, surprisingly. A lot of their earlier songs very just. The only reason she's up there is for a lot of her Security Breach songs, because like her early songs are not good. They're female, right? So they would try imitating a masculine voice for different characters, and she ended up sounding like she was like 5, trying to pretend to have a deep voice. It was very awkward.
Yep.
Yeah.
Alright.
And then Mando Pony.
Yeah, Mando Pony.
It's kind of. Yeah. He can make a banger like Balloons, which is S tier song in my book. It's so good. And then he'll make a song like that one Chica song he made, which is just so miserable.
Yeah,
like
I don't even remember that one.
It's meant to be funny, like, oh yeah, Chica, everyone loves Chica, but for the wrong reasons. But no, it's not. It's just very awkward, cringeworthy, and just.
Sounds like you're talking about No More Cake by CG5.
Yeah, totally.
That was.
Except that one.
Speaking of CG5, I used to listen to a lot of CG5 back in the day, but these days, not so much.
CG5 is like. Yeah, I think he actually did really good with his recent Ruin song. It's like, every now and again I'll like re-listen to it, and it's actually pretty good, because it's called Ruin Lullaby, and it really nails that lullaby feel. I feel like he's actually evolving a little bit, despite having the same sound.
Alright.
But when he does hit, he really hits. Like he made a piece. It was missing. I know. Was it called Misinformed?
Sorry, you cut out for a second.
Oh, sorry.
Labyrinth?
Yeah, Labyrinth.
Oh, Labyrinth
that
was a
song.
masterpiece. Yeah.
I was just.
It was perfect.
There's
at the right
like
time.
that, and then
the right people.
and then there's stuff like No More Cake, where it's like, why did you make this?
Right? Like, what the actual... I watched the video and everything, I was so confused at what the song was even about, like...
I mean, he's doing it for fun, so it's not, like, you need to have some big meaning behind it, but...
Right? I don't have a problem with it existing, but I'm putting it low on my tier list. Alright?
Yeah.
Play stupid games, win stupid prizes.
Rocket Gaming and DA Games, like all these like top 6, just have most of the reason they're up there is because they actually feel very natural and like not very generic. Like Rocket Gaming made the Security Breach song Total Insecurity, and ignoring the fact I'm an absolute sucker for 2D animation, the vocals on that fucking song are insane. It's like SS plus tier song. The vocals are crazy.
Alright.
Like, I cannot get over them.
I respect that. There's some songs which just, stand out.
Yeah. And we have DA Games that I love rock and metal, so, up there, because actual good vocals, like some very good bass, other than that, just solid production.
Yeah,
Stipendium
very
is
good
just fun.
production compared to some of these professional.
Stipendium has great production, really fun.
Stipendium's on a different level. That guy is just something else. Wow.
And then I have TLT, Aviators, and Give Hard Records, or Nate Wants to Battle in S tier.
Oh, that's Nate Wants to Battle!
Yeah,
I've seen Give Heart Records, and I didn't realize. Oh, that's cool. Interesting.
Yeah, so, I was thinking putting TLT in A tier because one of his songs is, like, literally just saying Five Nights at Freddy's over and over again.
Five Nights at Freddy's.
But on the other hand, his other 4 songs. Did he make a Pizzeria Similar song, actually? I don't think he did.
Tragically, no. TLT made songs up to Sister Location, skipped Pizza Sim and UCN, and made a Security Breach song. Oh, my disappointment is immeasurable in my days. They didn't even do Help Wanted.
They just very much capture the vibe of each game they're trying to make a song about, and I like how most of the lyrics after one can be absolutely separated from the actual source material, because FNaF 2, like, Suicidal Mother, 3.
Yeah.
Dying in a Fire, just someone that's very, like, just wants to get revenge on someone. And then FNaF 4 is just like the story of an insomnia. They just don't want to get out of bed. They just can't sleep at all. And then Sister Location, I Can't Fix You, that's pretty self-explanatory. I just love how they're able to capture the vibe of the game. But if you were to like separate certain aspects of them, like the very like glitchy vocals, they could be a completely different song, and it wouldn't even matter. Like there's no really overt lyrics referring to FNaF.
Yes.
And then Aviator is kind of the opposite of that. A lot of the songs are very much tied to FNaF, but they're so good. Like Our Little Horror Story is so good. Literally one of the best songs out of this franchise. It's like he's able to capture him like really good, while also like just completely nailing the source material. Because you don't need to like have the song be super unique for it to be good, which seems to be like kind of a stigma of like fandom songs. Like, oh, you need it to be unique and separate the lyrics from the source material. But like Aviators does it so well. Like Jaws is so good.
Yeah, all of them. Jaws, Mechanical Instinct, Our Little Horror Story, Monsters Under the Bed, and the other FNaF 4. He did like a FNaF 4 Halloween edition one. Like when Halloween edition released, he did another one about like Fredbear specifically. It was excellent. Sweet Dreams.
Yeah. And
then he did
Sweet Dream.
A Sister Location one called Alive. And he never did Pizza Civil UCN. It frustrates me when some of these artists like stopped at Sister Location. It's like the worst stopping point because you're in the middle of like the story and the series, and it's like 4 was a natural stopping point, 3 was a natural stopping point, but Sister Locations.
Sister Location was like meant to tie into another game, like.
Yeah, it annoys me because I think they would have made really good stuff, but you know, they passed the torch on, I suppose. You know, if they don't want to make one anymore because they're sick of this fandom, I get it. It's absolutely their choice.
Then we have Nate. Actually, I believe he's quit. I think, if I remember correctly, recently.
I mean, he's changed his brand,
like,
so I assume something's gone on.
Yeah, I assume he's doing his own thing now. I think. So he released one last album.
2017. Like this is.
Yeah. There's just Nate makes like there's so many good songs.
Give Heart Records is a group, and Nate Wants to Battle is one of its members. So he became part of some kind of group. It's like a rebrand.
Yeah, I was kind of curious about that. Like, I assumed it was just Nate, but I didn't really look into it.
I mean,
fully.
A lot of the best artists who have a team. DA Games is not just Will Ryan. He has, you know, other people who help him produce the music. I don't know exactly how it works, but you know, Triad Ninja is not just Igor. He's got Peter Litvin. He collaborates a lot. You know, there are teams. JT Music, Skull and Pat. You know, it's 2 guys, and they're tech. But yeah, excellent list. I respect it, and I mean Nate. I don't know if I'd rate Nate that highly because I was never that deeply interested in his music, but I respect it. He's done some banger stuff.
I love that. Like, it feels like you could like make a whole album out of how good these songs are. Like an actual like unique, just completely completely consistent. His vocals are insane. His vocal range is crazy. And then just the instrumentals are so good. Yeah. Like you have, and a lot of the choruses hit hard, like Salvaged, Home.
Absolutely. Oh no, my chat bugged out. I wasn't seeing new messages. I was about to ask, Baka Junior, do you want to tell us about why you've ranked your list this way? And yeah, chat wasn't updating. My list for this was quite bad. Oh, but you can change it if you want. Go ahead. I'll talk about mine if you want. But yeah, you got TLT up top. I mean, I respect the choices, but yeah, I mean, I don't even know a lot of these guys. Yeah, but George, if unless you got anything else to say, I'm going to talk about mine.
Yeah, you can talk about yours.
Alright, so, I just need to check something.
I also have one.
Oh, Mac, you got one? Oh, let's see it.
Yeah.
You run us through yours first. I want to go last.
Monica.
So you don't know them. Mandaponian Trash.
Damn.
Yeah.
Just go bottom to top. Like, tell me about it.
So, the person says I put him there because the controversy just it was just too big for me to not be biased.
So it's not actually about his music. It's about him as an individual.
Yeah.
Yeah.
John
There are a
O'Cronin,
few
I fully
songs.
understand.
There are a few
hear about
songs of
this.
his where it's very hard to separate that stigma because it feels very like if you actually look into the lyrics, it feels very motivated by that.
Yuck. We have no
Okay,
tolerance
so-
for kitty touches in this channel.
Kitty tickler.
The kitty ticklers. We despise them. All right.
So, Ninja and below average because his old self I would have put in average or even good, but right now he's kind of dropped in terms of quality, in my opinion.
I agree.
So I put him in below average. So the guy next to Tryhard Ninja, I listened to some of his songs and they were alright. It's
Is this DeHuster you're talking about?
yeah.
Yeah.
I couldn't pronounce his name right.
It's weird. But the D is not silent. But yeah, below average. We already kind of said, like George said, these two kind of, they have a fairly generic sound. And Try Ninja's gone downhill over the years. I'm curious
yeah.
about the artists that George didn't include. So in average, you've got... Who's that on the right?
Who
Next to
is that
SM?
actually?
That on the very right in average, that's Rocket Gaming.
What?
Rocket
Wait.
Gaming.
I thought that was a skull.
No.
The skull is JT.
Oh, I'm stupid. That's a completely different artist. I talk about songs
Right.
from Rocket, and even though it was JT.
I didn't realize. Yeah, no. It says Rocket Gaming. I guess I kind of see that.
Huh.
I don't even know Rocket Gaming, but yeah, they're average with what? Dorko, CK9C, and SM. I should know this one. I know who this is, but I forget her name.
Isn't it? I remember Scott like telling me about this because I was
It's
like
a
asking him
woman. I
what
can't remember her
these
name,
were.
but I don't really know her music. I've listened to like
How
one song.
descriptive!
She did.
It's a woman.
Yeah, no, I might even be wrong about that. Well, tell me I'm wrong, Mac. Why are these guys an average? I don't know this one.
So I didn't really listen to most of the FNaF songs from SM, but they were good from the one some time ago. Nothing groundbreaking, but they were good. Rocket Game.
Groundbreaking. They
I
should be on
can't-
this list.
Rocket
Yeah,
Game,
they'd be
I
F tier.
can't really judge them as they are in right now because I only remember their songs. I haven't listened to them in a while, so I put them in average
Yeah.
because I can't really judge them
Alright.
in what they're doing right now. Davko, he's just average. Nothing else to say. Really.
We already talked about him, and CK9C,
Yeah, at
unless you got
length.
something to add, like...
Well,
Yep.
he's not really average from. He's not really average in my opinion. but he's also not that good. He has his songs, he has his
He's
hits,
just
but overall,
Alright.
he just kind of made only one really memorable song. The rest kind of
Mm.
faded into obscurity.
yeah.
Indeed. So, and then in good, you've got
Um,
JT and CG5. These are both artists I've listened to for years and still do.
Right. So this might be controversial with George, but I genuinely really enjoy CG5's music.
I love
want
CG5 as well. Just like if I were to actually rank him, he'd definitely be B tier. But if it was like enjoyment wise, he'd be like A, probably. I have a lot of nostalgia for CG5.
Yeah, well, his music, he has, like, Matt and you discussed earlier, he has the bad songs, like the K1 that Matt mentioned.
Right, there's quite a wide range of quality.
But recently he's been really producing more hits, more songs that hit,
More hits
rather
and
than
misses.
the old one.
Ruined Lullaby
Yeah.
just was very interesting because it actually like felt like he was evolving a little bit. He still kept the same sound, like the same vocals, but it felt different. Like the production was kind of, I don't know how to describe it. It felt really, it just felt more simple, I guess. It's hard to describe his type of production.
My dad is a classic punk rocker. He grew up in the 70s, and his kind of thing is, if anyone knows what this is, The Jam, The Clash. His favorite bands of all time, though, are actually guys from the 90s who were kind of inspired, you know, as a different generation. I'm talking Blur, Supergrass, but not Oasis. They're completely different. And he describes CG5's sound to me as overproduced. Kind of like in the 80s, where they just added too many effects, too many synthesized, too many artificial sounds onto what was a legitimately brilliant composition. And I think that's true in some cases. I think in other cases, the highly produced sound really works. But yeah. I mean, remixes and covers are always fun to experiment with. I really love what some of these artists have done in that regard.
I really enjoy his I Can't Fix You remix because it's mostly because of Chi-Chi's vocals, but I really enjoy the production on it compared to the original because the original was kind of simple, but I like how just more chaotic this one feels.
Bro, what a dog doing?
Oh yeah, you can hear that.
This is why he has a dog profile picture, guy. That's George's in a demon. He's actually a werewolf, guys. He can feel the furries coming inside him. He's about to transform into his true form. What? Anyway, so Mac, I don't think that there's much to say because we all pretty much agree with the top tiers. But you know, anything you want to say about JT or the other four specifically, like because they're consistent, right?
Well,
as well as being good.
Well, I would like to mention that and I'm gonna get to that during the songs tier list, but DA Games makes some of the best FNaF songs that there are currently, in my opinion. Most, if not all of them, just sound great. The lyrics are perfect.
Like they actually make sense.
They match everything that FNaF stands for. DA Games is like probably the best, the artist who has the most hitters out of all of them, in my opinion. But yeah, that's my tier list. I'm done.
This is an awesome list, dude. Time to make mine. All right.
The home from DA Games was very hard hitting. I was expecting some hit, like mid song that came out just because new DLC for Security Breach, need to make a song. But bro poured his heart and soul into that song, dude.
Yeah, he really does put so much heart and soul into all of his songs, really. So, my ranking, my tier names, you're the best, you're really talented, you make good music, you do okay, you suck, question mark. The thing is, I'm not just judging these artists on their music, but also who they are as individuals, you know, and their non-FNaF songs. Most of these guys are not FNaF musicians. They are music artists who have produced songs, including Five Nights at Freddy's fan songs. They've done other fan games. They've even done original stuff. I think Aviators, for example, really stands out as being one of the few here who isn't exclusively about video game inspired fan songs. This guy predominantly does original music, and those FNaF songs would just happen to be in some of his albums around the time. I'll never forget listening to Oblivion for the first time. It's a very grandiose kind of, you know, almost I mean the genre's very like kind of like, you know, synthwave, you know, rock, glam rock, you know, kind of sound, and the songs do go on a bit. They're quite long, but I think most of them are pretty good. So starting over here, I don't know who this is. Aviators is, I'm going to say talented. I don't think he's the best. I think he's really good at what he does, but I think, now, you know, I'm going to give him the best because his lyrics are really well written. They tell a story, you know? His FNaF 4 songs are some of the most kind of gripping from a narrative point of view as songs.
His songs, like, very much match those lyrics. Like, they don't, like, differentiate in tone at all. You can absolutely tell the vibe in each song.
This is nothing. The tone. His acoustics are so good. Mechanical Instinct's acoustic version is such an improvement over the original. It's such a different vibe, but it still captures the essence of FNaF. It's remarkable, even though it's so different. CK9C sucks. Like, he's made, like, one good song, which I had to look up to remember what it was, and that song isn't even, like, the best ever. He's done some absolute garbage.
It's like B-tier, honestly.
Yeah. CG5 is going in the middle. He makes good music. It's not the best. I think he's talented, but it's like the really talented category. I'm not saying they don't have talent, but yeah, CG5 is mostly brilliant. DA games,
I can tell he does a lot of it just for fun, which is fine.
Yeah. Again, like you were saying, like, Will puts heart and fucking soul into his music. Like, not just the FNaF stuff. I think Break My Mind might be one of, if not the best FNaF songs ever produced, just from the instruments and the composition, the lyrics, and the whole tone. It's genius, and it's just like, it does so much. But also, stuff like Heart of an Artist, you know, really quite personal and hard-hitting stuff, and like, he really is very passionate, and has made some great songs with some very vibrant kind of moods and ideas. And also, I mean, the kind of trilogy of FNaF 3 songs he did, like, to begin with, I Am the Purple Guy, It's Time to Die, Not Here All Night, every single one of those is top tier in its own right. And his sound has just evolved more and more since then. He's made some misses, in my opinion, but Dorko, I must say okay. I don't hate his music at all, like CK9C, but like we've said, I mean, his stuff is, at best, fairly mediocre. Like, there are some bangers. Like, I really enjoyed the Fetch song, for example, but it's like, that's 1 out of 10, and the rest of them are all kind of forgettable or whatever. Same with Dahusta. Even his solo stuff without Dorko I've listened to is very generic sounding, kind of like modern Triad Ninja.
I will say,
Don't know you.
every now and again, Dorko can nail a very good feeling when it comes to his songs. Like, the Lonely Freddy song just absolutely nailed the 80s vibe I'm gonna give off.
Yeah.
Like
Groundbreaking.
In the back.
Guys, Groundbreaking is on here. Yeah, it's actually GB if you look closely. I can see it says Groundbreaking here. I didn't recognize it because there are two kinds of artists on here for me. There are the artists that I have grown up on and listened to this day every week on Spotify, and there are the artists which are super nostalgic to me because I listened to some of their FNaF songs when I was young and proceeded to never listen to them again. Groundbreaking's one of those. I don't know what happened to this guy, but I don't remember much. Is their channel even still around? I think they basically quit.
His songs are very bad, but they're kind of in like the, okay, this is very nostalgic type bad.
yeah, here we go. Groundbreaking is still going. Oh my god, they're still going. I have not checked on this channel since like 2016 maybe. Because the thing is, I would only listen to them over the years on like YouTube autoplay. And I went looking for Groundbreaking on Spotify, and it turns out they actually have 2 accounts. And there's one called Sky Fixing, which seems to be the opposite, and it has like a sideways logo. It's got an album of all the FNaF songs, an album of all the Undertale songs, and that's it. If I search for Groundbreaking, I don't think they still exist on Spotify.
Some of Groundbreaking's FNaF song lyrics are stupidly funny out of context. Like, I was ranking these songs in a VC with Ticket, and he said we should listen to the Chica song. And he said one of the lyrics was, CHICA, I am on my way.
Yeah. Oh,
or something along those lines. It was, I thought he was kidding. I thought he was kidding until I actually listened to the song. But some of his lyrics are just so... What were you cooking?
Okay. Well, if I'm being honest, Groundbreaking... It's clearly S tier. No. I give Groundbreaking the same rank as CG5. I don't even know about what they've done outside the FNaF fandom that much. I don't know, I don't remember, like, I must have listened to something, but I think I was kind of turned off by the sound because it was very bare bones, and it was very kind of like synthy, it was too artificial. That being said, right, Groundbreaking's made some bangers. The Chica song is not awful. I would give it maybe D or E tier. Like, it's not the worst thing. But they've also done... They had a Freddy song, which was really good. They had a Bonnie song, which was okay. They had a FNaF 2 song, which went hard. They did, like, all the individual characters in, like, the early days. They had a really unique take on Springtrap, which was interesting. It painted him as more of a tragic villain who regretted what he'd done. And it was really... had such a tragic sound, it was great. And there were some songs I distinctly remember coming back to over the years, when I was trying to process certain emotions, shall we say. A Bitter End from, FNaF 4. I don't know, that song stood out to me. And there are definitely more I'm forgetting, but some of them were kind of crap. He got a female singer on for Chica and or Mangle, and they kind of sucked.
Yeah.
The Balloon Boy one was pretty mediocre, and I think that was actually the last one he did.
Song.
It was actually
song.
It wasn't a Funtime Foxy song. There were 2 sister location songs, one before release, one after. The one before was about the game in general, the one after was about Ennard.
Oh.
But those were both kind of meh. They weren't bad, but again, this guy never did Pizza Sim, which is a real shame because, they kind of stopped halfway. But
everyone just forgets about Pizza Sim in the fandom song space because there's none. There's none to be seen.
I think there are plenty. It's just they come from random artists rather than the ones we're familiar with. I don't know. I'm gonna put Groundbreaking down actually because I don't think the sound is that good. It's not very unique between the songs, but they have made some bangers.
Oh yeah, we have 2 Jonochromes in this list. I just remembered.
Who are the Jonochromes? I know Mandapony was a kiddie.
Yeah.
Who else?
I remember waking up one day, going to my recommended, and just seeing I am not a pedophile from Kyle Allen.
I've seen that. I thought that was an edit. Is that real?
Yeah, it was real. He deleted it.
What? I thought that was a meme.
Yeah, that's why I screenshot it. It looked so funny. It was so stupid. I thought it was a shit post. And then I actually checked and it was an actual video.
Kyle Allen's a kitty tickler? Well, now I have even more reason to dislike him. You suck. I was gonna say, his music's mediocre, but man, you disappoint me. Yeah. Maybe I should have a kitty toucher category.
He then proceeded to leave it up for I think a week or 2, and then delete it like a pussy.
Oh, fuck off. Okay, well they're going and use up with Mandapony because they've only made a couple songs I actually liked, and I don't listen to either of them regularly anymore, and I never followed them outside of FNaF songs, so... Anyway. DJ, welcome to the stream. In voice chat, it's literally just George and Mac. There's no one else here. There's so many people wanted on this, and they had to cancel.
Yep.
It's a shame.
Yeah.
Anyway, sorry. Let me just get on with this. So, DJ, Mr. Fazbear Springtrap Finale, definitely the better of the groundbreaking songs. Agreed. Like, those ones, yeah, I remember those. Anyway, JT Music, you're the best. JT has not only been consistent and, like, you know, appealing for many years now, they somehow still have a very familiar, kind of homely sound. I feel at home when I listen to them, but it's still fresh. They still have a new, distinct thing, not just for the FNaF songs, but they've done all kinds of things for Overwatch and Star Wars, and it's, you know, the lyrics is really what pushes this up, because the writing of these rap songs and the speed at which they, you know, speak them out, and the way it meshes with all the instruments is just incredible. There's Stupendium's the only one who can even compare.
It's always just like super fun. Like, it's just fun to listen to. It's very enjoyable.
Like, they capture a light-hearted and joyful spirit that's still faithful to the game. So, if you listen to their rap songs for the first 4 FNaF games, hell, all of them, the Sister Location one, the Pizza Sim one, and they did a mashup, I think, instead of an original one for UCN, but, like, they all go so hard. Great instrumentation, great lyrics. It's jolly. It doesn't take itself too seriously. It's like their style, you know? And I've listened to all their stuff going back to the early days with Halo and Minecraft, and that shit is bussin'. Even their early stuff. Really not that bad. And their sound has just refined more and more over time. I absolutely love Skull and Pat. They're very talented. Living Tombstone, one of the ones which I haven't listened to outside of their FNaF songs, pretty much. I've listened to a few other things. They did, like, a Cuphead
Discord
remix. I don't know about Discord. They did a song about Discord.
No, it's exactly, because I haven't listened to it in years, but I don't think it's about Discord. It's just called Discord.
Okay. They've probably done some original stuff. I'm gonna say they're really talented. Despite the fact I don't listen to them much personally, they don't really appeal to me. I kind of have a similar stance like I do with Taylor Swift, which my sister recently introduced me to. I can see why they're popular. Legendary artist. TLT obviously made the first FNaF song, and although I have very mixed feelings about the rest of them, they're undeniably a talented artist, and they have a fairly distinct sound, and each individual song, you know, stands out. There's a few more here I don't recognize. I feel like I should recognize the Foxy profile picture, but I don't.
Same. I keep looking at it and thinking I should know who they are.
It's not Raison. It's Fusion Z Gaming, guys.
Axie, I guess?
But Axie made songs. Did Axie make songs?
I think he made a remix. Like one song?
Like Raison. You make one song, you make it to the list.
And a remix with CG5.
Yeah. Honestly, though, DJ, I think the mashup... Yes, I know, it was for the joy of creation. I remember now, because there's a whole animation. I think that fits for UCN almost more than an original song would, though, because UCN very much is a mashup of the previous 6 games. Like, someone... I can see someone doing a UCN SFM with that song. I think it's fitting. Like... Yeah, I don't know, super talented, as I said. Give Heart Records, aka Nate Wants to Battle. Honestly, they're okay. I don't listen to them very much, and his songs, I don't know, they're not bad. I'll make good music. I'll put them in the tier with CG5 and Groundbreaking, but like, Nate Wants to Battle, the thing is about his FNaF songs, and I didn't ever really listen to the rest of his works, because I didn't find them that appealing. That's kind of like... I think that's where you can draw the line. If I've listened to non-FNaF songs from these artists, I actually really like them. But with Nate, his songs kind of all sound the same. Like, you listen to his FNaF songs, and you get, you know, through No More, Mangled, Salvaged. Salvage is the piano, which is pretty nice. But, like, I get his FNaF 4 songs mixed up, because they all kind of sound the same. That's the problem with DA games as well. But, it's a decent... Yeah, go on.
Yeah, go ahead. You can go ahead first.
Sorry, it's a decent kind of like heavy metal rock sound if you're into that. I kind of am. But there's only select ones that stick out to me, although they are very good, and I think the acoustics are definitely an improvement in a lot of cases. But yeah, I don't even... I've never even followed his channel, so I'm putting it in, like, what is that, B tier? Yeah.
Yeah, that's B tier. What I was gonna say is that, Home is actually, like, I love Home's, like, very slow burn feel. It's not very loud or extremely, like, all over the place like some of his songs, like salvaged, kind of. It's very much, like, it very much matches the, like, emotional, like, just crying in your bedroom type vibe.
I need to look
FNaF 4
this up,
gives
because I
off.
don't even remember which one this is.
It's Home. Home.
I feel like I have listened to this one, but,
Yeah.
I
Where's the
actually
playlist
have never
for that?
listened to those.
this is the old one. Come on.
It's Me Unplugged.
Oh, I remember this one. Yeah, this is a banger.
Yeah.
Where's the... I think it's called All Five Nights or something? Or is that
Sister
someone else's?
Location song. He made a Sister Location song called, like, I can't even remember its name. It's very forgettable. It's
Enjoy
like,
the
I'm gonna
song?
check this. Here we go. Five Nights at Freddy's Ultimate Collection. Yeah, Mangled...
enjoy
Meh.
the show.
Oh, yeah, the only reason I remember this is because Jacksepticeye is in it for about, like, half a minute, and then it's just a generic Nate song. I'm sorry. Obsolete, I don't even remember what that is. One Way Ticket, Madness, they're all the same. Count the Teeth, however, is one of the few songs I've ever listened to where I was so blown away with it, I had it on loop for like 3 hours straight. It was my most listened to song in that year on Spotify. I don't know, like, this is a mixed bag, honestly. Like, some of them stand out, but I never even bothered to check out the rest of his discography, so... That's in the middle. Okay, Nightcomb the Fox, don't know your stuff. Raison, I'm just gonna put you in here. George already did the funny. Rocket Gaming, I don't know you. No, get out of here. I'm not saying you suck, I just don't know your music. Here we go, last but not
Oh, that's
least.
Shadro.
Alright.
Oh, Shadow?
I actually know that. Yeah, that's Shadro, I think. Because the blonde hair, the glasses.
I had no idea. Okay, again, I've
Well,
only listened to his
maybe more,
FNaF songs, but he does some good stuff before
It
goes
It might not be him, but I'm just gonna assume because
Oh,
it
well,
matches
now I
his
gotta check.
OC.
I just
It's
realized
not his
Chris Miller's
current
not
one, I
on
think.
here.
It's not his current one, but I feel like it matches it so well that I just assume it would be.
I think you're probably right.
Yeah,
Alright,
before
I'm
it was
gonna give
like-
this one.
The acoustics on before, dude.
I will say, I didn't address this because I forgot, but actually, DJ, yeah, Nate's best songs are the Security Breach songs. Because they're not about
Yeah.
security.
They are.
They are
Yeah.
the best things to come out of Security Breach were the 3 songs. Was it 3? No, the 2 songs that Nate made after that.
Nothing.
Or I think
Oh,
actually.
To My Grave.
Because I remember,
I think
for
I
me
made
there were
4
3,
songs.
because it was those 2 and the TLT one that all kind of came out around the same time.
He made a
This
song
comes from
right
the
before
side,
he
always
left.
come back, time to move on.
He made a song called Leave Me Behind, which is basically just about how tired he is of the fandom songs. And how
Yeah.
he basically thinks it's just like an endless like factory line.
I mean, it is.
Yeah,
I think
it
that's
is.
Sadly, that is
actually-
what it has become.
I think that's actually Nate's last FNaF song.
Is it?
Yeah, he made an entire video saying how he's tired of nothing. He
Yeah, I know
he
he's
made one
kind
last
of
album
like,
before retiring from making
he just
FNaF
left.
for fans.
Yeah. Nightclub
So
the Fox created the One of Us FNaF 1 song. Oh, really?
Yeah.
I know that song. That song was kind of mid. You do okay. I'm not going to include them. It's
I
one
know that
song.
song.
I'm not going to include Raison because it's one song, you know. Alright, last ones. Stupendium. Like JT, absolute master of the arts. Not only is this guy an incredibly talented, like, musician and has, like, great people he works with, but his ability to write lyrics and not do more than, like, rhymes and have really, really fast, punchy, clever lyrics that are... It's poetry, really. Like, it's on a different level to everyone else. He writes poetry. And his video production is absolutely insane. That's probably not even relevant to this, but yeah, I absolutely love this guy. His whole brand and everything is just so iconic. Definitely one of the best. I just realized Dan Bull isn't on here. I'm pretty sure, which is a bit of a shame. I don't know if this is his logo, maybe. I'm not as familiar with this stuff, but yeah. Last but not least is Tried Ninja. You know, this beat is looking pretty empty. I'm gonna put him up there, but not just because it's pretty empty. Okay. What is it?
I think one of these guys actually might be Dan Bull? Question mark.
Let me look up his logo. I'll go find his YouTube.
It's like
This is the problem. I don't recognize their logos.
It looks kind of similar to one of them.
Yeah.
Like that one.
I don't think
That's
it
what I
is
was
though.
thinking.
His
Yeah, I
has been
don't think it is,
consistent
but-
for a long time.
Yeah.
Dan Bull would go probably in one of the top 2 tiers, but I'm gonna finish this off. Triad Ninja. All right. The thing about Triad Ninja is that he was my first giggity and my favorite of all of the, you know, music artists I discovered through YouTube who made songs about FNaF and other games. He was like my go-to. It's Me was the first FNaF song I ever listened to, I think, aside from maybe the TLT 1 or 2 songs. But yeah, that one, I still listen to it. I think every single song he made from It's Me up to Goodbye was a banger in its own right and is at least C tier. However, he's made some decent songs over the course of the years with like Sister Location, Pizza Sim, and UCN. He had like 3 for UCN. I remember like one of them being particularly good. I think some of the new ones that stand out to me are Wanna Be Twisted, Don't Come Crying, which is about Circus Baby. It's actually probably the best Circus Baby song I think I've seen. I really like how she's characterized. Because they got Andrea Stormcaden on, who of course made a name for herself with Join Us for a Bite. She's brilliant. And stuff like, I don't know, I can't remember the names. But they do blur together as a thing. There's so many generic ones, which kind of took the idea of, like, Turn Back, which was alright. Or, you know, and just kind of regurgitated the same thing. In fact, I recently listened to a song called Afraid of the Dark, and I'd forgotten it because it's literally the most forgettable, crap, mediocre, like, FNaF song possible, with the most unoriginal, uninspired lyrics. But the thing that makes it stand out is that it actually brings in other people as a collaboration, and they have their own verses, which are actually really good.
That was the one song I think where I listened to and that was like actually pretty good because it actually felt different for once. It was actually kind of okay like, outside of it.
The chorus is generic Try Hard Ninja, and it's like E tier, but it's like the verses, and it has, I believe, the Stupendium, Dan Bull, and someone else whose name I don't remember. They're like S tier. Like, they're so good, and you can tell they've had a hand in writing it or written it themselves, and it, like, really works. I think Try Ninja needs to collaborate now, because I think he's run out of ideas on his own. It's just the same old thing. I think, like, collaboration will save his FNaF songs until, you know...
Or you could, like, just, you know, try branch out outside of your usual, like...
There's also
the usual, like, sound.
Because Try Ninja is one of the artists I've actually listened to pretty much everything of. Like, I know his Sonic the Hedgehog song, I know his Pokemon Go song, you know, forget Bendy and Hello Neighbor, alright? I've listened to everything. I really like his music, it's mostly consistent. There's only like 10%, which I don't listen to because it's crap. But yeah, that's the artist song. We spent a long time on this, and we're going to be spending a long time on the next one, relatively speaking, so let's get on with it.
Oh boy.
We're trying to speed around the rest of this tier list I have for the songs, and
yeah, don't worry. We're not going to go through the songs individually in the same level. I just want to generally talk about these, and I'll go last. Boylan's trying to join in once again. Yeah. So go ahead and post your song lists in collaboration, because that's what we're doing now. Corey, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Andrew Peterson. Hey man, you are guilty. Of what? Doing your mum? Like, come on, be more specific.
You didn't like FNaF. That is a crime.
I'm guilty of being a FNaF fan, guys. Being a FNaF fan and being a FNaF YouTuber like me, who also does like Minecraft and stuff, automatically makes you a kitty toucher. I'm a kitty tickler.
So true.
So true, guys. I play FNaF and stuff. Duncan, welcome to the stream, man. Everyone's suddenly joining.
Oh, nice.
Anyway, awesome. So, right, George. Talk us. Wait, no. Mac put his first. Mac's going first. I missed it. Make sure I got the right one.
Oh
Mac, you
no!
have very
What
few
a
songs on
travesty!
here.
Yeah, I only put those that I listened to, and
Yeah, I
all the
understand.
other ones.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Alright.
I
so
don't even remember half of the songs.
Go bottom to top, I guess. Talk me through
okay,
this.
so
There you go first.
Dark is Desire 2. First of all, not a FNaF song. Second of all, it's just, it's, I guess playing is the word. It's just boring. It's just so. There's just so little. There's just little taste in it. It's. I think it's one of the worst ones on this list.
I mean,
I
its
just
title
don't
is
enjoy it at all.
Darkest Desire 2. I see we've got the Help
It's-
Wanted route here. I don't even
I think
remember
it
this one.
sucks just because it doesn't feel like a song. It feels like glorified like storyboard that they put into
Yeah.
a video.
It
It just has
It feels
random
right.
segments of people just talking, like just plain talking, not even singing, not even rapping.
I'm
Just
gonna
talking.
listen to it, but I'm gonna mute the stream audio so I don't get copyrighted. This will only take a second.
Good,
I'm just
good.
gonna skip through it because I need to hear this.
Like
One moment. Okay, so that is a song. Yeah, I don't think it's as bad as you say, but it's definitely weak. Like, do you guys know what Sing Spiel is?
don't believe so.
Not really.
Nothing comes to mind.
Okay, Sing Spiel is a style of music where you basically just talk rather than sing, but it's not rap either. It can be good. This also has some really stylish big band kind of vibes. Like, this is, you know, the FNaF big band, but it's got, I don't know, orchestral elements. It feels like a very indulgent self-insert, though. Hey, Dorko,
Yeah.
really? I mean, I don't know,
Oh,
man.
that's
maybe.
right.
I-
It's so cringe. Oh, God.
I'd probably give that C tier highest. That's just, I don't understand why that even exists. Kind of like Help Wanted 2. Like, really? This is the best you can do?
So-
You produce Fetch, but you're also doing this? Man.
It feels so like
Hilarious.
awkward. Like this is not something you want to listen to.
Yeah. It's probably one of those songs that's better with the video, because it accompanies the video as the main
Yeah.
thing. I don't know. Anyway, but Mac. Alright.
Okay.
No likey. 5 more nights in Darkest Desire? Oh,
Okay, so
Oh, I have
Nights?
Darkest, I have
I-
Darkest Desire in those as well.
So 5 more nights. I actually wanted to give it C, but it's kind of the reason why it's so low is because it feels more like a repeat of the first song. The lyrics are changed and the instruments, there are different instruments of course, but it still feels like the same kind of deal. That's why the second one is in D
But
and
Mac,
second is in B.
it's just like the game. It's faithful to FNaF 2 being a rushed mess that
No way.
copy-pasted FNaF 1. Also, guys, it has the lyrics, "Hey kids, you like violence?" That's the opening line. It's so good. I love that
Well,
he
I
kept that in
can-
the remix like 5 years later as well with the
Yeah, I
the
can
mashup.
argue with
was
that one,
so good.
That just feels like everything FNaF now. Like, hey kids, do you like violence?
Honestly, though, this one, you remember, this came out so early. This was before that became like a... This thing did it first, so it's, you know. Yeah, alright, it's
Alright.
it's one of the weaker JT ones. It is fairly generic, but it's oozing personality. That's what I like about all of JT's early FNaF stuff. Every single one oozes personality. He does voices. You can hear it's not Skull singing. It's Freddy Fazbear. It's the puppet. You could I don't know, man. I engage with it on that level, but yeah. Continue.
Alright.
Sorry.
So, that is I one.
Violence.
This is a bit of a tough one because I think it's mid. It's alright. It's okay. But ranking it actually, I think it goes more on D because it feels less like a song about. It feels. It's just a song about good stuff and more about and more about how should I put it? It takes less of the source materials than I would like it to.
I understand. I think George correctly identified earlier as well. If you think about the chorus, like the lyrics are just trying too hard to rhyme without actually saying anything.
But
yeah.
But what I will say is that the actual song, the part of the song where it goes, where the title drop is,
Yeah.
that's actually where I actually really enjoyed that part of the song.
I think it's a good tune, but the lyrics are weak. I mean, Dehusa is a good
Yeah.
producer, and Dorko is a decent. Well, he has the vision, but it's like between them, you don't have that, musical artistry that makes some of the others so strong. Anyway, so in C tier, you got
okay.
another Five Nights. I don't know Afton Family, but Purple Guy Remastered, Crawling.
I didn't like it, alright?
That pains me. They're bangers. I still listen to these.
Like it. I'm sorry.
I
But
listened to that song actually. I haven't listened to it in years.
I'll never forget the intro of another Five Nights. Ha 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 ha! It's time, my friends, to rise again. Sorry, it's funny. It's funny. It's a bit of a meme song, but yeah.
yeah.
You just thought these were mediocre, then? No comment.
Yeah. Though I do
Afton
gotta
Family
say,
is just that's very mediocre.
I do gotta say, Crawling is kind of memorable for me since it was one of the first fan songs
Honestly,
I really enjoyed.
I think Crawling is peak CG5. Like, for me, that is his definitive song. It isn't, like, the best entwined with, I guess, like, the story, but it gives you the general vibe, and the rhythm is excellent. I don't know. Yeah. Alright.
So yeah, these are all just mediocre. Then we go into this is where it was kind of tough.
I find it strange that
Into
B
the
is
Pit.
average, not C, but go on. I know you didn't make that.
Into the Pit, it's good, but it suffers a bit from the same problems as Darkest Desires, where it doesn't feel like the lyrics were that in tune with the source material, though I only more or so heard about Into the Pit and didn't actually read the full thing, so I might be wrong.
It was like you have like Die in a Fire, which I think is pretty clear. I mean, it's from the perspective from the dead children, so
Easily
I'm sure
the
they would
weakest
want.
TLT song, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
Okay.
Well, it kind of is, but it's not horrendous. But, oof.
Then there's I Got No Time remix, which is good, but I personally didn't personally like listen to it every day. I just listen to it when I remember it. It's a meh song.
Are these just unmemorable to you? I assume Count the Waves suffers from the same problems. And like it or not, I thought
Count the Waves.
forgettable.
Count the Waves is more so between the A and B, because I think it's one of the best Dafko
Okay.
songs is made, but it's still, but still there are some problems with it.
Hmm.
Then 5 Long Nights, I've already talked about it.
Yeah.
Now Hiring at Freddy's.
This
it's
disappoints
good.
me, honestly.
It's
That one
memorable.
was so good.
Die in the Fire. Okay. So it's time to die. It's kind
Honestly,
of
I understand this, actually. I think it's the weakest of DA Games
a mix
songs.
between it's good, but the lyrics are just
Yeah.
weird. Like there's one of the song where Ryan just swears out of nowhere for some reason. It's just weird.
Have you listened to DA Games? He swears a lot. That's kind of part of his, brand.
Really?
Yeah. Maybe not exclusively in his FNaF songs, because I think after that he learned not to do that in the FNaF songs, because the kiddies will get upset.
Yeah,
But if you
think
listen to
most
any of his
the-
original music, it's a lot of swearing.
Well, actually, I haven't listened that much to his original music, so right.
But yeah, the thing is, I think that one's more generic, and the lyrics are a bit meh because it was like before the game released, or as the game released. But it has a great middle section where he's like counting the hours and stuff. It's great.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Like it or not, once again, pretty good. I like it, but still not that memorable.
Like it or not,
It's me. It's me. It's a classic, and it was very hard for me to choose between B and A, but I decided on B because I think it's
Oh.
because I think it just it doesn't come on the same tier as the songs in A tier. I think it's still pretty weak in some aspects, so I put it in B instead of an A.
I think, like it or not is like the one song that immediately comes to mind when I think of CG5. I don't know what it is about it.
Yeah.
It's just,
Yeah,
it's just very unique for some reason.
So, what's so epic about the A tier then, Mac? You got your... I don't know some of these, but...
Alright, so I can't fix you. I think this might be one of the hotter takes in this tier list.
Hmm.
I really, really like I Can't Fix You. It's not the best, but it's a really good, fast-paced song with these instruments that match with each other. It's just one of the more memorable The Living Tombstone songs
Yeah.
for me.
Fair enough.
Okay, Creeping Towards the Door. I haven't listened to this in a while, but I remember most of how it goes, and it's just one of the more original fun songs from that time. I think it just has more of that more uniqueness. When it was from the time it was released. So I think it's. So when I picked it, I immediately thought, oh yeah, this is an A tier.
Nice. Also, Donny Productions. Yo, what's good, man? Nice to see you. Thank you for joining. We are doing some tier lists. Max just telling us about his songs right now. Behind the Mask, I don't know what that is, and yeah, I'm looking forward to Corey's video. There is a lot to talk about here. Mac, you don't have to go through them individually. We are tight on time, so...
Yeah, okay, so I got no time. You can type. Definitely, they're good. They're good, but overall, I think they're better. Cha-cha.
Finale is an absolute banger, yeah. And Dream Your Dream, oh.
Yeah. Dream Your Dream is amazing. It is one of my favorites.
Mm.
I didn't put
perfect.
S because because once again they're better. But the Remerton is an amazing piece of music, and I think it really deserves the A.
Mm.
Then there We Are the Phantoms, which it's so the actual music behind it. I think that's what I really like about it. The kind of I think the artist chiptune kind of
Honestly, I don't
style of
remember the
music.
original. I only remember CG5's remake, which was so much better. I thought the original was crap, to be honest.
Yeah,
You've rated it
We Are
quite
the
highly.
Oh yeah,
Phantoms.
agreed. If it was here, then I would have already put it in S,
Yeah.
but it wasn't. So
I just think the lyrics are uninspired, which were actually changed by CG5, and you know the. I don't even remember the
yeah.
original sound. I don't remember it.
Isn't it like We Are the Phantoms, we will harm you, we will kill you? Like
Yeah,
that generic?
it's not even true. They don't kill you. They can't. It's so
Yeah.
bad.
Yeah, but
It just
well,
feels like
I think
that
the
type of
music is.
nostalgia.
Yeah. By the way, before we continue, Boyon seems to have actually made it to voice chat. How you doing, mate?
Oh,
You here? You alright?
hi.
Good. How are y'all? I hope
There
for
he
cutting
is.
out. My Wi-Fi is not really that good right now.
Hi.
Hopefully sound okay.
I understand. We'll see your messages in chat anyway. Thanks for joining. We'll look at your list when we're done with Max. So, follow
Right.
me. I think that one's a banger,
Follow
but it's not
me.
S tier.
Y'all can
Oh,
hear me,
I
right?
don't really have anything
Yeah.
to say about it. It's just good.
Alright, and what about the top tier? We've got the big band stuff,
Okay.
which I'm not familiar with. I haven't listened to those, I don't think.
It's chill.
So the first FNaF song with the big band version, it's one of the most impressive songs, but it's not as impressive as the one that they made after, which I'm gonna talk about when I get to it.
Hmm.
Then there's Join Us for a Bite, which is a classic. It's just literally one of JT
Yeah.
Music's best, in
That's
my opinion.
so, like, popular. It's a TikTok sound. People don't even know where it's from. Like,
Oh my
that's how
God.
popular it is.
Oh god, what? Really?
That's not news. It's been a TikTok sound for
It
years.
was.
People were using it in the background without actually knowing about it, you know, for a long
Oh,
time.
that's
It was
same.
security big
Most people
typo
didn't
boom
know it was a
thinking.
FNAF song.
Brought FNaF back into the mainstream. Yeah.
Yeah, Join Us for a Bite is a classic, and
It's
it
excellent.
deserves to be one since it is one of the best FNAF songs ever. Um, then we have Labyrinth, which I put it in A because of just I don't know what to even say about it. It's just really well crafted. The lyrics, the gas.
Mm. It
This
perfectly
is just
fits
one of
Pizza Sim.
Dafco's.
I
This
love
is
how
one
many
of
people got on that. Yeah.
Actually,
But-
I think Labyrinth and Love It or Not actually carry over actually very unique sounds for CG5. Like, it doesn't
Yeah,
really carry
that
over
too.
too much of the original like sounds he uses. Like the usual vocals he uses, it's barely even in Labyrinth. Actually,
Yeah.
Yeah. But like I was saying, I know I took a lot about Dafco in this list, but in my opinion, this is one of Dafco's better sounding. This is
Yeah.
a song where Dafco better sounds because I don't really like him rapping that much. I like the style he's going for in Labyrinth rather than most of his original songs. It's overall a very well crafted FNAF song that really encaptures the energy of FFPS and its ending.
Yes.
Yeah. And yeah, it's been so long, big band version. While one of the most recent, I think this is the most recent song on this list, and it's really good. It sounds out. It comparing to most of the other ones. This beats most of them by a mile. it's been so long. Big Bang Person just has this really smooth instruments. It's just so jazzy. There's nothing I can dislike about it. It's just really good.
Yeah.
Then
Also,
there's They
just
Come.
let's see, chat. Yeah, the adverts are working. YouTube's introduced a new feature. The longest period of time I can set between adverts is 30 minutes, guys. I'm sorry, but this might improve ad revenue a little bit. I'm just saying. Tierlists are always class. Anyway, so yeah, so Stay Calm. Is
Stay
that right
Calm
too?
now. I put it here because it's one of young me, baby Mark, used
Baby man.
to listen to this so much.
Little
It
baby
is
man.
one of it's I basically looking at this with nostalgia state in the glasses, you know. It's just one of the FNaF songs that really stuck with me and that I hold dear to heart because of how much because of how young I listened to it. It's one, so I put it up because of just how many good memories I have with it.
Yeah, I mean, it's got a pretty nice, unique sound. It's a bit comic with like the lyrics and stuff and the voices they do. And I remember the kind of like it's like an old record player sound effect in the background.
Yeah.
Corey, that's fine.
What?
You guys
It's fine.
use ad blockers. Go ahead. It's fine.
Left Behind. Left Behind
Yes.
is, in my opinion, the third, my third most favorite DA games song. It's just the lyrics are just literally taken from the source material, despite somehow the fact that this song was released before Sister Location, which is wild.
Yeah.
The music, it's just very loud, but it's also very, how should I say it? It just fits with the theme of baby and Ennard and how they're trying to get out of the facility using Mike. You know, it just really fits that whole game. This is like, in my opinion, the Sister Location theme.
Damn.
Yeah, I really like this song.
Fair enough.
Then we have It's Been So Long. I won't talk as much about it. It's good. It's a classic. And there are some things that I don't like, but I think it's better than most of the other songs on the still list.
Yeah. Wow.
Then
Fair enough.
we have my favorite DA games song,
Yes.
Break My Mind, which is just totally. It is just one of the best FNaF songs. No, it is the best FNaF song.
You're
that
gonna
there is
give it
right
the
now.
title. I can agree with that. I think there are other contenders, but like it is perfect.
Yeah.
Everything about it. My God, the music,
Listen, the-
instrument choices, the arrangement, structure, harmonies, melody, singing, lyrics. Yeah.
Yeah. It's just
There's
literally
nothing about that song
perfect.
I did thought was below. That was average. Never mind bad. There was nothing about it I thought was average. Which is I can only say it for a few songs, and then of course you got.
I needed to put that. I needed to put this in
Yeah.
S because it's a classic. It's the first FNaF song, and for the first FNaF song, it's really good. I don't think it's still as good as Break My Mind, but I still wanted to put it so high because of just how memorable it is and how and for its time and how the other FNaF songs. It just inspired so many other creators
It
to make
did.
their own FNaF song. It'd be a sin, not really, but it would shock me if somebody put this below A at least.
It's a really solid song. I think it captures FNaF 1's vibe, and yeah, I think anyone could have done the first FNaF song, so I'm really glad the first one is actually memorable.
So yeah, that's my list.
Great list. Alright, Boyon, now that you're actually here in chat, do you want to talk us through yours, rather than type out your thoughts, since you're here? What have we got here? Boyon, hello? Are you here? Dude. It's not showing chat.
He was gassed. He was kidnapped and used those and
he's been
gas
taken,
on
guys.
William After.
It could be his connection
He's being
problems.
experimented on.
Yeah, he's been experimenting on, guys. Yeah.
Trying to test out the fear levels.
He's been kidnapped
Dude,
by
type out your thoughts
for his
connection
bad FNaF chip take.
For real, yeah. He imploded, guys. Well, that's an interesting one anyways. I actually don't know closing time, but the rest of these... He actually put Darkest Desire to it spreading in good. C. Okay, C and B are the wrong way around. Is this the right tier list? I just noticed C and B are backwards.
You said Darkest Desire and Darkest Desire 2 are in the right spot. They're supposed to swap.
Yeah. Alright, I'm not gonna worry about this. He just left voice chat. We couldn't hear him, so... George, talk us through yours. You have some interesting tier names.
Yeah, so...
Sounds like a glitching mic. Yeah, that's Max mic. I don't know what that noise is.
The Mimic?
Really? Is it glitching?
It sounds like a fly buzzing.
So is that the Mimic is basically just...
Can I be heard? Is it good?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
It's fine now. I don't hear the sound. Yeah, sorry. Is that the Mimic?
Is that the Mimic is basically just from FNaF's stream where he played the DLC and just kept calling everything the Mimic? Like, is that Broom the Mimic? So basically it's just generic, boring, uninteresting.
Clever.
Then when he actually found the Mimic, he just said, "Is that Minecraft Steve?"
Oh,
so, yeah, that's just like,
the Minecraft Seal's just slightly better, but still average.
Yeah, it's still kind of average, but it has its own like feeling to it, at certain points.
Oh man.
So yeah, I'll just start at the bottom. Astray. It's everything I hate about fandom songs. Overly glitchy. You can't hear anything. There's basically no vocals.
Outer space with a cookage. Yeah, I've never heard that one, and I have no desire to.
Yeah.
Okay, Boyon, you're lagging too much. I'll still tag in the description, even if your voice chat was lagging, dude. Thanks for the tier list.
I've already talked about Darkest Desire at length.
Yes.
Revision is basically just Scratton, but slightly better. Or the one at bottom, slightly better. Lights On is by the Jonachrome number 2, so that already puts it down a bit, but
yeah,
it's just another generic song. The Angry Piggy remixes are so bad. They're it takes all of the charm away from the original songs and just like eats it all up, just gone.
I eated it.
I eated it all.
Yeah.
Count the Ways is kind of just boring, so. Yeah, and then Mimic is self-explanatory. All of them are really...
What have we not talked about? Disconnected. Kind of surprises me that it's here.
Wait.
Kind of.
Oh, yeah. I don't know. I just found it, like... It's just the Tryhard Ninja, like, brand, kind of. Where it's the generic sound. There's nothing that I can really call out about it that's like... Oh yeah, I really like this part of it. It's like
because like a song about Henry, hardly anyone's done that, but it is the generic sound. So yeah, I would agree with most of these. Fetch and Break the Cycle. That one hurts, man. Break the Cycle's like one of my favorites. I didn't think that one was generic at all.
Yeah.
I mean,
it's alright. I don't hate it.
Yeah.
It's just like nothing really interesting to me. Like lot of Tryhard Ninja songs are in here like that.
Yeah,
Just
fair enough.
you know.
Dance to Forget could have been so good, but I listened to it and I was like, yawn.
Yeah.
Like, come on, man, you took one
Yeah,
of like
it's
the most
very
interesting secondary characters of the series and just like Fast Bear
And
Friends.
then
Alright.
we B
Is that
tier,
Minecraft
which
Steve?
is that Minecraft Steve? Afraid of the Dark is barely in B tier just because of the rap song aspect to it, which is actually
Yes.
very good. It was
That's
like
the
that
thing.
for all of
It's like part of it's like really good, part of it's really bad. So yeah, it averages. I get you.
Yeah. Pretty much nobody's heard of this song. It's just kind of
At
I like
Sister
the
Location.
vocals.
What a title.
Yeah.
Donnie,
it literally just
JT
meant-
Machinima, yes, agreed. Extremely nostalgic. Sorry, but
at Sister Location, literally like the middle of the song, it just says Sister Location. Like they want to be TLT so bad.
bruh.
And
Sorry, I just want to catch up with chat because we've got some great messages. Why does it sound like a mosquito? It sounds funny. I don't know. But yeah, go back on the stream. We literally couldn't hear you, dude. I'm sorry. Do send over your tier list though. And yes, reminder to everyone to improve your posture right now and hydrate. Guys, we're just going to run through. No break. If you need to go AFK, just come and go. Yeah, but do as he says. That's good advice. Anyways.
the rest of this is so you have the Into the Pit song, which was just kind of the thing that introduced me to Kyle on, so it's a bit higher, but it's still kind of the generic sound he uses, where it's just like it's just explaining what's going on screen, which isn't bad. It's just kind of annoying because it's not something you'd listen to because it really matches with a music video, not just like genuine song. Everything else is kind of just the same. Like it's good. It has some good aspects, but nothing crazy. The middle ground though is like it has one really defining aspect to it, but it's not banger level. It's like it's not that crazy.
It's like you want to like it, but you can't. This is interesting. This is very different from my tier list, but I respect it.
I Can't Fix You in there just because I think it really needs to be more chaotic. Like people talk about how chaotic the song is, but it's really not that. It feels very
like
chill. If
specific
anything.
parts of it, yeah.
I actually have Bad Rabbit up there, which I don't think anyone really remembers at all.
Yeah, I had to listen back to that one, and that is going to be one of the most bland, generic THN songs, in my opinion.
Yeah, the only reason it's up there really is just because the electric guitar that comes in sometimes is really like ups the song a bit for me.
Yeah.
It's very cool. Got No Time remix. It's alright.
I think that actually worsens the song, to be honest. I think the original was better.
Yeah. Yeah, that's most remixes, honestly. But Expectations, one AR song like ever made.
There's an AR song. I had no idea what that was. I gotta listen to that.
Yeah.
I'm curious. How would you make a song about FNaF AR? What?
Yeah. Deep Inside, I love. It's not technically speaking a good song, but I love the like 2014, 2015 glitchy voice, nostalgia.
Yeah, it's alright.
It doesn't go half and half with it either. It just goes full, like, all in with that voice. And it very much fits. Hold on, one sec.
Into the Pit remix.
The what?
DJ's talking about a remix of Into the Pit he heard today. He thought it was pretty decent. Anyway,
So,
continue.
It's been so long, pretty self-explanatory. It's really good, it's kind of been like, it's been like done to death to the point where I just don't really care for it anymore.
Yeah.
Like, it's good.
So these are the bangers right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's very good. I like the vocals. I think it's very good in vocal range. And the lyrics are pretty solid as well, even though it's a bit fanficky. I'm the purple guy. Kind of the same thing, sort of, just without the fanficky part. It's just very good. I don't really know what else to say about it. It's really nice to listen to.
Fair enough.
Like it or not, though, I think this is one of these songs where CG5 actually like really branched out in terms of sound. It's not very overcomplicatedly in terms of production. the opening I just love the very like calm nature to it, even though it's literally meant to be around the entire pizza place just burning to the ground, because that's how it kind of feels with the tycoon mixed with the regular office gameplay, because there's always a
Yeah.
sense of dread when you go into the tycoon, because you know you have to always just enter the office like right after, like instantly. And then I'll just speedrun these next few. To My Grave just sounds great. Dying in a Fire. I don't know why I put Dying in a Fire so high. I think it's like the vocals as well. But yeah, that's pretty good. Can You Survive? Pretty fun. Kind of JT music situation. Where it's really fun, has lots of personality. It's not great.
I
Bringing
don't
Us
take it
Home.
seriously. Bring Us Home's a banger in my opinion, just straight up. It was just called the FNaF 4 song for a while. That name only came about when the SFMs started up in like 2019 or later.
Daddy's Little Monsters had, again, just crazy good vocals, and was actually a very good song for like characterization, actually. That's what I do for some of these songs. Like,
I don't remember
if it
that
was
much.
good characterization for it, then yeah. We Are Aware, just kind of a banger, honestly.
It was very unique.
Just really,
Delvando didn't
really
do
catchy.
much.
Oh yeah, he didn't really. Actually, he might be on that music tier list, and we just didn't know. Labyrinth, same thing as Like It or Not, just kind of like upped a lot because I prefer the tone of it a bit more. No More, Nate, so obvious bias, but
No More is
again,
good.
it sounds really good. Also, it ties a lot to the source material, which is a nice change of pace for Nate. For You is, again, a very good characterization along with the puppet song. They sound good, but they also are... Dude, that one song is actually a lot better than characterizing Vanny than Security Reach ever did. Because there is no characterization.
Not exactly an achievement, but sure, yeah.
Yeah. Back Together was really fun. Stipendium, like everything Stipendium.
It was like his
super
chance
fun.
to do a FNaF 1 song almost. He got to do the main characters in the original games. That was quite nice. And Puppet
feels like an
song,
actual
of
party
course.
song as well.
Yeah, that too.
Before
Again, so much
acoustic,
personality.
huge acoustics fan.
So this
Just an
Discord
attraction
shouldn't
goes.
even be a FNaF song, but it's at the top.
Yeah, yeah, it's kind of hyperbole, but it's more like I could absolutely just like put this away from what like FNaF is. Maybe
That's
cut a few lyrics,
better.
change them, and then just listen to them easily.
I mean, there is something to be said
And a few
about
of the
how
lower songs
a good
do fit
song
that description, but
can transcend its context. It's like if a song
it's like
isn't
banger,
strictly
like,
FNaF, you can apply
like
it to other things. That's
Sweet
quite
Dreams could absolutely be cut. Sweet Dreams could absolutely be cut. Dream Your Dream could be cut from FNaF.
impressive. Yeah,
Home,
it's about
Break My Mind.
Yeah. Just reading chat, by the way.
Sweet.
Good choices, Backer Junior. And yeah, fan game songs are a thing. DJ has already said. Yeah, there's a few out there. Not many, but there are a few.
Also, I just noticed how like all of the FNaF 3 songs are in S tier.
Well, I mean,
There's
that's how it be. I think
Yeah.
FNaF 3 and 4 generated the best
Balloon.
songs. I don't know.
Yeah.
Because a lot of the
Such a
FNaF 3
location
stuff
that
is
speak
like
to
the peak of the story and the lore, and the kind of conclusion of the narrative. Like, it's just a really interesting premise. And FNaF 4 is a great premise for non-FNaF songs, because there's all kinds of things you can do relating to nightmares. Just conceptually.
Total Insecurity was just an absolute banger outside of the amazing animation I adore. Balloons is actually like Rando Pony's one song where I can say, like, yeah, that's absolutely an amazing piece of music. His other work is fine, kind of. Our Little Horror Story and Salvage are kind of self-explanatory, because,
Yeah.
I mean, if you haven't listened to them, you probably should.
Yeah.
And then I put the
Bangers, good
FNaF song
lyrics,
up there,
yeah.
but I put the FNaF song up there just because how can it not be a FNaF song? How can it shouldn't be a FNaF song if it's How do you do that with that song?
Exactly. It is the definitive FNaF song. Oh my god, hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Guys, I think someone else might be joining us.
No way.
No way. Real. Okay, he's not joined yet. But anyway,
Ooh.
so,
Impossible. I can't believe it.
guys, it's him.
Oh my god.
Ethan, accept my
Legend.
invitation.
William Afton?
Yeah, William
Did he
Afton,
come
guys,
back
real.
again?
He came back. He came all over me, guys. He came on my back. What?
Matt Trap? Matt Trap?
Wow, whoa. Hold up. Wait a minute. Also, Corey's here. What is happening?
Oh.
Hello? Do I need to give you a roll or something?
No
That's
way.
how it works.
Oh!
The British man.
Ethan
The
and
British
Corey
man.
just joined, both of them at the same time. Hello, boys. How you doing?
Nice.
How you doing? I'm
Hello,
doing great.
I'm fucking dead.
Oh, that's unfortunate. I hate being dead.
I've been
Same.
Me too.
to London. For
Nice.
7 hours and my legs are dead.
Oh, man. Long day out, huh? I get that. Guys, if you don't know
Yep.
who this is, I don't know what to tell you, but I will tag him in the description.
I won't even
both of
bother
these
explaining.
guys. But yeah, welcome. Welcome. How do you do? You alright, Corey?
I do
I'm
fine.
doing great. I woke up this morning with coffee. I cleaned up the kitchen a little bit. I feel good.
Okay, so many people just haven't turned up today, so I gotta like clean up this description. Dude, Beggu joined for like a minute and then left. I don't know what's up with that. Let me get y'all in here. The music keeps pausing for some reason. Like it's stopped playing for like ages. I'm so sorry.
It happened.
E F G H I J K. Yeah. But yeah, everyone should be tagging the description now. Guys, we are already up to the music tier list. So we can go back and do some of yours at the end maybe. But
I don't
just
listen to
finished.
FNaF music, so that tier list will be irrelevant.
you're missing out.
Yes, you do. What do you mean?
Anyway,
Right?
alright, but we're going to move on to mine now. I'm just going to get this bit done. So, FNaF music, right? We've already talked about artists. We've already said a lot. So I'm going to keep this simple, alright? These are ones I haven't heard of. Okay, so I had some fun tier names for this one. In the F tier, my ears are bleeding. You've got No More Cake, 5 Nights Only by Rumi, a hilariously bad song, legendary. CG5 remade it, and it was actually kind of good. And then all of the bullshit that CK90's produced. Like, Funtime Dance Floor has to be one of the worst things this fanbase has ever created. It's actually just... It makes me cringe. There's also the video, which makes it even worse. But it's such a lazy, uninspired, you know... You know how there's, like, shovelware for games? There's got to be a version up for music. Like, shovel tune? I don't know. It has no melody. It has no harmony. I can barely remember the others. But yeah, it's really weird. CK90 made one good song and then decided to make like 20 sister location songs that all have the same generic sound. In the E crap tier, I will admit that Can You Survive by Raison is not a good song. I was listening to it on repeat because it was a bit of an earworm for like 5 minutes. And then I looked at it objectively and thought, this is just lazy. It's just bad. It's poorly put together, very generic chord sequence. Die in a Fire is just crap. I don't like the melody, I don't like the vocals, and a lot of, you know, the other stuff here. Revenge by Zombie Wars SMT and Raison, similar to Can You Survive, just very generic sound, painful, and Triad Ninja sadly has a bunch down here as well, because they're just so bland, and the lyrics are so uninspired. In D tier, we got the Kinda Sucks thing. We got Manda Pony's, you know, stuff. We got more Try Hard Ninja. Just a bunch of ones that just are unmemorable to me. He's a Scary Bear by Fandroid. I don't know why Griffinilla changed into Fandroid, because they're just worse in every way. Fandroid, I want to enjoy it, but it's such bland music. I don't know. Griffinilla had a lot more charm, I think, even though they had much fewer songs. This is probably a bit of a hot take, but I actually think it's been so long it is mediocre. I don't know. The topic of it being a complete fan fiction is one element of that, but I also just found the kind of melody to be very forgettable. Same with Like It or Not. Mangled is the worst Nate song. It's the only one that's actually not good, and I already talked about We Are the Phantoms. Again, Dehusta,
I
Dorko,
forgot
that
Mangled
kind of
was the
stuff
song.
is here. Yeah, man. Yeah. One of Us by Night Cove the Fox, the only one I know. I just think, again, it's what you said earlier about the singing. It's not good. It's forced, and it's not bad, but these are the mid songs. There's a lot of Try Hard Ninja here. Fully, I admit that. Groundbreaking as well. It's got a few entries. You got like Don't Hold It Against Us. I don't dislike it, but again, a lot of this is very forgettable. Let Me Through, Make Your Move. These songs are like slow, but in a way that kind of lacks energy. Also, I Can't Fix You and Left Behind are both here. I think I Can't Fix You is pretty overrated. It does some pretty cool stuff, but it never resonated with me. I still don't really understand the song, to be honest. And the same goes for Left Behind. Left Behind was made before Sister Location came out, which was a bit of a gamble, and that gamble did not go through because it's not one of those examples where it's like, oh, transcends FNaF. It's like, I don't see how any of this has anything to do with the game. The sound is like, I don't know, it's just kind of bland to me. All the guitars drown out the vocals, and I don't know, the melody doesn't stick with me. So Never Be Alone was just kind of mid to me. Groundbreaking's The Mangle sucked. Synthetic Agony, this is a very obscure one, and I was surprised to see it on here, because I looked at this and I had a memory from like years ago awaken. I don't remember when I last listened to this, because this is ancient. This was a FNaF 2 song made in like December of 2015. It was actually rushed out on the day of release by Muse of Discord. It is the only song that I know they've done, and it's very weird. I don't hate it, but it's like the singing is like a bad impression of David Bowie. It's really, really dragged out. It's 7 fucking minutes long. It's way too long, and it's just a bit pretentious. It has some good moments, but it takes forever to build up. In the B tier, we finally get into the memorable stuff, okay? We got the JT Music and Stupendium hits. We got Crawling by CG5, you know? I did put Darkest Desire here. I thought it was good. The first one. I thought it was memorable. You Can't Escape Me by CK9C is the only thing from him which actually made it here, and it's a bit of a shame. But you got stuff like We Are Aware by Dolvando, you know, Turmoil by Dehusta. They'll Find You by Griffinilla is excellent, really stylish. Same with Stay Calm. Again, a lot of just like good songs. They do their job. Even Lots of Fun, the FNaF 6 song that Tried Ninja rushed out within 48 hours of the game release. And I would consider this the first bland, generic THN song which kind of established the trend of repetitive stuff. It's alright. But then we get to the bangers. In A tier, you've got stuff like After Hours, which I'd completely forgotten, and I listened to it again, and I was like, oh my god, this is on par, if not better than some of his other stuff. 1 second, my dad just walked in. Sorry about that, just had to check on family business. Almost done here, let me just rush through this list, because time's ticking. So the real difference here is that the B tier songs are the songs I listen to when I put my FNaF playlist on shuffle. The A tier songs are the songs I regularly listen to. Mostly. Like, you got Dorko's Fetch song here. You've got a lot of Tried Ninja's early stuff, like the Puppet song, Just an Attraction. Halloween at Freddy's remix is slept on. They added a whole new verse. It's great. I think Salvage Rage is actually a lot better than you would expect it to be, and Don't Forget is one of the less generic Try Ninja songs. It's got a meaningful premise, I think, with the lyrics. Don't Come Crying, I mentioned. The End by Oreo. Really sad that this got taken down. Apparently there was some kind of copyrighted sound effect, and there was never any effort to kind of release it, or re-release it, or remake it without that. This song you can't access anymore. The video is taken down. It's not on Spotify. It's been years since I've listened to it, but I still remember it. It goes hard. The Flip Side by Griffinilla is something that I've put on loop, and most of the Aviator stuff is here. Basically, All of Aviators is here in A, and then in S you've got the Techno Cinema remixes, which elevate them to a whole other level. I didn't mention I Will Not Be Moved. DA Games' FNaF World song has no right to be as good as it is. It's a surprise. We talked about Salvage. Nothing Remains by Andrew Stein. Just this one song that came out of nowhere about Pizza Sim, and I thought it was a Nate Wants to Battle song at first, because it's got a very similar tone. And the lyrics are just incredible. Like, how does the chorus go? Buried in metal and a million memories. The temperature is rising to 1,000 degrees. It's just excellent. And then in the S tier, we've got the goated songs. These are the ones which I would consider just the best of the best in general. You've got Break My Mind, Break the Cycle, Bring Us Home. Built in the 80s. Really nice overview of the FNaF franchise at the time. Dream Your Dream. You've got the OG Living Tombstone songs, some of the older JT stuff like 5 Long Nights, the mashup, Goodbye by Triad Ninja, some of the older DA Games ones, the Techno Cinema remixes, It's Me, so many good memories with that one. Join the Party, JT's FNaF World song, I thought was actually really good, as well as his Now Hiring at Freddy's, the Pizza Sim one, because it captures the vibe. These songs are in tune with the source material while also standing out, just in terms of sound and lyrics and the meaning and the kind of impact and the resonance. Wanna Be Twisted, one of the less generic Triad Ninja ones. Definitely generic in sound, but on its own, it's actually really good. I like the twist, no pun intended, on the FNaF World. And yeah, you got like A Little Horror Story. I think the Techno Cinema remix of Mechanical Instinct is one of the best FNaF songs ever made. Like, I listen to that thing on repeat. It's crazy. I'm also realizing there is stuff missing from here, unless it's in here and I just missed it myself. Like Count the Teeth. Count the Teeth would be an S tier. Also, just to quickly look at my Spotify, there's a lot of stuff from Groundbreaking which would be filling out anywhere from A to C tier, which isn't included. I don't know why this is here. A Child Like You, even the Kyle Allen version is like a D tier. The original is actual F tier. It's garbage. I'm removing that. There's... What else has not been included? There's some newer stuff, I think, which hasn't been included. Not a Robot did some collabs with Triad Ninja. It's a Vocaloid, so you either love it or you hate it. I think it's like C tier. And yeah, these 3 songs at the bottom here, these are all S tier. Actually, this comes from inside is like A tier, but they did good. Anyway, I think that's it for FNaF songs. We don't have time to continue, so yeah, 3 hours in. Let's move on.
Fan games. If we ranked all of them.
Yeah, man, it would be crazy. So, Ethan, Corey, did you do any of the other lists from before? We did teasers, minigames, officers, FNaF 3 cams, world ships, and FNaF artists.
Well, I didn't get a chance because I was busy all day, but I might do some now.
Again, this is really for me, guys. Everyone watching and in the stream, if you want to do your own tier list, your own time, and post them on the Discord server or on the Shrine of Ambience, you're welcome to. I'm going to be doing that as well. But yeah, if you want to show off anything before we move on to fan games, because this is also going to be a fairly lengthy discussion, I feel like. Put them in collaboration.
I'm just speed running this tier list right now.
Yeah. We got like an hour, so don't panic, but yeah, we need to get moving. Because I knew music would be a long discussion, and that was worth having. Also, speaking of music, the background music keeps pausing. You could not do that, please.
It's,
there we
because
go.
you're sharing your screen on Discord.
Really? That's stupid.
Discord, yeah, it's because Spotify doesn't want, like, yeah,
And I'm playing on
songs.
YouTube.
It's a thing like that.
Oh, but it was this. I did play on Spotify.
It detects
yeah.
Discord, it doesn't detect OBS, it's weird.
Weird, alright. Go busy on my next list. Ready when you are. Tell you what, I could do fan games in the meantime. Or we could do some of the smaller ones first. We could mix up the order. You know what? I think we need a bit of time for you guys to prepare. Let's do plushies. This is a nice little one, which I can just do real quick. Just, Corey, put all of the lists previously in collaboration. So,
Alright.
Is anyone else doing plushies?
I mean, half of them will be F tier, so...
This is the problem. So I'm going to change the tier names. There's actually a good plushie. Okay, for FNaF merch. Bad. Very bad. And extremely bad. Listen, I did a stream with DJ, deep dive into plushies. FNaF merch generally is bad. It is awful. It is horrible. And most of these I can very quickly rank based on appearances, because I roughly know what the textures are and the weight and everything. Like, Wave 1 Freddy, that's actually good. Toy Bonnie, ugly, bad. That Mangle, horrible. The Mariner one's actually good. I've got that one, that's good. Springtrap is just ugly as shit. Recolor should probably be a category. The Nightmares and the Fun Times were so bad. It's sad.
They were not cooking.
Like, the way they printed on the materials, I think, like, some of these are tolerable, but they look just awful. Ennard is a different level. Ennard deserves his own tier. I gotta be fair here, actually, because these ones look okay. But there were some absolutely horrendous plushies. You know, the Blacklight recolors, man, I can burn in hell. They did not need to make so many tie-dye variants. Funko cash grab is all that is. I'm having a hard time deciding what's bad or not here. You know, these don't actually look so bad. I don't know. But yeah, this is an easy list for me. Like, these are mostly just horrible and should not exist. Like, how do you fuck up this badly with such a rich franchise? Some look really derpy. For some reason, the quality of the merch just jumped up when they did the Pizzeria Simulator stuff. Like, for some reason, it just got really good with Pizza Sim for, like, no good reason.
Yeah.
But that makes me really happy, because Pizza Sim's one of my favorite games in the franchise. Yikes.
Okay.
Some of these, though. Yeah. Again, some of these are like Sanchi as well. I think the Sanchi ones are actually better. I'm just judging on looks here.
Sanchi's ones are very good.
Sanchi actually cares about the quality of their merch, which is why they have so little in comparison. But Funko will just pump and dump.
Yeah. Because Funko just mass produces everything.
Literally, it's just... Oof, it's yikes. Jesus. What even are some of these? Like, holy crap. Look at the purple guy one. What the actual hell? Okay, that's my tier list. I'm not even going to save this one because I don't care for merch. But here's the thing. Most of it comes down to appearances, and the designs simply aren't translated effectively into some of these. I think there's a lot of FNaF characters which simply shouldn't be made into plushies. The Nightmares, for example, don't work. I don't know why they wanted to do that. I'm not sure what the hell the purple guy thing is supposed to be, or why the printing is so bad for stuff like Stanley from the novels, who, by the way, no one even knows or cares about. Things like Candy Cadet are interesting. That could have been done well, I think, but the colours are all wrong. Balloon Boy there's his face is weird, the head shape is wrong. The only good ones are the ones with an actual decent kind of like, you know, puff, I guess. They have the right kind of like shape, and they're firm in the right places, and they're soft in the right places. And they also actually look like in-universe plushies, or at least have like a decent, you know, design. And they aren't just like an eyesore, like they have a nice, you know, color palette and textures and everything. But like, most FNaF merch sucks, so I'm surprised to see such a large top tier, but Pizza Sim really carried, and the Sanchi really carried. That's my flush tier list. Nice. So, Kari, what have you got for us? Ooh, we got a few. Boylan's got a fan game tier list. We'll get onto that. We'll do fan games in a minute, 'cause that's a big one. Balloon Boy has his own tier. I love that the angry looking Chica's in S. Like, it's such a bad looking plush, but I kind of see the appeal of it. This is just a quick ranking. I think obviously the Sanchi one's better, but it's kind of cute. This is an agreeable tier list. Nightmare Cupcake, yeah, not so bad. Would bake in a cake. Would not get. It exists, I guess. It makes me happy. I worship it every night. It's spelt with an O, not an A, unless it's in another American spelling.
No, I quickly typed it.
Yeah. But honestly, good list, mate. I'm a bit disappointed with some of the B tiers, but at least you didn't say they were bad. Like, Exotic butters in... Oh, but that's just saying you wouldn't get it. That's different. Like, yeah, it's not a bad plush, but you wouldn't get it. That's fine. If I was ranking by what I would actually get, it would literally be none of them. Like, there are I think the only ones I'd genuinely be interested in getting are maybe some of the high-quality Sanshi stuff, which is no longer available. At least to my knowledge.
Yeah, take it as you will.
Baseless. We don't need to spend time on this. Okay, boys. Ethan's gone. Ethan left. Ethan literally created some of these lists, and he said it's
The
gone.
British man.
Well, I was hoping to do the custom night ones because he made that one, but he's gone. I'll come back to that one. All right. Is it time for fan games? I think it's time for fan games.
I think my tier list is just about done, so yeah.
I have a big list for this. We'll get into it. If you've done a fan game list, I'll look at Boyon's first. He sent 2. Is this the same thing, or did he change something?
There we
It's
go.
the same thing. Okay. So Boyon, tell me in chat about your list. And just to respond to chat, because I haven't said hi in a while. Why do a lot of the Estes songs start with the letter B? Dude, I don't know. Honestly, it was a weird coincidence. I was going through it alphabetically, and I was like, all these songs starting with A are like mid. All the songs starting with B are bussin'. I don't know. 5 Long Nights. Yeah, Donnie, you got taste, man. Livy, speedrun making some tier lists. Is that an exotic butter plushie? Can you imagine eating a plush stick of exotic butter to someone? It would be so random. That's the thing, you can take out the individual sticks. That plushie's actually pretty cool. DJ, you're not missing much. I don't have much to say about plushies that we didn't already discuss, but feel free to make your own. Everything's linked in the description, guys. Alright, Donnie, I'll see you around, mate. Have a good one. There is a stream tomorrow. Feel free to check back. I might not have timestamps, but I will be posting on my list somewhere. What I might do, guys, is put them all on Imgur, so you guys, and like community post it, so you can all access it, because I do want these on show. Anyway, so this is Boyon's fan game tier list. Bro does not rank Five Nights with 39 or Fuckboys, the meme games. It's interesting that they have the official FNaF games here for comparison. I excluded them because I wasn't really using the same criteria. I don't want this to be comparable to my actual tier list on those, because I will get roasted, and I will massively change my mind. Interesting that Day Shift at Freddy's 1 is in S tier with the Joy of Creation, but Day Shift at Freddy's 3 is in B tier? Like, really? Day Shift 3 was such an improvement on the first two. Super FNaF, Anime is Hell, Flunties 1. This is a weird list, I'm not gonna lie. Like, why is Tycoon Sons and Candy's Remastered and Teelaland in B?
Candy's...
I'm confused by this. I want to know what the logic was. Like, why specifically Day Shift 2? How come Day Shift 3 is below 1 and 2, man? Interesting list, I guess. Alright. While he's typing in chat, George, you're up. I know you're big on fan games. You're one of those guys. Creeper said he'd be here, but he wasn't, and he's big on fan games. I think he made this list. I'm not sure.
I have a few interesting takes that I don't see a lot of people agreeing on.
So you've cut out the ones you don't know. Right.
Yeah, just plain cut them out. I don't really care for them.
There's so many, yeah.
Yeah. So, I'll start from F tier. Wario's one is literally just a plain copy-paste of FNaF 1, so there's not much to say. Jolly... I mean, it's Jolly. It's Jolly.
They're garbage FNaF clones. I think that's all we need to know. Final Nights 2 also just wasn't very functional, and graphically was very unoptimized. I remember that.
Graphically, it didn't even look like I was like in a place. I thought it was like in the void. I don't know where I was.
It's a very old game.
PT, nobody knows about PT, like, other than me and a few people I know.
I only know it because Dorko did a video on it, and I remembered it from that. And I was like, what is this? And I was like, oh, it's PT!
It's so bad. I hate it. I hate it so much. I tried playing
horribly balanced and very bare bones.
Yeah, I tried playing the maximum, and there's literally a character that can just randomly, like, it will, like, randomly, like, stay for a random amount of time.
Yeah.
And if you don't get it in that amount of time, it just kills you. You don't really have any counterplay. You just keep holding the button. Yep, just keep holding it until
Gameplay.
it maybe kills.
Bottom text.
Mac tonight it's fine. I guess I don't know why I put it that low, but it's just garbage.
It's so forgettable. I didn't realize it had sequels. I just saw the. I got mixed up because I saw the second and third. I was like, wait, this size game is sequels.
The remake is
3.
actually strangely good. Circus Baby's Diner, the only thing this game ever had was graphics. The rest is boring, forgettable FNaF 1 clone with some minorly unique mechanics. I really don't like it at all. Very overrated. FNaF 2, as a lot of people say, the only crime Unpopular has made is that he's made FNaF 2. It's very buggy, even still. The atmosphere is like one of the best parts, but the balance isn't really there. It's very boring, honestly, after a while. Like, the only really unique part is Penguin and the monkey, aka Leftery.
Chester.
Which, yeah, Chester. I just call him Leftery because why not?
Whatever it is, Chester. Yeah. Okay.
Fair
enough.
It's like, yeah. The thing is, I'm really waiting for him to like remaster this because I know he's gonna go back to these games.
We'd love to see remasters of 2 and 3.
Yeah. So now in D tier, Fredbear's Fried is again another just FNaF 1 clone that's very bad and annoying to play. I always call it Dormatabus just to annoy people. Dormatabus is just, it's mostly just the creator, but the game just, the atmosphere is not there, the story is honestly kind of bare bones boring, and it's not very explained at all. The main night gameplay feels very clunky, it's just not fun. I also hate Dormatabus a lot. Pop goes way too long, way too just, it's just not interesting. Like it, especially in terms of like just general art style, it's very 2016. It feels very 2016. Like the models are just not there. Jolly, again, I don't really feel like talking about this. It's another boring, uninteresting
It's ranked significantly higher than 1 and 2 though, so what's the merit?
Yeah. It's just that it doesn't do anything offensively. It wastes a lot of potentially good mechanics, so that's why it's so low, actually. It has a lot of, like, there's a free roam aspect that could have been good, but it's using 2 sections, and both those sections are basically scripted. There's literally a mechanic in the free roam section that is never used. Ever. It's just there. Yeah. And then we have C tier, which little bit hot because remastered 3, very low.
I think remastered in here is kind of shocking, but I think I understand. This is the average FNaF fan games. Right?
Yeah. Things I really like. I actually like the original a lot more than remastered because it has atmosphere. It feels like you actually like use the cans a lot more than remastered, where you can literally just never check them at all, and you can win like very easily. Yeah.
How?
The strat is literally just like close the door for 1 second, open it, close the other door for 1 second, rinse, repeat. Maybe like learn the cycle. Blank. Yeah. Maybe like preemptively like close it every now and again, and he'd probably just hit it. Like, he's very predictable, honestly.
I don't know. Not in my experience. I tried doing that, and Blank's attack ranged between like 15 seconds and like 45 seconds. It was very inconsistent. This was the max mode, by the way. So I don't know.
The max mode.
I think you could maybe, but you'd have to get kind of lucky.
I'm talking more main game where it's like far easier to counter Blank. Honestly,
I guess he's slower.
A long time.
I haven't tested that.
I do like Shadow Knight. That's the one thing that really bumps this up for me.
Right,
Shadow Knight is very cool.
Content, yeah.
Yeah. I don't know. I feel like it's. Oh yeah, it's also really bright, which I don't really like. It looks like you just put a sunlight inside of every room every time you turn on night vision. which is not how it is in the original at all, where in the original it's actually night vision. You can very easily tell it's night vision, not the lights just turning on out of nowhere. It's very nitpicky, but it's just another thing that really just kind of destroys the atmosphere for me. It's just, I don't know if the original Candies is on here actually, but it would be B tier. Like, I'd consider Remaster just like it, but slightly updated graphics and really just worse in most ways. It's not like worse in every way. Some parts it gets better. But, yeah, it's just not very good. It's very average. And then 3. I don't know why I put 3 so low, actually. Oh, Vinny Knight. Never mind, I just remembered Vinny Knight.
Gameplay sucks, but everything else is great. That's what I got out of it, so it's like, yeah.
I love the story a lot. Like, very much bounces out. Wario's 2 is just kind of one of those games where it's just there. Yeah, it's one of those games where it's just there. It's not really that interesting, but it's enjoyable to an extent, I guess. Chapter 3 is... Or not, Chapter 3... Wait. Jolly 3 Chapter 1, sorry.
Least confusing naming system.
Yeah.
Just call it Jolly 3 and Jolly 4, bro.
I like the environment. It's very, I like the environment, the atmosphere. The night sections are infuriating. It's basically completely RNG based, and you just have to randomly click through every camera until you find what it is that's killing you. And then that's not even counting the fact that the animatronics could literally just be in your room at that point, literally FNaF 2 style, and just interrupt you.
Right.
There's not much counterplay at that point. And it's kind of average. I like the minigames. Minigames are cool. Probably the best gameplay in that game. I'll just speedrun through the rest of this. Homers, it's a game, I guess.
I don't know this one at all.
It's kind of fun. I like the art style. Again, most of these are just art style. Wario's 3 is heavily overrated. I don't hate it, I guess, but it's good. But it lacks a lot of actual mechanical depth to make it as good as people say. Like, people say this is like S tier, A tier, when it's really not. Anime as Hell is just... Yeah. Anime as Hell is, I don't know why people like this so much. It's just really balanced, which is good. It's just like... Some people put this in like S tier just for the balancing alone.
No, I gotta say, I've seen literally everyone put this in S tier, and I'm like, my brother in Christ, the game is not even finished. It's an incomplete game, which you'd think, okay, well, buff it up, right? Because it's not fair, but like, this is A tier at best. Severely lacking in a few areas, I think.
It will be, though, at least.
And also, the balancing's okay, but the difficulty makes it, like, almost unplayable on some of the higher modes, because of how asinine some of the mechanics are. Only, like, a couple, but it's so tough. Like, I was very put off playing it.
It's definitely a difficulty curve, but... It's a difficulty curve, but I like that every mechanic is unique. It's something that gets put in a lot of fan games where characters are locked in together, and it's basically...
Everything is unique, and the character designs and stuff is really good as well. I love the graphics.
And because you can choose what you want to do, you can just absolutely just mess around with what you find difficult, what you find easy, what you find, whatever.
The combos, really balanced. So many good stuff. Yeah.
Blood is Casa. I love the art style of Blood is Casa in FNaF Remake, but the mechanics are the things that knock it down, because the final night is so bad. I hate it so much. It's boring, it's uninspired, it's the most generic final night ever. And then the tunnels, the entire tunnels mechanic is you left click in another direction. You keep left clicking until it's over. There's no threat. You can just spam left click and you win. That is the game, the minigame. That is all it is. Other than that, it's fine. Same goes for FNaF Remake. I think FNaF Remake is a FNaF 2 situation. Too many similar mechanics. Taiken-san, overrated to me. It's it's way too long. The tycoon, I guess I'll just call it the tycoon section,
Yeah.
is way too long. Way too long. Especially day 4, if that's the one I remember.
Oh god, yeah, I remember.
FNaF,
Yeah, that would drag out quite a
yeah.
bit. There's a bit everyone gets stuck
That
on.
was like
The
2
falling section.
hours.
I remember watching Ambience play that. He got really frustrated.
FNaF 1 is, it does its job. It's fair. Not bad, but it's very good. It's not
Cartoon
very good
FNaF.
either.
Yeah.
Ellie's like nobody talks about, but it's an actual partner game to Mary's Arcade.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
It's actually pretty fun, honestly. It's fair. It has some cool mechanics, and the character design is pretty on point. Atmosphere as well. It's just again nothing crazy. Tanar, it's the one Nixon game nobody talks about. I don't think I see anyone talk about those nights at Rachel's when they think of Nixon.
Wait until they hear about those nights at Rachel's 2. Yeah,
I sure do love those nights at
those
Rachel's
games exist. Yeah.
It's kind of a FNaF. It's kind of I like them. The character design is what I like most out of it. I just think it's a little easy, and I get there is a hard mode, but I feel like there should still be difficulty in the regular mode. It's just nah. Jollibees is the one good Jolly game, even though it's the one that literally just plain takes characters from the actual establishment, which got to take it down.
True.
I thought
love
Jolly and Jollibees were 2 different things.
They are, but they're made by the same person.
So
they're
confusing.
So Jolly is technically a parody of Jollibee, but Jollibees is literally just plain as the restaurant. There's not even like any way of trying to hide it. It's just the restaurant.
Alright.
And that's why I got taken down.
Well,
Okay, mechanics, yeah.
A tier.
I have not much to say about it.
Yeah, what's happening in A tier?
Left to right, very good atmosphere. Garrett McKay, by the way, which is just already I really like Garrett.
Underrated.
Very cool guy.
Developer.
Yeah. He's working on the Fanverse actually. So
He
that's
is?
cool.
On what?
Yeah, he's working on Evergreen if I'm not mistaken.
Interesting.
Yeah. There's FNaF 2, which is pretty self-explanatory, really fun gameplay loop. Semi-challenging at the hard-boiled mode, even though on my first try I got 0 exposure somehow. I don't know how I did
Holy
it,
shit.
but
Well done.
yeah. First ever try, I was just doing it as a test run.
That's insane, dude.
Yeah. Baby's Nightmare Circus is, again, really fun. Has a cool idea, actually. I like the main gameplay loop, but when it gets to the other mode, I'm forgetting the name, but it's really fun. Really cool, kind of funny at times. Just overall, very good fan game. Pork Chop's Adventure is like the one fan game to actually make me feel tense.
I love that game. Oh my gosh.
Dude, I felt so tense. Like every time I clicked something, I felt like I was gonna get jump scared. And that's not like everything kills you. Oh no. It's just that it feels like there's like something around the corner every time because there's so many there's so many corners and there's so much to do. There's also like the atmosphere, which is really good. And the main gameplay, technically, the Pork Chop's Adventure, is a pretty fun minigame. I mean, it's a FNaF fan game minigame, so there's not much to expect. It's alright. So, CCR, very good. Like, they made the original this many years later with actual good mechanics, a good atmosphere, and great, just general great, it's a great aesthetic, really.
Yeah, I like how it takes Chuck E. Cheese's and it feels quite realistic, yeah.
Yeah. Origins, FNaF Origins is also really fun. It's actually one of the 3 games where I actually consider it really good. It's just, I don't know what it is about it. It's very balanced. It's honestly very fun to just go around the place. there's lots of counterplay for every character, except for one, but we ignore that one. And there's not much to say about it. It's another Warriors game, so there's not really any aesthetic. There's not much atmosphere, so not much to talk about there. Final Nights 3. It's fun. It's another one. It's literally just fun. It's balanced. It's cool. FNaF 4 it has a very cool aesthetic. You are basically you're using a TV remote to defend yourself. Basically, you're switching through channels.
Yeah, that was unique.
Very cool aesthetic. Scott is like the one person I talk about with fan games, and he actually really doesn't like it, if I remember correctly. Like, he thought it was like infuriating, which I don't really get because I actually found it very easy, honestly, but balanced at least. Shout Over Freddy is just Pork Chop's adventure like times 10. Atmosphere is amazing. Aesthetic is great. Super tense. Feels like every time you click something, you might die. Yeah.
I need to look up Pork Chop's adventure because I don't think I'm remembering
it's
the
taken
right
down.
game.
It's
Just
down.
Wasn't there two games? Pork Chop's Horror Show and Pork Chop's Adventure, where one was like a mini game, one was the
Horror Show was going to be the original, in actually like fully original game by FNaF, but Adventure was the prologue to it. Like it's not a main night gameplay like that aesthetic, not just the main mini games. But
dude,
yeah,
I
it's
don't
basically just
remember this game. I need to change my ranking of it because I put it kind of low. I don't remember this game at all.
Yeah, the game is not actually just like an arcade game. It's like a whole like point and click mystery game, basically.
Alright,
It's
keep going.
very,
So
okay.
you're A tier.
What's my S tier look like?
You're S tier even.
Oh yeah. So Freddy Files, great art style. I love the 8-bit. Very cool. Story is great. Solid gameplay. Super FNaF, I really like how the story is told. Feels like it mixes the novels and the main game, which is cool. I don't know what to say about these latter two, just because they're kind of the same thing. Great art style, great direction, solid story. Final Nights 4 is another free-roam FNaF game, but it's actually good, surprisingly. It mixes the main office nights with free roam, as most do.
Final Nights just kept improving. I really respect that.
Yeah.
It was Jelly Liam, right?
Yeah.
Who did those?
Yeah. The Afton built guy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very cool mystery game. It gives me vibes of Pork Chops, where it's just like a very cool point and click mystery game where you just get to go around places. And the main office gameplay isn't even that bad either. It's honestly kind of fun. Really enjoyed it. Very good. Winter Wonderland literally just takes everything about FNaF 2, erases the bad parts, and includes more good parts. Banger OST. And it's a remake of The Return to Freddy's. That's probably the best part. This is a Return to Freddy's remake, and they made it better than most mainline games. Like, I'd go as far to say as this is better than probably like 80% of the mainline games. It's that good. Same goes for T-Jock. It's self-explanatory, really.
Yeah, it's the Joy of Creation story mode. I mean, it's literally the game of all time. The FNaF game.
T-Land, again, it's his own game. You could literally separate that, make some money off it, but he didn't. He actually just kept to the same vision he had like years ago, where it was just like a regular FNaF thing. 5 Shows at Wario's is actually at the top of my list.
It's your #1 fan game ever.
Yeah.
Damn.
Despite the fact it has no real aesthetic, the amount of content in this game, I'm pretty sure outmatches the entirety of the main series. I'm pretty sure, other than Security Breach. I'm pretty sure there's that much content, and almost none of it feels boring, repetitive, or like uninspired. They like put their heart into this game, and it really shows. Like, not getting to see good graphics is like just a complete afterthought after this game. Like, it's that good. It's,
Alright.
I don't know if it's better than T-Jock as a game, if we're considering all aspects,
Yeah.
but yeah, it's like top favorite by far.
Okay, I need to make some changes to my list based on what you've said. Interesting, thank you. Cool. I'm gonna look at Max next, I think. That was a nice deep dive.
Mm-hmm.
Where is it? Hold on 1 second. There it is. Boom. Alright. As we were. So, yeah. That's George Archer's fan game tier list. Pretty based. There's some things I disagree with, but it's definitely interesting to hear it. I don't remember whose this is. I think this is Boyan's. Anyway, I'm gonna close that because next up is Masochistic Max. Mac, talk me through this. What have we got here? Mac,
Alright.
there you are.
So, in F tier, Stuff Maker, it's, well, I don't think I have to even
Maker.
talk about it. I don't even have to explain why it's bad, I think.
Yeah.
Case animatronics. First of all, I would just like to mention that I think this game is acceptable. It's not the worst thing I've seen, but it is an original mess. It's broken, unbalanced, and visually not that great.
Yeah. We already
Then
talked about
there's,
Jolly as well.
Yeah, Jolly is
Is
terrible.
Five Nights at Sonic's another FNaF clone? Is that why it's an F? I'm not familiar with Sonic's.
Yeah, the first one is just a FNaF clone. It's a terrible one at that.
I
The
have
only
actually
good ones are
seen
little fan
Alex
projects.
played it. Yeah.
So that's F tier. Then there's E tier, which is Sonic's 5, which is an improvement, but it's still not great. Jolly Free Chapter 2, I personally didn't really like it. I think it is a bit too repetitive, especially the post-night sections, which are just, I don't really get them. They're really weird.
The gameplay sucked. Yeah, I don't even remember Chapter 2. I was looking at it and I was like, I don't know what you are. Have I even seen you before? But I feel like I must have at some point. I remember Chapter 1 clearly. I don't remember Chapter 2 at all.
It's very not that memorable.
Damn, Dolby's 2 and E. Dang.
The Joy of Creation, the original one, well, there's not much to say. It's just an arcade kind of experience, an unfinished one. That's why it's at the bottom. But I hope it's the Ignited Collection expands on it.
Yeah, it's also very buggy.
Because-
I understand. I thought it was fun, but yeah, it's the worst T-Jock.
Jolly Beast Phase 2 is very interesting because the visuals are great, but the gameplay. The thing with Phase 2 is that I did not like it at all. It was confusing, overwhelming, it was hard to understand what you were supposed to do. It was very weird. The instructions were very weirdly explained.
Sorry,
It feels like, okay, this might, I'm sorry if I might offend anyone. But this feels like a tier better than post-shift 2 instructions.
Oh, damn. Yeah.
Yeah,
What game was that enough? Or your mic cut out from you for like a minute?
Alright.
wow.
Mac, I'm sorry to rush you, but we're running out of time here. So.
Okay. The Sonics 4 and 3, they're an improvement over each other, but they're still not great.
They look crap.
Chica
I've
Simulator-
definitely seen 3. It's hilarious.
Chica Simulator, it's a weird game. It's
I really
really
enjoy
hard to
Chica
rank.
Sim.
It's not a real FNaF game. It overall it's a bit meh.
Yeah.
Thomas is dehydrated. Honestly, the only reason why it's here is because A, it's a meme game, and B, it's way too simple. That's
It has
basically
like
why.
one antagonist for most of it, if I remember correctly.
I think there's one.
There is a second one though that appears near the end of the game.
There's so many characters in Thomas the Tank Engine, they really could have utilized them more, now that I think about it.
Final Nights 2, not really great, but not really bad either. It was it's cool in concept, but bad in execution. FNaF 2, George already talked about this. George already talked about this one. So I don't think I have to. Pop goes once again. It was already talked about. Now, with Warriors 1, it's a very weird case for me because it's a clone of our game, right? But it was a starting ground for a series that would later on really improve and have some really unique gameplay mechanics for FNaF standards. Now, it's mid. That's all I can say.
It's mid, yeah. I think a lot of these middle ones are FNaF clones. Like, I don't know which Wario's game that is next to 4, but I do remember 4. I don't know. I'm surprised you put that one and Chuck E. Cheese Rebooted so low compared to George, at least.
Well.
Oh yeah, and 5
Chuck
shows. What's going on with that?
Chuck E. Cheese Rebooted. Okay, so the only reason why I have it at C is because I think I know that some of the members in Hydration Nation really like it, but I feel like aside from its custom night and all max mode, it's not really. It's not really that great. I think it's one of the more overrated, honestly. Then
If
there's
people here, sorry, just reading chat. If you don't know any other Thomas characters, the British people should know, because otherwise they're uncultured. Bro, Thomas the Tank Engine was the shit when I was like 6. All right. Anyway, no, I'm just having a laugh. Yeah, I love what you're saying. Man, say what you want with pride. Come on, man, be based. Stand by your opinions.
Alright. So, Warriors 4. George. So, I have to disagree with George on this one. I think. And I have to agree with Ambience. I think Warriors 4 is not that great in terms of gameplay. I think the whole remote thing, the whole TV thing, is a bit annoying to manage. Like the task thing at the top of the window, that's really hard to click and it's really annoying.
This is just like my fog brain probably talking because I haven't played that game in like a while, so I don't remember that mechanic at all, honestly.
Well,
What character was it that did it?
well, anyway,
I don't remember either. I just remember the bars, the progression on each, like, it's like 10 different channels.
so there was a
Oh, yeah.
kind of at the top of the game window. There was like 3 settings that would impact the game, and you had to deal with some of the characters with that.
Mm.
It was really annoying to hit that.
Mm.
Warriors High Rollers, it's fine, but it's really not the greatest. I haven't played that much of 2.0 though.
I've
Jolly
never
Free
heard of
Chapter
that.
1. Hot take! What the best Jolly game in the series? Aside from
Well,
the
these are
Jolly
the-
series.
To be fair, we're looking at the Jolly series.
Yeah, man. Also,
Yeah.
man, Boyond, really? You barely remember? I don't know what to say, man. But yeah, we talked about Jolly. How come Wario's and Day Shift 1 are in C tier? Like, Wario's was
Okay,
S tier from all accounts that I've
So
heard.
this is my hottest take on this entire tier list, probably.
Cooking up a
The
storm.
reason why Souls
You
is
cooking.
so down is because it's mainly because of the main theater mode, or whatever it's called.
Do you mean the one with like the multiple tunnels?
Yeah, some of the games were great, but there were also some that were really annoying to play, and I just didn't have a great time with it. With that
Yeah.
said, the second game mode where you move around the house, the best game mode in the game, definitely.
There's like 5 game modes in that game, so it's hard to really balance them all in terms of an actual like full opinion on the game.
Yeah. Okay. Day Shift.
I will say though,
Yes, Lord?
the tunnel section is by far the weakest part of that game. I think some of the parts are a little boring, but I think the final minigame is a really cool way of ending it off, because it's just like platforming, but Wario, like actually like Wario platforming. It's weird, but it's actually really cool.
Wario platforming time. Alright.
Well, Day Shift at Freddy's. So, the problem I have with the original Day Shift is that it's a bit. It's the menus. Let me rephrase it. The menus are a bit weird because you have to save in the safe room, which is a weird design decision, and you. But that's not the main problem. The main problem with the original Day Shift for me is that the story compared to the others feels really not that deep. Day Shift 1 is just a parody game that would become popular, and well, the story would get much more deeper and more
So the story improved with 2 and 3, is what you're saying?
yeah.
Okay. I'm really curious, why is T-Jog Reborn in B? Because this is one of the ones that wasn't on George's list. That's the free roam one. Probably the first, well-made free roam FNaF game. I don't know if anything came before this. So it's like,
Honestly, it's because it was unfinished.
I understand. Yeah.
Overall, it's a really cool free roam, but it still lacks that polish.
All right,
Dormant Hobbies.
guys. I need to go AFK for a minute. You just keep going. I'll be right back. Won't be long.
Alright, man.
Sorry, I gotta go.
Right. So, Dormitabus, I actually like some of the gameplay aspects, but the story, and the final night in the game are terrible and offensive.
I think the story in Dormitabus is just so. There's nothing very. There's nothing that really pops about it to me personally.
Yeah. And the Misfits. I haven't. So this is one game I haven't really played in a long time, so my memory is kind of foggy with it. But I do remember. But from what I remember, it was a well done, fun game. But the gameplay mechanics were a bit all over the place. I guess.
I think Eddie and the Misfits is just like, it feels like it has that Junior's art style, like that really gritty, semi-realistic art style, and it works for it a lot. But that's kind of the one thing that really carries it, like for the most part.
All right, so this might piss some of you off, but Vinny Night is not actually that bad.
I'm going to find where you live.
I really like Knack Free's story. I don't like Knack Free's story like most people, but I also don't really find the gameplay that bad. Yes, it's repetitive, but when you're still having your first playthrough and sometimes the second playthrough, it still can get you.
The thing is with it for me is that the idea of having an actual face-to-face one-on-one with the main villain is really cool. But then the cat is introduced, which is really... it's just a pointless mechanic. It does nothing for the game. And
well, it does try to prevent you from stalling the knights, but it doesn't really succeed.
I like the idea that he can take away your tape, but it's not utilized enough, and you see it like once a playthrough, maybe.
I never actually saw that, honestly.
Yeah. He can take your tape away, and nobody seems to know about it. Because it never happens. Ever.
Yeah.
And there's so much potential.
Rare.
I'm trying to remember why I didn't like the way they did the 1v1 in FNaF 3. I haven't played in a while. I think it was like... I don't know. I remember just not liking something really specific about it. Oh, it was balls easy. That's what I remember. It was way too easy for some reason. Like, the difficulty curve in the main nights is so easy that when Vinny Night comes around, there's just an insane difficulty curve. It's really bad.
Yeah.
That's actually my main problem with Vinny, of the balancing issues. It's just a huge difficulty spike.
Alright, so Homer's 1 and 2. Their art style is great, and their gameplay is interesting, but overall I think both of them lack a bit from that from that pacing. Day Shift 2. Day Shift 2?
I've never played Day Shift 2, so...
Day Shift 2 is good. What? Okay.
Bro, I'm back.
Hi.
Yo.
Did I miss anything important?
We talked about
now
FNaF
So I defended Winnie Night in the Candy Spree.
Yeah. I actually talked about more of my issues with FNaF 3 than I did in my actual tier list because I was kind of speedrunning that.
Fair enough. Speaking of speedrunning, guys, we're running out of time, so like, we gotta finish this tier list. So,
Day Shift 2, it's great, but it's still a bit. It still isn't that. It still doesn't have that kind of lore and story that I would like.
the gameplay's also the
It's
same
a
in
meme
1
game
and
by
2.
the end of
3
the day.
really expands it.
Warriors 2, hot take, really great gameplay mechanics, but it's a bit really great gameplay mechanics, but they're a bit broken.
What the hell is a twerk of 87? I think it's from Day Shift 2, it's been a while. But yeah, so Warriors 2 is actually pretty decent, you say, and Flumpties?
Flumpties, I love Flumpties. The only reason why it's in B is that it's FNaF clone. It's still a FNaF clone, so yeah. Jollibees, great game, great post night minigames. The only thing that I don't really like is how easy it is, honestly.
Alright.
The difficulty is very low.
I think we all agree Shadow of a Freddy's, Flumpties 2, Final Answer and Super FNaF are great.
Yeah.
Mostly for gameplay, but also for story in Super FNaF's case. You got T-Jock and T-Land and S-Tier, Day Shift. Is that Manic Mania? Behind the Team Maker logo?
Sonic Maniac Mania. I love this game. It's the characters and the mechanics flow so smoothly. I dare to say they flow smoother than UCN.
Oh yeah, they're built to play around each other because they're a bit simpler. You got what? Wario's. Which one is Origins? I don't remember. I remember 3 and
Origins is the one where you move around the pit. Well, it's not a picture, but it's the one where you move around the building.
Yeah, man, I get them all mixed up because it's been ages, but I'm starting to remember now. Yeah. That one had a pretty interesting story.
Origins is the best. Is in my opinion the best Warriors game. It's just so fun. It's just so different.
It's also
really
very
well
fast paced. Very fast paced.
Yeah, I mean, these will have at least decent gameplay. Anyways, so next up... Oh, wow. Corey, do you want to go? You've been sitting in voice chat for ages, waiting for your turn. I'm going to let you have it before I do Creepers.
Okay.
Corey, your FNaF fan game tier list. The Fog is Coming? What's The Fog is Coming?
FNaF Maker.
We don't need to talk about it. Uninstall immediately. We don't need to talk about that. But I'll let you take it from here. What do you got to say?
Alright, as you can tell, a lot of the games aren't on here because I unfortunately haven't been like really involved with the fan game community more so than I was with the FNaF community, I should say. So
I understand.
I have a very closed list. I probably bigger than a lot of other people's.
Again, there are so many games this list. I see what you guys have left out. I will talk about it. Mine is quite extensive because I've at least watched, if not played, most of these games. Well, more than some games.
So as you can see here, obviously bottom tier is FNaF Maker. I was a developer of that game, so I know how it turned out and everything that happened. We're not going to talk about that, like you said.
It's bad.
F tier, uninstall immediately. These, you know what these games are. You probably have seen them floating around back in the years, you know.
I'm happy to
I
say
played
I've
them
never
myself.
actually watched or played them. Wait a sec, what the hell is ultimate location in E and not F? Hold up, why is one of these in C?
Okay, yeah, I
Like,
gotta
you guys have an explain to do.
I do, okay? The only reason that one actually is in C is because I did play with a group of friends and we were having a good time with it. Because it's just, I felt like it was way better than whatever first one came out as. Oh my gosh, it was weird. Anyways, E tier, you have Case Animatronics, sorry. Which is honestly, I just found it really weird. I didn't think it was uniform. The AI was a little bit wonky. How I could just teleport across the building like that, and I've also found it really confusing. Like as I played the game, I was running around trying to figure out what I'm supposed to do, where I'm supposed to go, and it was pretty confusing. Five Nights at 34. It's again an E tier. A lot of people did enjoy it. It just felt like it was. I know it's not a serious game. It's just when I sat down to play, I felt like it's hard to explain. I was just not having a good time playing it. I just I'm a more serious kind of game person, so
It is a meme game, yeah.
Definitely. Oh, this one. Okay. Let me get. Why is my picture not loading?
Is
Anyways.
that Bonnie? I don't know this one.
Yeah, no. So it's an old game I've played a while ago. I don't remember too much about it. I just remember it was interesting to say the least, the concept about it, but I wasn't too much about it. I wasn't a fan of it. I was just like, eh. So it was whatever. It's in my E tier. Oh, this one. All right. Yeah, Mac Tonight. It's
Oh my god, dude.
Yeah, so again, this one is weird to me. When I first started playing it, I felt like it was too little and then too much going on, if you get what I mean.
Yeah, it's so mediocre. It's like a FNaF clone. I don't even remember much of it. It's just kind of meh.
Yeah, it's just it kind of exists, I guess.
The Barney FNaF fan game is an E tier. That's crazy.
Or I didn't have a good time playing it. I don't know.
I mean, I haven't even played the game myself. I just forgot that the Barney game was even a game. I thought it was like a weird dream I had one time going through Game Joel.
Oh.
Yeah.
The fever dream. I was a little sick that one night, and I just, All right, Return to Freddy's. Oh, sorry, I can't speak today. The Return to Freddy's 2. E tier again. I just didn't. I felt like it wasn't up to par with the other fan games I've played.
Bro, that Freddy model looks like it was made by a child. Like in 10 minutes.
What do you mean that's top tier?
That is like the worst Freddy model I've ever seen. It's hilariously bad.
It's top tier modeling. I don't know what you're on about.
It's actually Scott's first model of Freddy. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah, guys.
So true.
Leaked alpha of FNaF 1.
All right, we got Five Nights at Nintendo Land. This one, it was cool. It's an E tier just because I felt like it was. Again, this is around the time when I was trying to branch out to more fan games. I didn't like it just because I wasn't a huge Nintendo-ish fan like a lot of people are. So throwing Five Nights at Freddy's mixed with Nintendo, it played alright. I just wasn't, engaged as I would normally be. I honestly forgot about playing the next game. I don't even know what it's called, but I remember seeing a video about it. I'm pretty sure it was Fusion Z Gamer. I'm not sure. Has that been?
Yeah, it probably would have been.
Project Readjusted 2, I think.
Yeah. So I remember it, and it just felt like it was weird. I didn't like the models of the animatronics personally, just because I felt like they were weird and warped. And then we have Five Nights.
You should play the first one then.
Oh, I don't even want to know what
yeah.
the first one is like.
The first one is a mess.
Oh gosh, I could imagine. All right, we have Five Nights in Anime Ultimate Location.
Oh, go ahead.
It's an E tier and not F tier just because I felt like compared to the first games, they did step up their quality and they kind of try to take it to more.
Oh yeah,
man, game.
The furry titties are so high res now. It's clear improvement.
So true.
Well, I also noticed that game isn't really pushing that out like the first one.
Bro, the softcore porn made me 2% harder in this one. It's such a big improvement. Like the
E tier.
That's what it is. That's all it is. It's softcore porn FNaF fan game. That's all it is. Yeah. Anyway,
I have to hop in the horny Joe VC for this one.
For
Alright, we're in
real,
D
for
tier
real.
now.
D
Sinister
tier.
Tomorrow.
Yay.
Why is it in D tier? A lot of people like this game. I personally just felt like it was a lot of running around and I just trying to be very strategic about things, and then the puzzle looking part. I enjoyed it. I'm not gonna lie. It's just that it became really repetitive, especially after, you know, I got chased and killed a bunch of times, and I just felt like I was doing the same thing over and over, and it just lost my, you know, my attention. Jolly and Jolly 2, just get rid of both of them. They were okay.
What a surprise.
I just prefer the newer ones. I felt like they really stepped up quality. So, oh, we got Five Nights with Mac tonight. I'm not sure if this is the second or third game, but I remember one of them. It was a little
two
better.
Two is on the end, so this must be 3.
Yeah, 2 is on the end. All right, that's what it was. Yeah, so the third one.
Yeah.
It was better. It's just, it was the same. It wasn't the same thing. I really have to explain these. Again, it just goes around the. I played it a long time ago, and I remember personally not having a good time with it.
Yeah.
But I gotta say, they did play better than the very first one. I gotta say that, and that's why it's on D tier. We got Five Nights at Wario's 3. Something about it, because there's so many like Mario and Wario games and stuff, I did enjoy the Five Nights at Wario series, though. It was definitely very fun, especially the fourth game. So
Yes.
the fourth game was really good. It was honestly too. It was one of these games that gave me like goosebumps, just like every time things going on. I was like, "What's going on?" It was a really tense game. All right, we got Five Nights at Treasure Island, the end of Disney. I just got bored of the Five Nights at Treasure Island games, to be honest, because I'd seen them once, and then there was more, and there was more, and there was more, and it was just like, well,
There's
it's
so
kind of
many
the
of
same
these.
thing.
I've never seen or heard of them except for the 2021, which was alright. Like, what's up with that?
From what I've seen, the 2021 was not bad looking. I haven't played it myself. I did see. We got Five Nights in Their World.
I've actually played that one and watched a video on it.
I think it's interesting. I just believe it's not my thing. I like the concept. I like how there was like everything was custom and new, but it's not my thing really.
Best part of that was Bonnie mopping the closet. Best part of that game. Love that.
I remember.
Alright.
Alright, Five Nights at Treasure Island is the Lost Ones. Again, the same thing with the other Five Nights at Treasure Island games. They were all over the place. And we already gone over that game. Alright, now we're in C tier. We have the Treasure Island's Anniversary. I actually put this in C tier just because it's very nostalgic to me, and it brings back the original kind of concept of what Treasure Island is all about, basically. It's one of those just weird, you know, negative Mickey Mouse and all that. And then the same thing for Island 2, the revamp. I just felt like it was bringing it back on something nostalgic. Unlike the other ones, where I just felt like it was just going on about the same game. It was just, you know, different characters, different things. It's just, you know. We have Five Nights at Anime Remastered. Only reasons it's on C tier is because everything kind of looked better, and I was playing with a group of friends at the time, and we are just all making fun of the gameplay and everything, and how obscure everything was. I just put it in C tier because I just had a good time playing it with friends. But if it probably wasn't my first experience with friends, it probably would have been much lower, like the other ones. Five Nights at Wario's 4. It's honestly great. It's just terrifying. It actually scared me a lot. Not much to say about it, just because I haven't played these games in a while. We got the Wario's Origins game. I just like it because it's really nostalgic to me. So that's literally why.
You put Bonnie and Chica Simulator together. I respect that because they are. It's the same concept.
They're the same game, just different characters.
But yeah, it's Chica Simulator feels a bit more developed, but Bonnie was like the original one. Actually, they are kind of the same in size. Whatever.
Pretty much the same.
Yeah, they're fun.
Jolly Tree Chapter 2. And Chapter 1 is also here. Thing is, I like the way the atmosphere felt in these games. especially chapter 1 and chapter 2, they just really brought out the atmosphere. I did enjoy it, and I had a good time. Ooh, Final Nights. Final Nights is one of those nostalgia games again I really enjoyed seeing. Again, the character models are a little weird, but it's one of those games that I really got into, especially watching it like the YouTube realm, watching all the YouTubers play it and this and that. So, you know, somewhat good to me. The Return to Freddy's. It's alright. I played it myself for a day or two. I don't have much to say about it, to be honest. It's better than the other one.
I just want to say, DJ, thank you for tuning in. I'll see you around, dude. Have a good one. Good night.
Jollibee's Phase 2?
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure I've seen a video about it. I just like how the game is developed again. It looks really good. You know, I'm being really vague about this. I'm just trying to be nice and quick, you know, not trying to linger on.
I'm sorry, but we are really tight on time, so please.
Now this is the games, everything going up. These are not bad games. I actually enjoyed them. So we have Jollibees. So about Jollibees here, I'm gonna go back down, up, and so Jollibees. It's just I looked really high quality at the time, and probably still does. I haven't seen anything of it in a while, so maybe I can't compare it to anything new. But and also played. I had fun playing it personally. Those Nights at Rachel's, it's in the not bad tier. It's an alright game. It's whatever. I actually just enjoyed the way the concept was, where you had these two doors. You had to keep looking. You had to run to the back.
We've all agreed on this. It's not a clone. Really nice. It's not like super unique.
We have Welcome to the Chum Bucket, which is a game I actually haven't personally played myself, but I just like how really like sharp and scary the atmosphere felt in this game. So I remember watching a bunch of YouTubers play it, and I just felt like, you know, everything being so sudden and loud and fast, it just really had like a really tense feeling. Final Nights 4, probably my one of my favorite Final Nights games, if not my favorite.
It's the best one.
Wait a minute. Sorry, I hear Five Nights at Freddy's 2 ambience in the background, and it's kind of funny.
Yeah, that's on my playlist.
We have Five Nights at Treasure Island. This is the original. Again, nostalgic to me. It was the first like unique game I've probably seen among a few others, but I did enjoy that. This is Broken Memories 2. Yes. So I just felt this game. I haven't played it myself again. I did see videos about it. Did enjoy it. Not too much to say about that. Five Nights at Freddy Simulator. Now this one, I think it's really unique, and I also had a lot of development over the years. So I just felt like it was really up to par game. Everything was new. It was
so much
fun. Updated. Everything. I just felt like it was interesting. The Return to Freddy's 4, not really. It's alright. I put it up here just because I had interesting gameplay, and I felt like I caught on really fast compared to a lot of other people who played it.
There's a remaster that's like really good, honestly. They have potential, those games.
Definitely. Abandoned Discovery Island. I don't think I played this one myself. I probably had it downloaded sometime years ago, but I felt like it was building off the original, and I felt it was becoming unique to me before it became like, you know, too many games are coming out. I felt like it was the same thing over and over. Oh, okay. Final Nights at Flunkies 2. Now, I actually thought it was unique just because the way it played. You know, you had the two side vents, you had one open and the other. When they came looking at you turned the light off, and it was much different than the first game, just because the first game was like basically Five Nights at Freddy's 1 clone, just a little different. While this one is trying to do something completely unique while still being in the Five Nights at Freddy's 2 realm with the open hallway. You know, had the vent systems on both sides. Five Nights at Tubbyland. I don't remember too much about this game. I just remember it being terrifying to me for whatever reason. Just being, you know, Teletubbies and something weird about it. Final Nights 2. Again, it's a Final Nights series. I think it's had really good potential. And they also, Final Night's games also really got better through every single new game that they came out. So 2 I did enjoy. 3 is just, I think, really unique and interesting to me. Fredbear and Friends. I love the...
I just remembered what Fredbear and Friends is.
It's the atmosphere and then just the environment that you're in. Complete everything to me. It all comes together. It's great. That's the B tier. Now we're going to A tier. This is when the list gets pretty short. We're gonna run through it. Five Nights at Candy's 2. I did enjoy it. A lot of people just thought it was weird just because like you couldn't. I just thought it was unique, definitely unique.
Interesting, you actually put that high.
Not
many people do that.
Very hard. It was very hard for me at first to get the grip on what I'm doing, but when I did, I enjoyed it, and it was absolutely terrifying. The Joy Creation Reborn, there's not too much I can say. The Gyration 2 is also right there next to it. Probably one of the best Five Nights at Freddy's fan games made at that time, and still is to this day. We got 5 shows at Wario's. There's so much to unpack about this game. I feel like it was really well developed, and there's just so much to do. There's so much going on. There's just a lot. Got one.
George said it was content heavy.
Here, just because it's very nostalgic to me. Five Nights at Wario's is here because I think it's this one. Again, it's just about the nostalgia and us watching YouTubers play it. Final Nights 3. I played it myself, and I've seen people play it. It was terrifying. I loved the way it played. And S tier, these are my top best games. We have Pop Goes, my absolute most favorite game ever, hands down. Even though there's much better, it's just my personal favorite, just because I love the animatronics. I love the original game's atmosphere. I love the way it played. I just love everything about it. Five Nights at Candy's is up there, definitely, just because it's Five Nights at Candy's is one of the first main, like, I actually, when I first seen this, when I, my young brain and all that, I was just like, wow, this is a new game. I thought it was like made by the actual creators of Five Nights at Freddy's. That's how well put together it was, and it just had that Five Nights at Freddy's atmosphere. Pork Chop's Adventure, it's up there where Pop Goes. It's just up there in general. I love the atmosphere. I always bring up the atmosphere, but this one is absolute. It puts you on your edge, and you're sitting down and walking around listening. If everything's so quiet, yeah, there's like, I feel like there's like some noise in the background that you're just listening to. I get really anxious playing this game, and just the sudden Pork Chop's character, the pop-up that you get around the corner every now and then absolutely terrifies me. It was to the point where I had to put the game down for a day or two just to get back to it because I was so scared of this game. In the Joy Creation Story mode, I love how you were always doing something new every single time you're progressing, so it definitely kept the game unique until I finished it. Very difficult, but very enjoyable. And that's basically my tier list.
Nice, thank you. Very interesting. Nice deep dive into some new takes on FNaF fan games, but we are really tight for time, so I'm just going to take a quick look.
To be on mute, or...
Oh, am I on mute? Whoops. I didn't realize I was muted this whole time. Don't worry, I wasn't saying anything. But thank you for pointing that out. Crap. Okay. We're tight on time, but those are some really fun, unique takes. Lastly, I just want to look at Creepers. Creeper is a big on fan games, and you have to go talk to him because he's not here. But he made this one, which is interesting. I Hate You Rah, with like Jolly, Sonic, and Case, which ripped off FNaF. They claim it's not a fan game, but bad, mid, okay, fair enough. Pop Goes Arcade 2. Again, he made his own tier list because he wasn't happy with the inclusions on here. And I was going to do it, but we're out of time. There are a few games missing from the other lists. For example, Aftonbuilt, FNaF World Adventure, whatever it's called. So, I don't know, Post Shift 2. But I think you guys can figure out where I would put those. Yeah, this list, I mean, pretty good. Not the greatest, but still amazing. He's got Phasma Entertainment Storage. Apparently there's 2 versions of that. I used the old image, but I mean the new one. I love that game. Absolute masterpiece. And FNaF, but in the USA. For Rachel's 2. I know, yeah, that's funny. Because guns. And Mary's Arcade is missing from this one for some reason, which is a shame. Mary's Arcade would go next to Tila Land on
What?
this too.
That's
a
it.
fair-
It's
Yeah.
Mary's Arcade there.
But unfortunately, I don't have time.
That would be like
Maybe I'll
S
make
tier
a
as well.
list there. But yeah, just to quickly run through mine, I'll show off Rob Balloons if he makes it to the stream, but we really are tight on time now, so we've taken lots of time. Essentially, there are a few games I have not played for myself in this, I might have only watched, but I do feel like I can make an opinion on. There's all these ones I don't know. And we, well, okay, so at the bottom we have the what the actual fuck tier, which includes all things Five Nights in Anime and Post Shift. Post Shift 2 would still get its own tier, but yeah, it pretty much goes down there. In garbage, we have Jolly, Case Animatronics. I thought Bubba's Dino sucked. It was very bare bones. I don't remember it that much. I put FNaF AR Special Delivery in because effectively it is a fan game, and it is garbage. PT. FNaF Maker. It's funny because, you know, back in the day I thought it was a fun, unique thing, but, you know, it really is trash. What can you do with FNaF Maker? You can remake FNaF 1 and 2, but worse. That's it. FNaF Engine at least like attempted improving on that with actual coding, but yeah, sorry, I fully understand. It was not shovelware, but the next thing. But as a FNaF fan, it was pretty cool. There's also this Christmas game with the Rockstars that Dorko played once, and I just remember it being crap. It was like Bubba's, very bare bones. In the painfully mediocre category, we've got Maniac Mania. I played this
I'm going
game.
to kill you, Matt.
What was that?
I'm going to kill you.
Cope harder. Listen, man, I didn't put a lot of thought into this tier list compared to my ranking of the official games, but I thought about it, and this game just isn't fun. It's UCM but worse, because it does the FNaF 2 thing of giving loads of characters the exact same thing. So it's much easier, but, like, there's only a couple actual unique mechanics, so it's not challenging at all. The greatest challenge of this game is navigating the menus, because they're incomprehensible to me. In this category, we've also got all of those delightful UCN clones that I played back in the day. Ultra Custom Night, Rejected Custom Night Reborn, Ultimate Custom Night Reimagined. Look, I'm just going to be honest, they're not good games. They're crappily put together, they're unoriginal, they don't have any kind of story or immersion, they just kind of exist to be UCN fan games, and honestly, they're shoddy. Help Wanted is also here because I thought, if I know a painfully mediocre fan game, it's made by Steel Wall. And I also put the original Pop Goes in here. Are these hot takes? I wouldn't have thought so. Maybe they are. But the original Pop Goes actually is crap. It's just, you know, the atmosphere's lackluster. The mechanics are good, and that's like the main thing going for it. But the animatronic models and graphics are horrible. The lore is ridiculous. And the rest of these are just straight up forgettable. One Night at Freddy's I definitely have played, but I remember nothing about it. Max Tonight I watched a video of and basically remember nothing. And Ellie's is so forgettable, I'm not even sure if I finished it. It had some neat stuff going, but it was pretty much just a FNaF clone. I don't know, I don't remember much about it. We got the joke meme game list. These are games that are not meant to be taken seriously, so yeah, I kind of bad on purpose. You got Five Nights at 39, Five Nights at the Krusty Krab, Five Nights at Fuckboys 1, 2, and 3, and Baldi's Basics in Nightmares, which part of it was crap and part of it was actually kind of good, but it's a joke game, so it stays there. I'm not sure if these are hot takes or not, but we got like the rest of Mac tonight and a lot of Wario's. I'm gonna be honest, the Five Nights at Wario's games all blend together for me. I actually couldn't remember which was which when I made this tier list, and now that I do, I don't know, I've never been a big fan of them. I remember having a really good experience with the first one, and I thought it was really interesting because it had a really good atmosphere, but then after that, they just got kind of, I don't know, samey, and I feel like the idea of having Nintendo characters in a FNaF setting in this way just didn't work, because they look so goofy and silly, but everything else around them is like photorealistic, eerie. And if like they had chosen something else to have some different characters as the antagonists instead of cartoon characters, I think this would have been a lot better. I should probably push 4 and Origins up, because I think those had actually like really good mechanics compared to 2 and 3, which were both a bit lackluster. I think 4 and Origins, now that I remember which is which, yeah, no, these had much better gameplay. didn't really care for the story. Chuck E. Cheese Rebooted is good, but I think it's really, really quite overrated. I mean,
It is.
the cameras are very confusing because there's no map. There's just buttons. Some of the mechanics aren't really explained properly, and that made playing it a bit of a struggle. I'm trying to remember. I mean, the graphics are good. The sound design's creepy. I like that there's a Chuck E. Cheese FNaF game, but I don't know. These ones are more forgettable to me. Maybe I'm not remembering something. The original Final Nights I have a lot of nostalgia for, but it's emphatically not a good game. Circus Baby's Diner I thought was really cool. FNaF 1, but with the sister location crew. It really fell flat with the difficulty curve, though. I literally... It got patched so many times, and I still just couldn't get through it. And, I don't know, it was a bit bare bones. Like, the story nicely fits in with the lore, but it's like, I could have done more. I don't know. Five Nights Before Freddy's is pretty much just a FNaF 1 clone. I have a lot of nostalgia for it because it was made by the same guy as 39, and 8-Bit Gaming did great videos on it, but it's not great. The models, the environment, sounds, a lot of recycled stuff, really. Treasure Island 2020 is not bad. It's really scary. The graphics are great. The mechanics are, I don't know, hit and miss for me. I can't remember if it was, like, poorly explained or just the way they balanced, but I didn't have a lot of fun with it, and I never felt compelled to finish it. It was one of those games, like many in this tier, which I only played because people were asking me to for YouTube content. I've seen Five Nights at Sonic's. It's crap. It's a clone. Those Nights at Rachel's is slightly better, but very forgettable. And Pocket Horror is honestly not that fun. It's nice as like a proof of concept of, you know, FNaF made in like the 90s, but it's not something you'd actually want to go play. Now we get to the fun tiers. A lot of games are just fun. They're just good fun, and that's all they need to be. The ultra custom night games had a lot of fun with those. You know, most of the Candies games. I actually really do like Candies 2. It's my favorite, aside from Remastered, because I actually enjoyed the game loop. It is buggy, but it's not broken and unplayable. It has like one bug, which I never triggered myself. And I think the lore and story is great. It is a bit weird that you have to say 5 nights for a dare and not 1 night. But, you know, the max modes and the stars and everything, I 100%ed this game. It was great. What else? Again, Fredbear and Friends Left to Rot. Really nice mixed-up gameplay. Got, like, sister location vibes. Five Nights at Thomas's Dehydrated. I should actually, you know, not have in this tier. But that looked like a fun game. You got, you know, all the Fredbear Friends, Fredbear's Fright. I think these are made by the same guy. Fredbear's Fright's the weakest of the lot, but I like them all. Day Shift at Freddy's. Good fun. Five Nights Before Freddy's 2. Lot better than it looks. Definitely an old game and not aged well, but like I love the premise. Shadow over Freddy's, I had fun with. Final Nights 4, best in the series. Dormitabyss, separate art from artist. It has some balancing issues and difficulty problems, and the story kind of just builds on FNaF 1 to 4 lore, but aside from that, I really like this. I thought the aesthetic, the character designs, and some of the game mechanics were really inspired, although some of the mechanics did suck. Animated Hell's great for gameplay and graphics, but it has no story. It's an incomplete game. It's balanced, but it's not that much fun because of some of the mechanics, and I don't know, I never really got into it because I don't know most of the animators, I think. The Fredbear Archives. An old one people probably aren't going to remember. This is essentially one of those free roam games, but it was actually quite polished. It had like Lefty, the Rockstars, it had Fredbear, loads of characters. It was kind of similar to Fredbear and Friends. Really enjoyed that one. Didn't really have a story, wasn't really finished, sadly, unlike Sinister Turmoil Sewers, which was, again, unfinished, more of a proof of concept, FNaF in a traditional free roam style, but really good. I would put all of these alongside The Joy of Creation Reborn. They're just fun free roams. And I think that's all of them. Fredbear's Fright Storage. Great game. It's like FNaF 2, but better. Baby's Nightmare Circus. Really interesting mashup of 4 and sister location. Then you've got the games that are genuinely innovative, and these are FNaF games that I would consider real fan games. This is where the tiers start really getting separated on quality, because they're not just fun to play, they actually take FNaF and they do something with it that hasn't really been done otherwise. Five Nights at Freddy's Simulator has you play as the animatronics, but it's not just like Bonnie or Chica Simulator, which for some reason aren't on here. I swear, did I accidentally leave them out? I would put both of those games in the same tier. You playing as the animatronics is a great premise, and I love how they executed it with all the updates, the different locations games. It's really sad that that game wasn't finished, and I don't know if it ever will be finished, but I replayed this one so much because it was just addictive. Super FNaF felt like the novels. Story-driven, kind of RPG, lots of fun. The Joy of Creation Reborn, the reason this one was innovative is because it did the FNaF free roam thing in a really effective way, more so than Fredbear Archives or anything like that. And it has the Slender Chica level, which is just excellent. Day Shift at Freddy's 3 took the Pizza Sim Tycoon and melded it with the existing RPG Maker stuff from the first two. Excellent game, really top story. The Flumpties games, oh, there's Bonnie and Chica Sim, yeah, they're all here. Just great games. FNaF with the twist, this is like cartoons. And then we've got the absolute top, and Tierland, T-Jock SM, and Tycoon Sons Lumberco stand out to me as above the rest in their own league, because these are the only FNaF games that I would consider more than fan games. The thing about fan games is that they are inherently limited, like conceptually. These are games designed for a specific audience, a specific fan base. Even if you execute it really well, all it is another version of this actual, you know, official franchise which belongs to someone else. You can't monetize it, you know, you can't really do much with it to make it stand out unless you really innovate or you do whatever the hell these games were doing, because Tierland is literally, it shares a lot of concepts with FNaF, but in terms of story and tone and everything about it just being executed so well, it pretty much can be its own game. I'd consider Mary's Arcade genuinely innovative, but Tierland might be my favorite FNaF game like ever. T-Joke's story mode, of course, is just phenomenal. It's a cinematic 3D experience which is heavily tied into FNaF, but really does its own thing. It has its own story, despite having the Cawthon family as the characters. Again, both of these, and of course Tycoon Sons, all around flawless. The gameplay is good, the story is there. I will admit, Tycoon Sons had a few issues, and I think maybe I should knock it down, considering some of the Tycoon sections, which I'd forgotten about. And, you know, you could criticize the custom night, I guess, but, like, the existence of a Chipper and Sons fan game and having it be this good is already impressive. I think it deserves, because it's not a FNaF fan game, it's a Chipper and Sons fan game just as much. It's something else. And then I had these guys up top because they're not fan games, and I'm not sure if any fan game can, you know, I guess, exceed the originals. I mean, going back to my tier list from last time, the original FNaF games. Yeah, okay, 2 is weak gameplay, sister locations got issues, but all 8 of these are brilliant in their own right. These are the FNaF series, and I'm not sure if Tierland, for example, can exceed any of them. I think maybe Tierland could exceed 2, maybe 3, maybe 4. Pretty much any of them except 1 in Pizza Sim, but even then, I mean, that's a pretty ballsy claim. T-Joke story mode as well, you know, like, they're on a different level. Last thing I want to mention, I should probably play these, because these are the games which I have either forgotten, or I've never seen or never played. And people have requested them, and they've been ranked highly on other people's tier lists, and I'm wondering, what's the deal? So maybe at some point in the future, guys, you'll get streams where I cover these games exactly. There are more, though. It's still in my folders. I don't know. But yeah, we don't have time to waste, so that's the fan game tier list. So I think you guys want to talk about, are there any takes on here which absolutely baffle you?
The Warriors game being so low.
I just think they get samey. I think Origins and 4 are better, but 2 and 3 were just lame and forgettable. And 1, I think George was right about 1, but I really like the atmosphere and had a good time with it. In terms of actual mechanics, it's probably like F-tier.
3 has a cool idea behind it, which is choose your gameplay, but most of the gameplay is very bare at times.
Yeah.
Especially in like Night 2. Like both, it's either too hard in one section or insanely easy in the other. It's makes it
It was
really
very
easy.
unbalanced,
to
yeah. Because when
Yeah.
as you play the game more than once, you kind of realize which rooms to go to if you want an easier time.
The custom night though is really fun. I really like how you can just do a marathon at every single night.
Right?
In every
It's
single room.
crazy. That's a really.
And it saves your
to be
progress.
fair, the menus and UI, everything, really, really well done. Like, they're not bad. I just think they're meh. I don't really. I think they're overhyped. They just sort of
3 is
exist.
easily
Also,
the
I
most
just realized,
overhyped.
Return to the Factory and High Rollers, I don't know what these are. These should not be here.
Those
I
are
literally have never played
fan games. Those are fan games.
Oh, that makes sense. So yeah, those shouldn't even be there.
Warriors has actually a big fan game community for some reason.
The Warriors, yeah, because it's easy to
I
make.
completely missed out on it, I guess.
Because it's easy to make a fan
I
game.
think there
out
was.
of Wario's characters, PNGs. So
Yeah. I think some months ago there actually was a Warriors fan game jam, which is insane.
I'm gonna save this one now. Just to catch up with chat as well, unless you guys have any other, questions. Yeah. Just checking. So, George posted an answer to the QOTD, which was, which most unpopular FNaF hill you will die on. I'll cover this at the end, but I think that's a really interesting one. That's a good one. But yeah, Duncan, that's part of it. I just think conceptually Five Nights at Wario's is a bit of a mess. I also think the lore is ridiculous. I couldn't follow it. But like it's more to do with kind of like the gameplay and the, I don't know, it just wasn't memorable to me at all. Sorry, I'm just catching up with chat. The FNaF 1 Gmod map, I don't know, probably fun. Fun if you have friends, you know. But yeah, Freddy Files is deleted. Oh well, that's too bad. I don't know what FNaF B is. Five Nights at the Krusty Krab in the joke section? No? What do you mean no? It's a joke game. It's a SpongeBob game. SpongeBob horror games are a whole thing. I love SpongeBob horror games. They're so funny. Like, it's
there's a subgenre?
There's a whole subgenre of SpongeBob horror games. Not just FNaF or SpongeBob horror games. It's great. Also, there's an official remake. I guess I'll check that out. I'm really sorry, I missed the QOTDs. Also, Ophir Gabe, welcome! How you doing? FNaF 2 is the worst game in the series after Security Breach. That could have been hotter, but man, it's already... I don't know, man. That's a good one. But you qualified it. You have to be ignorant and biased. That's the point. Could you repost your QOTDs? I'm so sorry, I didn't see them.
Sure, hold on.
Anyway, but we got to finish the stream now, so... Quick overview of FNaF fan game characters. I don't know if anyone else did this or wants to share theirs. Nobody?
Oh, dang, dude.
Oh, I did.
So, the thing is, this started off with these lists. And most of this is purely based on character design because there's little to no actual personality or story behind most of these faces. But, you know, there was some absolute randomers which had to go into their own category. We got hilariously bad and horrid because these are just disgusting to look at, and these ones just I laughed out loud when I looked at them.
Okay.
So
Oh
good.
yeah, these ones. These ones.
Excuse me, Matt.
Like this is literally just Donkey Kong but covered in blood, presumably. Like they didn't even try. It's hilarious. Also, look at the eyes and the mouth on these guys.
I just want to say that the corrupted toad sprite
Oh yeah, George's QOTD, yeah.
is actually really good in the actual game. It's actually pretty well implemented.
I can't be that mean to the Jollibees characters because those are literally just characters from real life. Like, there's not much changing them, so.
Well,
Yes.
then I hate them in real life, I guess. They're just really horrible. Also, there are so many versions of Mickey, I don't even know which is which.
There is. That's what confused me about the series. Like,
And
oh,
then
it's
there's
so
like the
strange.
Who category of characters I don't recognize. But more importantly, we got this, okay. There are some crap models. These ones are just, you know, the jolly, you know, gang, whatever the hell these are. The original Pop Goes crew, which are just not well modeled. You know, some of the Wario's ones, and... Oh yeah, I remember these from Fredbear and Friends Left to Rot. Like, why were there Freddy, Bonnie, and Fredbear with, like, a knife, a chainsaw, and a hatchet? Like, they were...
I was gonna say,
and Bonnie has eyebrows. It's just...
Their names are like Jerry and Tom. Like,
Bruh.
the names are so weird.
And you got, like, Final Nights 2 squad, you know, Final Nights... Garvey. Just bad character models, and badly written characters as well. Garvey is just painful. He's almost as bad as Springtrap is in canon. Anyway, yeah, I don't even like looking at those ones. These are the meh ones. These ones aren't good, but they're not bad. Like, they kind of just serve their purpose, and they're pretty forgettable. You know, lots of versions of Fredbear and Strange Bonnie. You got all of the Mouse-Seeky variants, almost. Some of the Candy's characters, if I'm being honest, like Cindy's a recolor, Chester just doesn't have much going for him. The Ellie's characters, I remember Ellie, I have no idea who the rest of them are. And Golden Flumpty, I just think they didn't need to have a Golden Freddy in that game. Golden Flumpty's just nothing. And then we have the cool category. These are the models I actually think look good, and like kind of like enhance the game, and actually, you know, you can look at these, and just by looking at these, you can infer things about the characters. I love the way they did the ghosts in Ellie's. This one's got red eyes and a hat. It's very distinct.
Oh, yeah.
You know, you got Birthday Boy Blam. You know, you got some of the better Treasure Island characters, like the melted kind of look of these ones. They're very eerie. I don't know where these are from, but these models are good. You've got the new
those are
Pop Goes
Winter
models.
Wonderland.
Oh, okay. You got like the new Pop Goes models, which are clean. Nightmare Mouse-Seeky and this dude from the FNaF 4 room thing. That was cool. You got the Chuck E. Cheese models. They all look really nice, detailed, realistic, creepy. And the Circus Babies Nightmare thing. Nightmare Baby Circus, whatever it is. You know, Candy, Shadow Candy. And then, just in the absolute best fantastic tier, you've got models that actually innovate. You know, Blank, Penguin, you know, the Final Nights 4, Fredbear and Spring Bonnie, you know, Flumpty, and some of the more standout characters from his games like Grunkfuss and Eyesore. You know, you've got the Ghoul, Reaper Puppet, Reaper Balloon Boy, all of the Dormitibus models, absolutely incredible. Animating and rigging these must have been a bitch. Also, the Fredbear and Friends Left to Rot wizards, they look so cool. I like how they sag and like look rotten. The Ignited characters, obviously just really well designed, really full of personality, and the entire Tierland cast. I think all of these characters had such care put into them. I can actually remember most of their names. Got Creation. Oh yeah, and then there was that one game with the 4 levels that was all demonic, and it has like a zombie that's supposed to be Mike, this like clown dude, this kind of like endoskeleton old man consequences thing, and then just Scrap Baby. I know this is a bit of a cheat, but I thought these looked really cool. They were like really unique, stood out. And this version of Mickey. So yeah, that's pretty much it. It's mostly based on character design, but also like, you know, their presence in the game. But yeah, the Krusty Krab series aren't joke games. There's actual effort put into the 2nd and 3rd games. Oh damn, okay.
Yeah, that's all those.
Yeah.
They're like really good. I enjoyed
them. Boyond, FNaF World isn't a fan game. Are you saying FNaF World's a fan game? Because that's just not true. I'm just saying it's made by Scott Cawthon. But yeah, if for anyone interested, that's my list on that. I don't think we have. I think we're gonna have to kick some lists out of this stream because we simply don't have time. We simply do not have time. I gotta end the stream like right now. Ethan, I'm so sorry.
Aw,
I got Ethan to custom make 2 tier lists for me of custom night modes. But I think maybe I could include these in something else, because I want to do this in voice chat with Ethan, I think. I think he deserves to be here to talk about it, so feel free to share these anyway, but we simply don't have time, so I'm going to have to skip those. Which means all that's left is Smash or Pass. I don't know about you guys, but I think we could probably skip this one, because I feel like we need all the boys here for this, you know?
Yeah,
Let's
this
go
might
right
be
with
its own
our stream.
stream.
I think we should do this off stream, guys, because this one has to be censored for the public. Basically, I think instead, because he's so based, we can just look up Boyon's list for this. He might not be in voice chat, but he is carrying the Smash or Pass with his base list. I think this will more than fill out, because we've done this before anyway. I've done one of these before on a stream at some point. I might just need to redo it. It's not like I have a serious answer anyway. Like, every time I do a Smash or Pass, it changes, because I'm trying to think of new ways to make you laugh. But he's talking about Nightmare Foxy's tongue, and I think that's very interesting. Dude went for the basic options here, I think. I think he's missing out. I think we're underestimating the sexual potential of number one crate.
If I am...
Felix the Shark, the book. Dark Spring Trap. Funko Pop. Sorry.
I just wish to say that I actually made a Smash or Pass tier list too.
Oh, please, show it off.
I did too. I did too.
Guys, I don't have the time or brain cells, so I'm gonna let all of you carry this one. My Smash or Pass has to be censored because it's too based. I don't know. This is a funny one. Mac, what's your logic here? You got number one crate, DJ Music Man, Glamrock Freddy, and Nightmare with no one else in. Like, what is the logic here? What criteria?
I would kill Glamrock Freddy.
Hear me out, he says. Alright. What do I...
Nightmare Yon! So...
No!
This is a pretty obvious pick. I mean...
No! No.
Skinny body, you know, they have a skinny body, you know, it's pretty good. Skinny legs, skinny arms, you know. But the deal breaker for Nightmare Yon is, of course, what Help wanted to show with us, which is that Nightmare Yon has tentacles.
Oh my god.
I mean, that's the clear.
Put me on the spot. Why
what
don't
those
you?
tentacles do?
Boyon, you made the tier list for the stream. You knew I'd do this. You chose the basic bitches, right? You went for Toy Chica, Roxy, and Ballora, I think. All right, fair enough. So Nightmare on functional.
Yeah.
Oh, this is horrible. This is degenerate. Yeah, I can get Glamrock Freddy. Everyone simps for him. He's a sweet little boy, big boy.
Yeah, he's a body.
I mean, you can also go inside it. Oh, no. Okay, what's the deal with DJ Music Man though? Do I even want to know? Like,
What those arms do?
Big! Don't you see
What those arms do?
dude,
I mean,
he could put you between his
if
teeth,
he's
bro.
this big, his thing also needs to be big. That's just really... What am I saying?
Nah. Alright, number one crate. Bro, what is the logic for the number one crate? The deep logic. This is a bro moment. Alright. Well...
Alright.
I think that's it, guys. There is one more thing I want to do, but I'm actually going to leave voice chat for it. So you have to watch the stream if you want to find out the very last thing I want to do. These were good, though. I think we had some really interesting discussion here. Some nice takes. Just a few bonuses, guys. Not as strict and as structured as the previous stream, but the truth is, guys, there's an infinite amount of these, and there are so many other, you know, really intelligent people in the community with their own takes to compare and contrast to mine. This is just the tip of the iceberg. So if you want to see more, join the Hydration Nation. It's linked in the description. Join Shrine of Ambience as well. Like, you will go to FNaF Misc and you will find it all over there. I'm going to post all of mine in there sooner or later. I might not do it all at once because I don't want to spam, but yeah. Just to catch up with chat one last time. Duncan, Fnatty did improve that, yeah. Sorry, what is it?
Oh, God.
Mega Chad based. Yeah. Alright. I've read everything. Today's QOTD winner. And also charity shout out to Ikoji, which I didn't get a chance to mention, so I'll talk about them next stream. Charity QOTD winner. Well, I can't give it to George, because he's already there as one of the extras.
Brother.
So I think I'm gonna give it to Ophir. Even though we qualified it with, well, but it's still better than Security Breach. FNaF 2 being the worst game, definitely a hot take. And you know what, Off-Air, I know I could tag a YouTube channel, but I think what you should all do is go download his game. Because bro has made an indie horror game, and it's great. And I still need to get back to playing it, but my schedule's full right now, and I want to do it on the camera, so it will return. But definitely play the demo, follow the page. No Sleep for Soul, pogging game. I'm sorry, guys, to rush, but I gotta end the stream, so that's everything. Everything is linked in the description. Like, share, subscribe. Boys, you got anything else you want to say? Say it now.
Hey Matt, would you like to go on collaboration and take a look at my tier list? Just real quick. It's just a quick laugh.
Oh no. Oh, I'm looking at it now. Okay, so you went with the basic options like Toy Chica and Baby, but you also got Toy Bonnie. Interesting. Withered Chica. Listen, man.
What's that jaw do?
Not enough people talk about this, but her jaw, holy shit. Now I'm not, I almost said I'm not straight. Wait a minute. Guys, I can explain.
Are you? Are you?
Are you?
I was about to go like, I'm not gay, and then I remembered Chica was female, so I was like, okay, I'm not straight, but wait, no, hold on. Guys, listen, hear me out, alright. Bro's chosen the twink, based. Funtime Foxy. Interesting. Very interesting, considering the gender thing, although that was more Mangle and, you know, they're not on here. I think Lefty is hilarious for the voice, I'm guessing. You know, why don't you explain these? Because I am confused about some of the later ones.
Look at the blue.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. I didn't see. I didn't read it. I'm assumed. Oh my god, this has to be the best Smash or Pass tier list I've ever seen. That's genius. That is so funny. Smash for blue. Okay, but why Ringmaster Foxy and Mr. Hugs in the top one though in red?
Alright, I think that's the end of the stream, guys. I hope you guys enjoyed
today. If you want the answers, you're gonna have to dig deep. You'll have to find them in the lore. Dude, that is so funny.
Damn, you would smash. You would smash Circus Baby plush? For real? You would smash the AR?
I think that's better than smashing the actual Circus Baby, because I think it's more going to be she's going to smash you. 7.2 feet, several hundred tons of pure metal. You will die trying.
Listen, maybe you're into that. Who knows? Anyways.
Once in a lifetime experience.
Maybe you get scooped. Are you into war?
I don't know, man. Anyways, guys, this has been hilarious. I'm going to leave voice chat now. Thank you so much for your contributions. This has been great. And yeah, definitely post your tier list on the Discord. I'll see you all soon. I'm just going to end the stream now. Bye-bye.
See ya.
Alright. Guys, I'm going to take a short break. Just a minute or two. And then I'm going to come back for the end of the stream. 10, 15 more minutes. I've got one last thing I want to show off, alright? Stay with me. Alright, fellas. This has been the bonus FNaF tier list episode, but I've got my dinner here. It is 9 PM. I have not streamed this late in months, if not years. We gotta finish this thing. And I want to bring it right back and talk about the main tier list, alright? When you think of FNaF tier list, you know, there's all these fun extras. But I changed something in here, actually. I changed it also. I said I was going to organize these, so I'm going to do that now. But yeah, this is offices. There we go. I'm also going to change up the music, I think. Just going to pause out for a minute, you know? Here we got the offices there. This is FNaF 3 cams. Hilariously specific. This is FNaF world chips. We got the FNaF musicians. Call them that. We got the FNaF fan games, which I could do a whole stream on, but I think someone else can do that. And we got the FNaF fan game characters. But you may notice there's something new here. The overall folder. Go to games. I had my overall opinion in the previous stream. Numbered and lettered. This is my ranking of the games 1 to 11, and this is the tiers I put them in. But throw these out of the window, because I've made a new one. I have made brand new tier lists of my overall opinion on the FNaF games, because I think they needed a slight tweak. I was looking back at it and I was like, I kind of rushed to make these because it was at the end of the stream and I had much less time than I thought I would. Now I actually do have enough time. I only need a few minutes. But after much deliberation and discussion inside my head with the voices, this is my ranking of the games. You can see the tiers that I've put them in here. Mostly the same, but there's been a few changes. And this is my ranking of them in order from my favourite to my least favourite. The thing is, the bottom half I'm absolutely confident in. In fact, most of it. I think FNaF 4 to Security Breach, that is the order of the games in preference for me personally. But these top 4, I found a lot more difficult to decide on what order they should go in. FNaF 1's clearly the best, right? Objectively speaking. But UCN and Pizza Sim, I've had so much more fun with, and I've played for so many more hours. But FNaF 3, it feels wrong to put one of the classics like that below Pizza Sim and UCN. The original 3 are some of the best. And I have been playing FNaF 3 on mobile recently. FNaF 3 really has been one of my favourites always. But I think that is my final ranking. I think I could swap the top 4 into any order, to be really honest. And the truth is, they are all S rank for me, which is why I decided also to finally make a traditional tier list, just to show the actual rankings. Yeah, D tier's empty, there's nothing there, but maybe, you know, the top's a bit heavy, and say what you will, because there is absolutely criticism I could level at each and every one of these games. I think in a lot of ways, for example, FNaF 4 is a better game than FNaF 3 or Pizza Sim or UCN because of, you know, how it, you know, utilizes horror, for example. But I think there's a lot more to these games than individual factors such as that. And there's this whole idea of FNaF games being more than the sum of their parts. So those top ones really feel like they're more than the sum of their parts. Maybe not 3 in UCN, but definitely Pizza Sim. There's something about it. It has a magic, a charm. And, you know, UCN is really strong with gameplay. And aside from atmosphere, FNaF 3 is everything. And FNaF 1's the OG. FNaF 1 is, I think, the only game that's truly more than the sum of its parts. And Security Breach the only one less than the sum of its parts. But, you know, I also put FNaF 2 above Sister Location. I think they're both good with flaws. But I thought, do I really enjoy Sister Location more than FNaF 2? Yeah, it's got a lot more content and a lot more going in terms of gameplay. But, like, lore-wise, in terms of the world and the characters, I've always been more invested in 2. I love the Wizards. The fun times, I'm like, meh, they're cool. Circus Baby's incredibly well written, but I love the lore and the timeline that FNaF 2 presents. I don't know, and FNaF 2 is not all bad gameplay-wise. It has some just severe issues. Like, the actual mechanics themselves are fine. It's how they come together and how it balances and the execution. That's really an issue. But I already talked about this at length in the last stream, alright? It's as simple as this. I've never hated a game as much as Security Breach. Holy shit, I can zoom in on this. So that's That's what it is. I think there was a time when FNaF AR was good, and there's still little bits of it I like, but overall it is currently absolute garbage. DT is empty. How wanted to see. I can't make my mind up. Maybe one day I'll play this in VR, but honestly, I'm not even that interested. I do already own this game, I guess, so I might as well, but Help Wanted is very hit and miss. These are good games. They have some pretty big flaws. These are good games. They have some fairly minor flaws. And although none of these are perfect, these games are all so good, and I enjoy them so much, that their flaws don't bother me in the slightest. Not really. Not when I'm playing them. When I'm playing these, I'm not thinking about what I don't like about them. And I can't say the same for a lot of the other games in this list. So those are my final tier lists. It has been a long friggin' journey doing all of these tier lists. It's been something. And yeah, I had a lot of fun really experimenting with these. I might change some of these. I might try and get a proper criteria for some and redo them. But what I will definitely be doing is posting them all, or most of them. Maybe not all of them, but posting most of them onto Discord somewhere. I'll even do a smash or pass at one point. Maybe what I need to do is get in a private voice call with the boys and just do a smash or pass for fun, rather than doing it on a stream, because there's so much that I simply can't fit in. And I tell you what, those custom night mode tier lists, I want to do those with Ethan. He needs to be here for that. And I think we could include that in our own special stream. Some kind of charity segment or video on his end or something. I don't know. But that really is it now. That's everything. I know there's only a few of you still watching. I really appreciate you taking all the time to be here this late. I know how long a stream this was. We are over 5 hours. This has been way too long. But, well, I know this has been highly demanded over time. And I really did want to do them. So, that's it. That's that. We're actually finally done now. Thank you all so much for watching. Everyone's tagged in the description. Even Ethan, he did make some of the tier lists. Even if he wasn't able to join, he deserves the tag. I will see you all around. I'm never going to do FNaF Tierlists again. Not on this channel. It's just, there's so much. It's never ending. But we had some great discussion, I think. And there's going to be even more on the Discord servers. So join the Discords. Join the Hydration Nation and join Shrine of Abians. That's it, guys. I'm going to go eat my dinner, relax. And yeah. I've kind of forced myself back into all this, like, you know, over-analysis of FNaF. But being in the FNaF zone again, it's not as nice as it used to be, but some good topics. Yeah. Anyway, regularly scheduled streams back tomorrow. I don't have a lot else to say. If there's something important, it will be in text, in a community post on the Discord somewhere. Thanks so much for watching, and stay hydrated.